Just as the Interstellar Joint Army was celebrating, senior executives of the Superstar Group Alliance were discussing the brief confrontation between Han Xiao and the three major civilizations, which made them feel refreshed. External pressure is the adhesive for internal cracks. Now that the adhesive is gone, the cracks between the Black Star and the three civilizations will become bigger and bigger. The opposition is a matter of time sooner or later. But unlike before, the Super A-level forces are now at their peak and have obtained the heritage of the World Tree. The three civilizations can no longer be curbed. The leader of the Star Arc knocked on the table, with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. The same is true for many senior executives of Superstar Group, both gloating and worried and whispering. The Interstellar Society won the war, but the real benefit fell into the hands of Black Star. Although the war ended, it was just the beginning of the reshuffle of the interstellar pattern. The new pattern will take shape in chaos. Characters like Black Star will not miss this opportunity. He is surrounded by the reputation of war heroes, and the three major civilizations cannot stop it. This is the general trend. With the World Tree, the power of Black Star has rapidly expanded. It does not need to form an alliance with us, and can compete with the three major civilizations. Will he still attach importance to the agreement with us? It should still be. The World Tree's vitality is severely damaged. Black Star may not be willing to turn against each other in the short term. It is better to be able to attract foreign players than to do so alone. Moreover, based on his past performance, Black Star actually does not have the ambition to steal the dominance and does not have the intention to unify the Star Sea. Of course, people's hearts are unpredictable, and this judgment may not be correct and can only be used as a reference. On the other hand, the three major civilizations have also suffered a lot of losses, and they do not want to rebel against Black Star. Alas, I feel a little pessimistic. If there are no new external contradictions, Black Star and the three major civilizations may have a battle in the future. From a perspective of the entire interstellar society, we defeated the World Tree and reaped spoils, which is the most powerful stage in history, but internal contradictions cannot be resolved. Could it be that we will die by force? Stop talking nonsense. The three major civilizations are not really stupid. As long as the Black Star does not mean to dominate the rule, the three major civilizations will still give up opposition under absolute strategic deterrence. Accepting the Black Star to become a member of the ruling circle, two super and many strong people may be the new normal in the future. The group carefully analyzed the possibility of the future pattern. The leader of the Star Arc listened for a while and pondered. Under this situation, we should find a new way of dealing with ourselves. The original agreement was to unite with the Black Star to fight against the three major civilizations. But now it is different. The three major civilizations need to closely win us over to fight against the Black Star. It would be inappropriate to turn blindly towards the Black Star. Are you talking about cooperating with the three major civilizations? Of course not. I mean to cooperate with both sides. The three civilizations and the Black Star are in the ring. We will be a major bargaining chip. The three civilizations will no longer treat us with the previous attitude. The suppression of the past will naturally be invalid. The feng shui will take turns. They will bow their heads and beg us to join forces. This time we can really get the opportunity for free development through formal channels. Maybe the three civilizations are still eager for us to become stronger. But we must make the situation form a new check and balance relationship, so we cannot easily turn to either side, because only competition can bring room for profit, and it is not possible to let any side monopolize in dictatorship. Well, indeed, I won't talk about the three civilizations. Black Star is also a dangerous person, representing individualism. If you get to power, you will inevitably give more privileges to the superpowered class. Let him command the interstellar society. Maybe it is not as good as the three civilizations. And he has the World Tree and is also an irregular time bomb. Speaking of this, someone suddenly sighed and murmured, Black Star, such a person is really too difficult to deal with. He is always seeking greater benefits and will never relax. He is really a person who does big things. If the person who commands the A-level group is not such a person, the three major civilizations might have suppressed them long ago, and they would not have developed to the current level. Hearing this, everyone sighed and moved. The image left by black stars to them is strong and ruthless and can seize every opportunity to expand. Even if you put aside your individual strength, everyone is afraid of such a person. When you're a teammate, you can trust the other party and become a competitor, which is a torment. The news that the Interstellar United Army defeated the World Tree Civilization was temporarily strictly blocked by the three major civilizations and Han Xiao. The quantum network base station that controls the data entry and exit, filtering out all information that may leak intelligence. Because of the concern that the Army would not be able to control after disbandment, the victory of the Interstellar Joint Army was temporarily left in the secondary dimension of combat and rested on the spot. All troops are still cooperative with this order, but they cannot be on standby, so it takes time to find a solution to third-party lurker. The player group is not restricted. The incident of the Interstellar Alliance ends the war, and the Black Star conquering the World Tree has long been recorded in the Star Sea Chronicle, and the popularity has exploded. Han Xiao's heroic figure who pulled down the World Tree has been flooded with the screen in all forum sections. Although many players couldn't help but complain that they had watched another wave of CG, they were still very excited to be able to participate in major events of this scale. However, the player group is only active on the forum, and the occasionally spreading messages with communicators are intercepted, so the interstellar community knows nothing about the victory of the Interstellar Joint Army at this time. The situation seen by countless interstellar citizens is still at the time when the World Tree evacuated the invaders, and they are still surprised and have different opinions on the internet. The Star Alliance lurkers who can only collect intelligence from the public network naturally have no way to learn about the defeat of the World Tree Civilization. They are still patiently waiting for the big move of World Tree Civilization, and they are completely unaware of the disaster. The Central Star Sea, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, the secret base of the Star Lurker. I don't know what action is brewing on the World Tree. How long hasn't been moving? I see that the Interstellar Joint Army is rushing to gather towards the Central Star Sea. It is estimated that the World Tree Civilization will be attacked by the Central Star Sea. By the way, we are also in the Central Star Sea. Will it be affected? Should we evacuate? In the base, a group of observers gathered together and whispered. The captain of the observer was hesitant and said, "The chance of being treated as an offensive target by the World Tree is very low. We have not visited it for many years, so it should be safe, but the World Tree may also send people to lurk in and build some strongholds, so we will also have the risks that others have discovered. Rash action is more likely to be exposed, and other places may be more dangerous, so let's stay." A team member suggested, "Okay, if our base is really discovered, then start the self-destruction program and sacrifice together." Captain Observer's tone was in a stern tone. These observers who sneaked into the three major civilizations are carefully selected dead soldiers. In order not to be captured and leaked the situation of the Star Covenant, they have long been prepared for self-destruction. The self-destruction device buried is enough to blow up the entire planet and eliminate traces. You guys continue to pay attention to the news. I'll sort out the information about this issue and send it to my hometown in a few days. As he said that, the captain of the Observer stood up and was about to leave the room, ding. But suddenly, everyone's movements were frozen, as if time had stopped. A certain space in the room fluctuated, and Han Xiao walked out. Hey, it's the Lore K, exactly the same as the illusion in the Bold Explorer. It seems that he's finding it right. Han Xiao looked at the captain of the Observer, and his eyes lit up. In order to avoid the long nights and many dreams, after returning to the main universe, he directly consumed materials and instantly used the virtual creation world to create a temporary version of the information state alert network, quickly completed the installation, and set the parameters and officially activated it. No need to know, when he was startled, the information state alert network fed back a lot of abnormal signals. He thought that the entire explored universe was spying on by countless foreign enemies like a sieve, and was shocked. After debugging it later, he realized that this technology is easy to produce false positives when applied to a serious civilization, and the World Tree civilization belongs to a whole, so there's no such problem. This is the difference in technology. The World Tree Express and the Information State Alert Network are perfect matches. Although the three civilizations do not have such mobility, the high-dimensional apocalypse transmitter is also a substitute. So Han Xiao did not delay for many days. After some screening and adjustment, he eliminated most of the false positives and confirmed some real foreign signals, most of which were the arrival of life in the secondary dimension. Han Xiao visited several signal areas and only now came to the base of the Star Alliance lurker. He suddenly confirmed that this was the main owner. The process was much smoother than he expected. He controlled the entire base and all enemies before he appeared. "Let me see your background." A lightning lit up in Han Xiao's eyes, and the phantom of the World Tree appeared behind him. As the World Tree merged into the inner space and was stained with Han Xiao's strength, the entire tree body turned into a bright blue with a flashing arc. Several translucent and slender roots like electric whips shot out, piercing through the chests of everyone present. The next moment, the figures of these observers became illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and streams of energy were transmitted along the roots into Han Xiao's body. With the World Tree in hand, Han Xiao did not interrogate these people. As long as these lurkers are transformed into members of the World Tree, they can directly obtain all the information from the other party's memories, make them become leaders, and follow the means of the World Tree. Not long after, these Star Alliance observers merged into their roots. Han Xiao snapped his fingers, and several roots arched up like snakes, spewing out a large bunch of flashing light, which condensed into the bodies of several people again, with a compassionate expression. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and received the memories of these people, which contained a lot of information about the Star Alliance. So that's the case. Has the Star Alliance lurked for many years? Well, this civilization is relatively not very powerful. Han Xiao pondered to himself. The third party's enemies have been found, but how to deal with it still needs to be discussed in a long-term way. We need to discuss with the three civilizations to see if it is to destroy the Star Alliance or to incorporate it into the explored universe. After all, although the Star Alliance is not strong, it has reached the standard of a cosmic civilization. The three civilizations are seriously damaged, and we have to consider the cost of starting a war again. The three major civilizations were the targets of invasion before, but now they have the opportunity. They definitely don't mind seamlessly changing roles and turning into invaders. After all, they were the first to take advantage of the troubled waters behind the Star Alliance, and they were not innocent. Of course, they would count some of the losses caused to the three major civilizations by the full invasion of the World Tree. Han Xiao took back his mind, looked at the lurkers of the Planetary Covenant, thought for a while, and said, "You should continue to lurk first. Keep in touch with the Star Covenant. Without my instructions, don't do anything randomly." "I understand. We will do our best to steal the information of the Star Covenant." Many lurkers were furious. Just relying on the World Tree mechanism. Who would believe it if you're not a villain? Seeing these former Star Alliance dead soldiers burst into enthusiasm for dealing with Star Alliance from the bottom of their hearts, Han Xiao was inexplicably moved, shook his head, and turned around and disappeared. Not long after, Han Xiao brought the news of the arrest of the third party in the joint office of the three major civilizations. You really thought it was right. There are really third-party forces intervening. They have been lurking for so long. If it weren't for the Information State Alert Network, it would be difficult for us to discover it in the future. Bruce and the other two looked at the information brought by Han Xiao. Their faces kept changing, sometimes angry and sometimes glad. With the evidence first, they basically believe that the insider is not a supercluster or other ally. After browsing Star Covenant's information, the three of them discussed in a low voice for a while and reached a consensus. The Star Covenant is far away from us, but after we get the space coordinates, We can use the high-dimensional apocalypse teleporter to transmit the troops over, just like the World Tree Civilization dealing with us. So, we have the initiative. We tend to defeat the Star Covenant and take it as a vassal, but now we have stopped moving. We have only experienced a war and need some time to recuperate. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. How long will it take to rest? Lewis pondered. It depends on the situation, but time is on our side. Although the intelligence to defeat the World Tree Civilization cannot be blocked all the time, you have already controlled the Star Covenant's lurkers. You can use them to transmit false information and fabricate the battle situation, so that the Star Covenant thinks we're still fighting with the World Tree Civilization. The premise is that the Star Covenant has no other means to monitor the interstellar society. Han Xiao paused and spread his hands and said, "But there's an information state alert network which should eliminate this possibility. Anyway, try not to alert the enemy," Mar Bruce said in a deep voice. Han Xiao nodded, thought for a while, and suddenly said, "I will not accompany the invasion of the Star Alliance battle. You should deal with them by yourself. I am only responsible for these spy information." The three of them had a flash of their eyes, but they did not express their opinions immediately. They quickly analyzed it in their minds, only thinking that there were pros and cons. In this World Tree War, the three major civilizations had not gained any benefits. The World Tree Civilization was packed and taken away by the Black Star. They ate meat and didn't even see the shadow of some technology and resources. If they could annex the Star Covenant, they could gain some benefits. If the Black Star does not participate in the war, then the spoils will not be shared. Han Xiao mastered the World Tree, and snatching resources is first class, and the three of them have to be afraid of it. Without the assistance of the Super A-Level Association, war would be more troublesome. But their three civilizations are not vegetarian. They cannot beat the World Tree, or just the Star Alliance. But the three of them are concerned that Black Star or Superstar Group takes advantage of their war with Star Alliance to conduct backstabs, which is very risky. Who knows if Black Star is just holding on to such a plan? For a moment, the three of them fell into a tangle and kept hiding dolls in their hearts. Han Xiao glanced at them, guessed the three of them, and curled his lips. He helped the three major civilizations just because he was always worried about the disasters in his previous life and wanted to resist the World Tree. Do you still want me to help you, three major civilizations, expand your territory? It would be nice not to replace you. Please be content with your stinking brother. Now that the threat has finally been resolved, the interstellar community has been able to enjoy many years of stability. Han Xiao is already satisfied. Since its arrival, the World Tree has been the sword of Damocles in Han Xiao's eyes, its biggest psychological shadow and the source of anxiety. For a long time, it can only keep this secret alone and work hard to solve it. It uses any means and dare not relax. It is difficult for outsiders to express pressure. After persisting for hundreds of years, he has finally lifted the threat from the interstellar community and no longer has to worry about the safety of himself and his friends. He is also relieved and wants to retreat behind the scenes and truly relax for a while. The arrest of the Star Alliance lurker finally let go of the three major civilizations and quickly welcomed the fleet back to stop blocking the news and started the propaganda machine with all their might. Soon, the explosive news of the Interstellar Joint Army directly attacked Huanglong to defeat the World Tree Civilization, spread throughout the interstellar society in the shortest time. Countless interstellar citizens staying on a refuge planet were instantly bombarded and were shocked. It was obvious that not long ago, we were still passive and endured the full invasion of foreign enemies. The future was full of pessimism and panic all day long, but we were not mentally prepared and turned the tables in a blink of an eye. Suddenly, we told us that the war had been over and everyone was safe. Brother, we had just gotten up and we hadn't brushed our teeth yet. Many interstellar citizens were stunned for a moment and felt unbelievable. But as the official media of the three major civilizations disclosed the entire process of the war and confirmed that this was not a rumor, the entire interstellar society came back from a shock, leaving only boundless ecstasy. Under the shadow of the World Tree civilization, the operation mode of the entire interstellar society was forced to change, disrupting everyone's life. Countless people have changed from free and casual interstellar citizens to refugees who escaped the fire of war. Wartime policies have tightened the supply of materials and people's livelihood rights, and the gap has been huge, and this change has lasted for nearly 20 years. From the perspective of civilization or the perspective of a superior superpower, 20 years are just a fleeting time, but it is just a small wave that has risen in the long river of time. But for ordinary interstellar citizens, this is almost a generation's time. Any changes in the times will be magnified in the individual. The three major civilizations were once stalemate with the World Tree civilization, and no one could see the clear future of war. Countless interstellar citizens pessimistically thought that such a fearful life would continue and that tomorrow would not be better. At least 2 or 3 generations would have to suffer in the war like this. But at the darkest moment, the dawn broke through the deep mist and shone into everyone's lives. This beam of light comes from countless soldiers who died on the front line, and comes from the Black Star who has turned the situation around with his own strength. On April 17th, 799, Shanghai calendar, countless refuge planets echoed with cheers coming into the sky from different races and in different languages. Countless interstellar citizens call this day the turning point of the times, representing the end of the war and the demise of the World Tree. As winners, the three civilizations have gained praise from the entire interstellar society. In the propaganda, the three civilizations did not cover up the achievements of the Black Star. They wrote them out in their original form. Before the war broke out, they maintained internal checks and balances to reduce internal friction. In the early stage of the war, they led the super-level group to resist foreign enemies without hesitation, and personally took risks to collect key information about the World Tree. In the preparation stage, they focused on training potential seeds and cultivated a group of new super-level strongmen. They were alone in the shallow dimension, which made the World Tree civilization unable to make progress, and had to give up this most dangerous front for the three civilizations. They were the first to find the original body of the World Tree, forcing the World Tree to give up the invasion, and open the prelude to the decisive battle with their own strength, turning the long-term war into the final battle. Too many achievements made the Black Star's light in the war impossible to hide, and its presence was extremely strong. Countless interstellar citizens counted the contributions of Black Star and admired them all. The reverence that gushed out from their hearts was like a warm current that burned the heart, and like an uncontrollable soul trembling, penetrating every bone and every nerve. Although I feel sorry for the normal soldiers who died on the front line, I have read the deeds of Black Star from beginning to end. Many interstellar citizens only feel that the rhythm of the entire war is controlled by Black Star. He adjusts the general direction of the strategy. The Interstellar Joint Army is more like a tool person who implements his will and is only responsible for execution. Because of its huge contribution, Black Star became recognized by the interstellar community as the chief war hero, and its reputation soared, surpassing all previous records. It was truly at its peak, and it shook the respect of the entire interstellar community and was enthusiastically sought after. The Super A-level group also shared a lot of reputation and received countless praises, especially the famous victims on the list of soul monuments, which received more respect and were very popular. Although before the outbreak of the World Tree War, Super A was regarded as a privileged class in the interstellar society and was hostile to many interstellar citizens. One code is one code, and Super A-level fought bloody battles on the front line to protect their safety, and interstellar citizens were also grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Due to wartime policies, most of the population in major star fields has been concentrated on different refugee planets. Now that the war is over, the three major civilizations have begun to gradually relocate to a batch of refugees, slowly getting out of the wartime state and returning to normal social operations. Central Star C, the refuge planet of the Sea Blue Federation. In a huge open-air takeoff and landing square, A group of long-distance spacecraft with the emblem of the Black Star Legion docked here neatly. The cabin doors were wide open, and the sea blue star people lined up in endless rows. Following the command of the members of the Army, they stepped onto the starships, returning home nervously and excitedly. The years of fear and anxiety made everyone look haggard and tired, but could not hide the smiles and ease that were overflowing on their faces at this time, and was full of expectations for a better tomorrow. In the office of the government high-level government building, Bennett, with gray hair and wrinkles, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dark crowd in the square, seeing the haggard and excited expressions of the citizens of the sea blue star after another, and couldn't help but sigh softly. The pain of war can only be left to time to heal. As he said that, Bennett turned his head and looked at the Black Star statue, a landmark building in the city, with a look of relief in his eyes. Black Star, you did it, and I knew I could always trust you. Bennett smiled lightly, feeling relieved. He's taken a lot of light on things, but he is still proud of having old friends like Han Xiao. At the same time, in Long Tanfu Island above this refuge planet, a spacecraft slowly sailed into the airport docked steadily, and the hatch door slowly opened. Harrison walked out of the spaceship along the gangway and stepped onto the platform. He only glanced at him, and his eyes locked on Jenny, who was waiting here. As the eyes meet, everything around seems to have become nothingness, and there are only each other in their eyes, as if they are a different world. Harrison strode forward, took a hard sip of Jenny's shiny forehead, and then hugged her into her arms vigorously. Jenny just struggled symbolically, then hugged Harrison's not-so-wide back with her back and whispered, "Do you still know how to come back?" "Sorry, I have a reason to have to leave, Okay, I didn't blame you either." Jenny interrupted him and said angrily, "I just think Black Star, if you hadn't found the World Tree and completed what you wanted to do, you would never have come back." "That's true." Harrison let go of Jenny and scratched his head embarrassedly. Jenny glared at him and said, "Speaking of this, you have also reached the sky in one step. After chasing me, you are a brother-in-law with Han Xiao. Although I don't deal with Han Xiao, I can't deny that he is now a person standing at the top of the universe. With him as a backer, you can walk sideways in the future." Harrison was suddenly a little embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Jenny snorted, lowered her head and touched her lower abdomen, then raised her fist and raised her, pretending to be vicious. "Do you know if you want to be nice to me in the future? Otherwise, my sister and my brother-in-law will find you to mix doubles, and see if you can stand it." Harrison shivered subconsciously. Although he was not dating Jenny for her identity, when he thought of the two great gods in Jenny's family, he couldn't help but sweat and was under a lot of pressure. Harrison felt that the more he talked about this, he quickly changed the topic, coughed, and asked, "Well, I will settle in Longtan from now on and be with you." But Jenny refused, shook her head, and said, "Don't stay in Longtan. I plan to resign. I won't be the headmaster of Longtan." Harrison was surprised. "What's wrong?" "I've worked overtime for so many years and have been tired. Emmers can't manage it. I used to be worried. Now that she and Black Star are getting together, she no longer needs my help." Jenny's tone was complicated, and she was still dissatisfied with Han Xiao, the bastard who snatched her sister, but it was not her turn to object. As he said that, Jenny paused for a moment, looked straight at Harrison, and his tone softened, becoming a little shy. "Besides, I know you like to explore everywhere. I hope you're happy to be with me. I can't unilaterally stop you from pursuing your hobbies just because we are together, so will you take me out for adventure in the future?" Harrison was stunned, then overjoyed and moved. "You are so nice to me." He looked at Jenny's face, his heart beat, and slowly leaned over uncontrollably. Jenny's face turned red, and she slowly closed her eyes. Just as the two were about to put it on, a deliberately aggravated cough suddenly sounded next to them. Cough-ump! It was like a thunder blew up, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere. The two of them woke up like they were in a dream and bounced away like an electric shock. The two of them looked red, and they quickly followed the sound. They saw Aesop coming to them at some point, his eyes circling on them. "When did you come? You're such a big person. Don't you know if you don't bother others to do good things? Ginny was embarrassed and fled in the first place. Aesop was too lazy to pay attention to her, so he walked to Harrison on his own, looked up and down, showed a disrespectful smile, and patted Harrison on the shoulder vigorously, feeling relieved. Good boy. You're much more reliable than that bastard Blackstar. Harrison knew Aesop and said with a wry smile, Don't joke about me. How can I compare with such great figures as Blackstar? Hey, why can't you compare? At least in terms of reproduction, you have already beat him. If he had half of your skills, I would have held my grandson long ago. The guy Blackstar was obviously a naughty man and pretended to be very powerful. I wanted to teach my experience kindly, but he actually disliked me. Aesop was angry when he said this and glared at him. Harrison didn't know what to say, so he said helplessly, Stop making trouble. Blackstar is a person who does big things. How could he waste energy on such small things? Small things. Ginny's ear moved and captured the keywords. Oh, I don't mean that, Before Harrison finished explaining, Aesop put his neck around him, pulled him down, and smiled. I think you're much more pleasing to Blackstar. As you walk, I will teach you a few tricks so that you can treat Ginny well. Get out quickly. Don't disgust me quickly. Ginny next to him looked disgusted, kicked Aesop aside and staggered, pulling Harrison, who was reluctant to leave, turned his head and left. The universe has not been explored, the capital of the Star Alliance. In the office, the head of the Covenant, Savinis, the head of the Lori civilization, and other leaders of the Covenant member states gathered together, and a virtual screen floating in front of each of them showed a copy of the same information. The observer team has sent back this period of the battle situation report. Have you all seen it? The head of the Star Alliance looked around and asked. Savinis nodded and smiled. I finished watching it right away. It seems that with our help, the three major civilizations can't stand it. Hearing this, many people smiled. The head of the Star Alliance smiled slightly and lowered his head to read the content of this information. The World Tree Army attacked the Central Star Sea, concentrated on destroying the refuge planet, causing all refugees on 1,783 planets to be killed. The number of civilian casualties is estimated to be between 15 trillion and 25 trillion. The Glorious Federation's home planet was raided by the World Tree Large Force, and the defense forces struggled to repel the invaders. But the mother planet was seriously damaged. Although the senior management was safe, many middle-level officials and powerful figures died. The Interstellar United Army and the World Tree invaders started a battle at the Liang Silver Spiral Arm. But unexpectedly, they were ambushed with heavy casualties, and 8 super-level deaths were killed on the spot. Due to the unfavorable situation of the war, and being suspected of being an insider, for fear of liquidation afterwards, the Superstar Group Alliance launched an evacuation plan and did not want to continue participating in the war. The three major civilizations expressed strong opposition. The Interstellar Joint Army caused internal turmoil and suspected to be broken. Although I had read it once, when I heard the first of the Star Alliance read it out, Savinis couldn't help but smile happily, and his heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Finally, the leader of the Star Alliance read the fever battle situation fabricated by Han Xiao, carefully paused and said in a relaxed tone, It can be seen that the battle situation between the three major civilizations and the World Tree civilization is extremely fierce, and the Superstar Group Alliance was plotted by us and was misunderstood to become a traitor who leaked intelligence. With internal and external troubles, if this trend continues, the three major civilizations will undoubtedly fail. As soon as the words fell, many people present showed gloating but decent smiles, secretly happy. And some Star Covenant members who were not originally supported have nothing to say now. After reading this report, everyone came to the conclusion that the dogs on both sides had their brains come out, and the three major civilizations would definitely live in dire straits. This wave is stable. Chapter 1445, Establishment of the Super-Powerful Holy Land. Somewhere in the universe has been explored, and the Avengers' fleet is slowly moving. In the cabin, Panergon and his group were surrounding the virtual screen to watch the news of the victory of the three major civilizations. Looking at the joyful appearance of countless interstellar races in the picture, the super A-level expressions present were complicated. The three major civilizations have become winners. The interstellar community escaped. Pangong, are you satisfied now? A super A-level, standing with his arms in his arms. His tone was dissatisfied. Panagon had no expression on his face. There is nothing to be happy about. Is that true? But why do I feel that you are not right? Don't forget what our goal is. To be honest, if you give up revenge, then you should break up as soon as possible. The other person said coldly. These people have been planning a plan to revenge against the three major civilizations. The interstellar community is celebrating victory. Of course, they cannot be happy and just feel bored. At this time, facing Panagon, whose stance is not firm enough, everyone naturally had no good face. Panagon was unmoved and said lightly, "If you have time to say this nonsense, it is better to think about the next step. You still have the face to say that this war is obviously a good opportunity for revenge. If you hadn't insisted that we would not be allowed to take advantage of the issue, we would have long. I would have been beaten to death by Black Star." Panagon interrupted him and said slowly, "From the current result, the situation of the war is reversed. The conclusion is that even if we make trouble, we cannot change the outcome of the victory of the three major civilizations, because the key factors that determine the war will not be affected by us at all. So if we take advantage of the fire in the war, our end will be liquidated and annihilated. You must be glad that I saved our lives." Hearing this, everyone was very upset. Every time they talked about this topic, Panagon would use similar reasons to convince them, and the key was not easy to refute. At this moment, Panagon changed his tone and said, "And don't you think that the new pattern of returning to internal contradictions is a good environment for our development? The reason why I don't agree to cause trouble in the war is because I see this. If the three civilizations lose, we don't need to take action. If we win now, we will form a new check and balance pattern with the Super A-level association and the Super Star Group alliance after the war, and we will have room to turn around. So I have always emphasized that our vision should be forward-looking, foresee changes in the future situation, and we cannot just take a momentary opportunity." Panagon's tone was calm. Everyone's expressions were strange. This sentence sounds true, but it feels inconsistent when you say it from the mouth of a martial artist. After a last look at the joyful interstellar refugee in the news, Panagon then withdrew his gaze and turned around and left the room. When he turned around, a little curve appeared on the corner of his mouth, but then he disappeared and said lightly, "Stop looking. Let's go. Their joy has nothing to do with us." The great migration of homes of refugees from various star fields is in full swing, but one day, an explosive news once again triggered a huge shock to the interstellar community. On this day, the Super A-level association officially announced the establishment of a civilized regime called Superpower Sanctuary. The Civilized Association organization was upgraded to the Civilized Presbyterian Church. All associations over A-level are members of the Presbyterian Church, and some of the people represented by Black Stars are the main decision-making level. The nature of civilization belongs to the most common immigrant country in the interstellar society, which means that all superpowers with good credit will be citizens of the superpowered sacred realm. Regardless of race, all flowers bloom, and the banner it is put forward is building a brilliant country exclusive to superpowers. The Super A-level group is the leader of the superpowered class. It is like a weather vane, which is enough to guide some people to join. In addition, Black Star, the only super god level, is more attractive to the superpowered class. Of course, there are more substantial benefits. As long as you become a citizen of the Super Sanctuary, you can obtain superpowered knowledge from various systems from official channels and apply for customized training programs to help improve your level. In addition, formal citizens can also choose to enjoy the protection of the underworld. If they die unfortunately or die in their sanctuary, they can choose to continue to survive in the form of heroic spirits. If they are promoted to level A, they can directly enter the Presbyterian Church and enjoy the protection of the sanctuary for free. In addition, there are various detailed rules and regulations, civil rights, and other clauses jointly formulated by professionals in various super-level forces, referring to many interstellar civilization systems, and adaptively rewrites, which are relatively complete and detailed. The location of the superpower sanctuary is located in the Shining World, and nearly half of the territory is divided. Some of the star clusters are unexplored areas and are located at the outermost periphery of the explored universe. But the territory is more than that, and the desolate universe belt shining outside the borders of the world has also been included in the territory of the superpowered Holy Realm. This means that the rumination mechanism of the world tree transforms countless planets, and the barren area can also be transformed into a prosperous star domain. Therefore, the superpower sanctuary is equivalent to obtaining a territory that can continuously expand outward without being restricted. The first batch of citizens are all Super A races or civilizations under their jurisdiction and are moving here, and members of various Super A forces also get the first place. As long as they are willing, they can obtain citizenship of the Super Holy Land. If they are unwilling or forced, these people have built the framework of the Super Holy Land. This clearly shows that any civilization will face the risk of losing the superpowers. However, the three major civilizations did not stand up and opposed it. Instead, they sent congratulatory messages to congratulate the establishment of the Superpower Sanctuary in the name of the Shanghai Civilization General Assembly, and at the same time accept the Superpower Sanctuary as a new member of the Civilization Parliament. The agreement between the two sides has long reached to gain the status of a civilized regime after the Battle of the A-Level Association. The three major civilizations have contacted Han Xiao during this period. Even if they are unwilling to do so, they have to fulfill the treaty. Among them, half of the Shining World and many super-level ethnic groups were the rights and interests that Han Xiao fought for. With the concerns of the three major civilizations, they finally let go. The joy of victory in the war has not subsided, and the interstellar citizens have another new topic. The birth of the super sacred land has aroused heated discussions in the entire interstellar society. Although many interstellar citizens guess that the Super A-Level Association will make big moves after the war, due to poor information, basically no one expected that the Super A-Level Association would take action so quickly, and the noise was still so big. Ordinary people were just surprised and hotly discussed, and the entire superclass was sensational. The superpowered Holy Realm is far more attractive to the superpowered class than any civilization. The two benefits of the protection of the underworld and the recovery of the sanctuary are enough to make countless people excited. In addition, there are also a series of treatments such as free public knowledge and free training guidance. If you have enjoyed the taste of extraordinary power, you will basically not be satisfied with the status quo. Most superpowers have ambition to go further in their own rank. The treatment of the superpower sacred realm is eye-catching, and it is not as much obligation as joining a Super A-level force. Although the superpowered class has privileges in the interstellar society, it also has various concerns. Under the tacit understanding of higher civilizations, many middle and lower-level superpowered people have to trade their lives to exchange for various resources and knowledge. This is one of the means for higher civilizations to maintain balance, so as not to free themselves and become social unstable factors. Now the superpower Holy Land shouted the slogan of building the super powerful Holy Land, which caused 1,000 waves. The group of super powerful people no longer hesitated and went to join the franchise. Before the World Tree War, they may be afraid of the authority of the three civilizations and fear of extorting themselves from the interstellar society. Just like the suppression of the Super A-Level Association by the three civilizations back then, many people dare not join the Super A-Level forces. Now that the political status of the Superpower Sanctuary is recognized, Black Star is not the ordinary Super A-Level one back then. Everyone can see that the power of the Superpower Holy Land and the three major civilizations have reached the same level, and it is impossible to repeat the same mistakes. so many superpowers have no worries. Even if the Interstellar Society bans us, we will be able to live in the superpower Holy Land in the future, fearing. Shining the world border area. Han Xiao was floating in the desolate universe belt. His body was filled with the power of the world tree with flashing electric arcs. Facing the dark space, he waved his hands rhythmically, with a leisurely expression, as if he was conducting an orchestra to play a symphony. Under his command, the roots tear apart the space. The roots are inextricably linked and slowly take root. At the same time, the ends of the roots are like bubbles, sprinkling the transformed planets between this galaxy, expanding the territory of the superpowered Holy Realm. Behind him, a group of super A-level people were watching the scene of moving stars and changing the fight, with a shocked look on their faces. No matter how many times I watched this scene, everyone was shocked and in awe. After a while, Han Xiao finally transformed this area, took back the power of the world tree, turned around and flew to everyone, nodded and said, "It should be enough to maintain such a large territory first. Just be happy." Everyone was in a complicated mood and didn't know what to say. Han Xiao turned his head to look at Aurora and asked, "What do the Interstellar Society think about the Super Holy Realm now?" About 120 billion superpowers have applied to become citizens of the Super Holy Realm, and this value is still rising rapidly. Aurora said, "It's a little less, but just at the beginning, many people are still hesitating to watch. When we completely stabilize, the population will soar." Han Xiao nodded casually. During this period, he ran around, met with leaders of forces, reached a consensus, and finally established the superpower Holy Land. Establishing a civilized regime is very cumbersome, and all kinds of structures need to be improved. However, Han Xiao only needs to control the general direction and simple diplomacy. In terms of details, there are professional subordinates of various super-level forces. Because it is the general trend, even the three major civilizations are not hindering, and the establishment of the superpower Holy Land is even smoother than Han Xiao expected. From now on, the Super A-level group has been officially unified, and in the future, they can all be active in the universe under the banner of the superpowered Holy Realm. The pattern of the Interstellar Society has truly become a three-party structure. Han Xiao asked himself that he had fulfilled his original commitment to the Super A-level association. Many senior executives of the Presbyterian Church in the Super A-level sacred realm, among which Aurora was promoted to his deputy by Han Xiao and defeated Suri's position. This personnel change was approved by everyone. Only Aurora can convince the public in the entire Super A-level group. This is also what Sui himself means. He originally planned to go to the unknown universe area after the war to explore, and Han Xiao also changed his position according to his request. Because the oath-raising man also walked with Sui, the covenant was empty. So Han Xiao made Baijel become the acting leader of the covenant and handed over the work with the oath-raising man. Baijel was willing to accept it and didn't mind being an agent leader like a mascot. However, Han Xiao is not very concerned about the covenant now. After getting a world tree that can convert resources, he no longer needs the covenant organization to help him collect the keys of the sanctuary. He mainly implements his previous promises and leaves a place for Super A who is willing to retire. Han Xiao turned his head, looked at Cisco hiding in the crowd, raised his chin, and said, "The one with 7 eyes, haven't you always wanted to relocate the tribe? Move your star-eyed civilization to the super holy land. No one here will suppress you." "Really? I don't believe it." Cisco expressed strong suspicion. Even today, his Black Star PTSD has not been cured yet, and he always feels that Han Xiao wants to plot against him. Han Xiao rolled his eyes secretly and ignored him. At this time, Hilbert led a group of resurgents from the top, with a smile on his face, and said, "Black Star, don't you know if the Super Holy Land Huan welcomes our franchise?" Hilbert has always had the idea of leaving the 3 major civilizations to join the Super A-level association. Now that the war is over and Super A-level civilization is established, he finally made up his mind to join, and he has brought some resurgence from the two major civilizations who also feel that they do not owe the three major civilizations. The purpose is naturally to be unlimited guarantee of the recovery of the sanctuary. Seeing this, Han Xiao also laughed. The three civilizations are even more infuriating now. If you make such a choice, it may make the retirement benefits you have earned for your life invalid. Are you sure? It doesn't matter. We are all those who have died for the three civilizations. We no longer owe them anything. It's time to live for ourselves. Hilbert smiled. Since that's the case, the superpower Holy Land welcomes you all to join. Han Xiao nodded and sighed secretly. According to this trend, the superpower sanctuary may not be able to capture all the individual powers of the entire universe in one place. By that time, the superpower sanctuary became a hall that all superpowers yearned for, and almost all the naturally awakened folk superpowers gathered, and the other civilizations were only superpowers trained by the direct line. Well, from another perspective, this can be regarded as a disguised improvement of the security of the interstellar society, helping major civilizations consolidate the ruling foundation and creating a more stable living environment for interstellar citizens. Alas, we are still concerned about peace and have good intentions. The three major civilizations do not understand me. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed, not ashamed at all. Thank you for the reward of 3,000 in Ajin's harem. End of this chapter. This group of former direct line revivers who defected to the superpower Holy Realm were only a few, and most of the direct line still chose to stay in the three major civilizations. But even so, the comparison of advanced combat power between the two sides was even more disparate. However, Han Xiao is not afraid of blatantly digging out the corners of the three major civilizations. Since he conquered the World Tree to end the war, many backlogs of problems have been solved, such as the ultimate right to disseminate knowledge that the three major civilizations have never let go. The superpower sanctuary has become a palace of individual power. This is the general trend. The three civilizations know that they can't stop it, so they finally compromised with me. Han Xiao's thoughts turned, his eyes swept over everyone, and suddenly locked on a group of freshmen, such as Carlot and Evans, with their eyes flashing slightly. The potential of Karloff and Evans does not need to be emphasized, and the future is naturally promising. However, because the World Tree War broke out many years earlier than in the previous life, they did not have enough time to grow. Even with this cultivation, these missing time are still not so easy to make up, far from reaching the peak of their ability theory. Therefore, in this war, the two did not perform too well, but it is undeniable that the future is still of great value for cultivation. In Han Xiao's view, since the superpower Holy Land has shouted the slogan of superpower class Holy Land, it must reflect the characteristics of inheriting the past and opening up the future, and cannot create a termination of the strong. Although the current peak super A-level lifespan has a long lifespan and is well known, it is not possible to have a new generation of strong men in the future. It is necessary to let the interstellar community see the individual power cultivation ability that transcends any force. Although there may not be any chance to take action in the future, the new generation of strong men are still needed to serve as the superpowered sanctuary. Han Xiao has regarded Carlot and Evans as the mainstay and right-hand man of the superpowered sanctuary. The work of transforming the territory was completed. The secret master and other magicians summoned the directional portal and sent everyone directly back to the main star of the super sacred realm. The main star of the super powerful Holy Land is called Star of Gods. It is located in the back section of the Shining World. It has all the super A-level statues of the Presbyterian Church of Civilization, with a luxurious lineup. Among them, the statue of Black Star is the most towering and conspicuous, and is a landmark building on the entire planet. Countless spacecraft gathered on this planet from all directions, leaving behind streams of light, like bright galaxies hanging upside down. Are these various superpowers who choose to join the superpower Holy Land? Come to the main star to visit various super A-level statues. This area was originally a defense line built by the Interstellar Joint Army. But after the war, All the troop station were withdrawn. This area had new owner. Every super A-level has a mansion here. After everyone comes back, they get separated in groups of 3 or 3. They go to do their own business. Now is the time to move their respective forces to the territory of the superpowered Holy Realm. Most super A-level realm are very busy. Han Xiao returned to the office. People from the Black Star Legion factions, such as Aurora, Hela, and Fording followed him together for a small meeting. The framework of the super powerful Holy Realm has been built, and the rest is filling. Some personnel changes need to be explained to you. As he said that, Han Xiao glanced at everyone. His eyes fell on Nilo and continued. As the supreme leader of the super powerful Holy Realm, I am not suitable to continue to command the Black Star Legion. Nilo, the Legion is temporarily left to you to manage. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Nilo, who was confused with different eyes. It's not suitable for this. I'm not mentally prepared. Nilo was shocked and stuttered. You started from scratch and built your foundation today? Just hand it to me like this? I'm afraid I can't afford it. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and scolded. What are you thinking about? You just want to be an agent commander of the Legion. On the surface, I'm just a name, nominally no longer interfering in the daily affairs of the Legion, but you still have to report to me. Now that he has become the supreme leader of the super sacred realm, he needs to avoid being dissatisfied with the outside world. If he continues to command the Black Star Legion, it is easy for others to have ideas, and it is easy to breed the inflated psychology within the Legion. Although Han Xiao is not afraid, he can avoid it if he can. He also wants to take some burdens and make it easier for him. After all, with its super god level and the power of the World Tree, there is no need for external forces to support its own status, and it just delegates power and reduces burdens. Then I'll be relieved. Nilo breathed a sigh of relief. It's not his fault. It's because there are too many super A levels in the Legion. Although he is the godson of Black Star, he still can't hold on. Moreover, the brand Black Star Army has become famous throughout the universe and stands too high. Nello is afraid that he will lose his reputation, but if he just works, it will be much better. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at Aurora, saying, the same is true for you. Now you have become the second in command of the Super Holy Realm. Don't continue to be the deputy commander of the Black Star Legion. Let's make a settlement later. Aurora was reluctant. Where's the promise that I promised to stay in the Legion as long as I am willing to stay? Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. You are not in the right position now. You always have to take the lead. Even if you're not in the Legion, our relationship has not changed. As the saying goes, people go to a higher place. The Black Star Legion is just a stage of your life, and it has passed. A big liar. Aurora turned her head and turned to one side. Han Xiao had no choice but to look at Hela and asked, What were you thinking about when I told you? Do you accept the position of Minister of the Superpower Domain Superpower Department? Yes. Hela nodded lightly. Okay, then you and Aurora will get rid of the positions in the Legion. Han Xiao nodded. The Super Energy Sanctuary is divided into 5 important departments based on the 5 super energy systems, led by the corresponding Super A level, and has great power. Hela's performance in this war is obvious to all, and coupled with the characteristics of the underworld, she is in charge of the supernatural department, and no one has any objections. Originally, Han Xiao wanted Manison to take charge of the mechanical department, but old Maitu refused. He had to settle for the second best and let Kant preside over the mechanical department. The Ministry of Magic is managed by Milizaos, with the deputy being the secret master and the Minister of Martial Arts Department Sierran. Han Xiao plans to replace Carlot in the future. The best candidate for the Mind Power Department was Suri, but he had to travel far, so he changed it to a Mind Power Department that had been following the association's peak A-level team, and Fording was the deputy. After some personnel changes, the power of the superpower Holy Land was distributed to various heroes. Many of the people with high power are former members of the Black Star Army. Han Xiao asked them to give all of them, but did not force the Legion camp to bind these people. Although these people don't mind following him, they still have to give him face. As a real powered senior executive in the superpower Holy Land, It is not good to keep the title of Deputy Commander of the Deputy Legion, and it also makes the Black Star Legion control the civilized decision-making power and is too strong. Although he is now qualified to be a dictator, he does not need to show it. On the surface, a group of super-level Exodus appeared to have lost the combat power of the Black Star Army. But in fact, there was not much difference for Han Xiao. In the past, he wanted to collect a lot of strong men and strengthen the momentum of the Black Star Legion. But now he has to do subtraction, and his status has changed. These Super A-level people are not in the Legion, which does not mean they don't listen to him. At this time, Hela hugged his arms with both hands and said straight, "You want to teach me how to enter the Super God level? I can't teach you now. Wait until you get into the bottleneck." Han Xiao waved his hand. He arranged many positions in the Legion of Super A-level positions. After dealing with the last person, he thought about it, then looked at Aurora and said, "By the way, you let Sorgen out? I have something to talk to him." Aurora curled her lips, but she still did it. A cluster of gentle golden energy condensed into a physical body and gradually turned into Sorgen's appearance. Sorgen opened his eyes, glanced around, and finally fell on Han Xiao and said in confusion, Wasn't the war over? Why did you call me out?" Han Xiao rubbed his knuckles and said, "I have a good thing for you. As long as you are willing to make 3 rules with me, not cause trouble or do whatever you want, I will allow you not to go back to the underworld and keep acting outside." Hearing this, Sorgen looked suspicious. "What did you treat me so well? Tell me what you want me to do." The Super A-Level Association has established a civilized regime called the Superpower Sanctuary. I will tell you the specific things later. I hope you will be a senior economic or business leader and give full play to your strengths. How about it? Are you interested? There is such a good thing. Sorgen's eyes lit up. "Just say whether you want to." Han Xiao's tone was casual. Of course, there is no shortage of economic professionals in the Superpower Sanctuary, but Sorokin is the best guy among the Super A-level group. Han Xiao feels that throwing him in the underworld is a waste of his talent. It's a pity that he simply gets Sorokin out so that he can use his remaining energy. Anyway, with his current status, he is no longer afraid of Sorokin causing any storm. "No problem, just rest assured. With me here, I will definitely make the economy of this super-powered sacred domain prosperous, become bigger and stronger, and create another glory." Sorojin immediately agreed. He certainly would not refuse such a rare opportunity to leave the news in the underworld. As for the hatred with Black Star, Sorojin has already accepted his fate over the years. He is a smart person and will not always be upset about it. Han Xiao nodded with satisfaction and was about to say something when the communicator suddenly rang. Beep, beep, beep. He glanced at it, and it was a call from the head of the Empire, Bruce. Han Xiao waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave. He answered the communication only after everyone left. "What's the matter for me?" "Black Star, we plan to hold a grand ceremony on January 1st, 800 of the Xinghai calendar to celebrate this victory, commemorate the lives sacrificed in the war, and award meritorious officials. You super-powered Holy Land will also participate, especially you. The entire interstellar society will regard you as a hero. Don't be absent." "I will go then." Han Xiao nodded and agreed. This war is indeed worthy of the ceremony held by the 3 major civilizations, and the date chosen is also very meaningful. The first day of a new century. I am afraid that it was not for the convenience of students' recitation that I specially chose this day. After chatting for a few casual words, Han Xiao also expressed the choice of Hilbert's group of people, but Marbru's reaction was very calm, as if he had expected it, which made Han Xiao not see the other party's angry look, which was a little regretful. Han Xiao calculated the date after hanging up the communication. There is half a year left before the ceremony. This period of time is enough to gain a foothold in the Superpower Sanctuary. After the ceremony, there will be a lot of free time. I will enter the sanctuary and revive the old, unlucky guys who died in battle. By the way, I will find out all the information on the sanctuary message board. Because the World Tree solved the problem of the key of the sanctuary, Han Xiao naturally thought of a solution. which is to use this point to continuously enter and exit the sanctuary to refresh the permissions and unlock all the information on the message board. Theoretically, this operation is completely feasible, but it took a lot of time, and Han Xiao decided to wait until the new pattern stabilized before implementing it. Speaking of this, players don't know what they are doing recently. Han Xiao opened the panel and took a look at the player forum. Most of the topics discussed in the post were related to war victory in Super Holy Land. Now that the war is over, the player group is idle. Although Han Xiao has launched the copy of the World Tree War series, most people are still in a state of idleness. After just experiencing the end of a world main mission, many people are temporarily unable to raise their energy to do the sidelines and need to be digested. In addition, the 5th Professional League is already in the preparation stage, attracting players' attention, so Han Xiao doesn't have to worry about players having fun everywhere if they are idle. The universe is peaceful and social stability. Everything is getting better. TSK. It's been a long time since I've been so relaxed. Han Xiao let out a breath, feeling a refreshing mood, and an indescribable sense of satisfaction emerged. Another place in the Star of the Gods, Manison's mansion. Manison played the cards casually, looking at Suai, who was thinking about his hand opposite the card table, and said casually, "You have decided to travel far and find a new life goal. I haven't congratulated you yet. You have to find something to do after living for a long time. There is basically no secret to me who has explored the universe. Only by finding unknowns can you have fun." Suai played a card casually and said with a smile, "But speaking, I didn't expect that you actually rejected the invitation from Blackstar, did not take charge of the mechanical department of the Super Sacred Realm, and voluntarily gave up this position of power. Don't you do the same?" Manison did not agree. "I don't want to take up a position because I want to travel far. But if you stay here, why don't you want this power? This is not like you." Suai raised his eyebrows. "I have other arrangements." Manison glanced at the card game, drew a card to play, but thought about it, stuffed the card back, changed to another card and played it, and kept talking, saying, "I plan to study in seclusion for decades and don't want to be distracted in other places. Besides, with Blackstar here, I can never surpass him in the eyes of the mechanic." "Yes." Suai sighed. "It is the misfortune of all mechanics in the same era as him." Manison looked up at him and knocked on the table. "You are not a mechanic, so how could you feel so much? To be honest, if I were you, I would just worship Blackstar as a teacher. It's not embarrassing to learn knowledge." Suai shrugged. "You just talking too much. Hurry up and play the cards." Manison snorted coldly. Although his relationship with Han Xiao has eased a lot, and he is willing to obey the other party's orders to a certain extent, but let him bow his head again? Absolutely impossible. The establishment of the super powerful Holy Land established a new pattern after the war. After preliminary observation, a large number of superpowers from different civilizations poured into the territory of the super powerful Holy Land from various star domains and obtained formal citizenship after approval. The work efficiency of super A-level forces is notoriously high. With the rapid implementation and improvement of various implementations, the superpower sanctuary began to operate efficiently in just a few months. In contrast, the entire interstellar society has not yet come back to its senses, and it still takes a lot of time to adapt to the new pattern. The Superstar Group Alliance also used the birth of the superpower Holy Land to get rid of the situation of suppression that had been under constant pressure, and finally enjoyed normal treatment of higher civilizations and obtained a certain degree of right to develop freely. The post-war pattern has passed through the changing stages and gradually stabilized. As the entire interstellar community strives to adapt to the post-war changes, it quietly came to the end of the 799th year of the Xinghai calendar. The celebration ceremony held by the 3 major civilizations was held as scheduled. January 1st, 800th year of Xinghai calendar. Central Star C, New Century Star. A few months ago, in order to hold this celebration, the 3 major civilizations began to artificially transform the planet, transforming a dead and desolate planet into a celebration planet, and named it New Century Star, commemorating the past 100 years of experience, especially the victory of the World Tree War. Looking down from space, a giant building like a tower of heaven stands on the new Century Star land. At the top is an open-air square platform. This is the celebration venue, with rows of floating seats neatly suspended around them, surrounded by rings. There were dense spacecraft floating in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and countless interstellar media arrived at the scene early. This time, it was also a comprehensive broadcast of major star fields, but the number of viewers could not set a new record because the war caused a lot of population loss. But the ratings hit a new high, and almost every household stayed on TV to watch the broadcast. Anti-gravity suspension vehicles in the atmosphere rose from the ground and flew to the venue. One by one, invited people took their seats one after another. Representatives of civilization, military heroes, super A-level groups, etc. were basically big figures in the interstellar society. As the guests entered the seat and waited for the celebration to begin, the venue soon became lively. The super A-level around him was chatting without a word. Han Xiao did not participate in the topic and took out the communicator to take a look. Interstellar media had already started broadcasting. The camera swept across the venue and seemed to know what the audience wanted to see. He pulled it on his face from time to time, slapped his angular masculine face so clearly that it was clear. TSK, I always patted me. Do you like it so much? Han Xiao smacked his lips without any shame. Sitting beside him, Soy pushed his waist with his elbow and laughed in a low voice. It's a pity that you haven't recovered those super ill-level deaths in battle. They are going to miss this celebration. I deliberately pay homage to the dead. When we are silent together, if we see their victims alive, that's a bad atmosphere. Han Xiao paused. His expression suddenly became a little weird, and he added, Besides, you don't want to see Dilrun speak on such an occasion. That's true. Soy shivered. Han Xiao shook his head and stopped talking. In the past 6 months, the superpower sanctuary has stabilized, and he has also had a rare relaxing holiday. He is in a very good spirit now, and he tastes good. Although this celebration ceremony was just a process for Han Xiao, it was quite meaningful to the interstellar community. It tried to soothe the wounds left by interstellar citizens in the war and let them muster up the courage to look forward to the future. After all, normal people's lives require a sense of ritual. Without waiting for a long time, the heads of the 3 major civilizations arrived in person, and the venue gradually became quiet, and the audience watching the broadcast was also waiting for it. In full view of everyone, Marbruce slowly came to the speech stage with a solemn expression. She glanced at the audience and spoke slowly. The universe is vast, and countless unknown civilizations are embellished like stars, bringing vitality to this world that should have been silent. We are also one of them. We live in a corner of the universe and are constantly thriving. In the past 100 years, we have experienced many sufferings, from internal struggles, technological disasters, and invasions of foreign enemies. Marbruce said it and counted the experiences of the past 100 years: Red Tide, Shining World Development, Intelligent Plague, World Tree War, etc., sorted out, remembering the bitterness and sweetness, and awakening the dusty memories of many people. Over the past century, Black Star is a person who cannot be avoided. He has an extremely strong sense of existence on the interstellar stage, as if most interstellar events have their shadows. The past 100 years have been like the rise of Black Star. Many players who watched the broadcast listened with relish. When they recalled the Black Star Legion series of videos made by Meatbags, they couldn't help but feel honored, and they felt strongly immersed in it, as if they were there. No matter how great Black Star has achieved, in the minds of many Ashes players, the figure of the Black Ghost was still lingering. With their support and witnesses, it was like watching a child growing up, extremely friendly. We have survived all the past, and today we have finally entered a peaceful new century, which is inseparable from the contribution and sacrifice of pioneers. They exchanged their lives for our stable new life. Marbruce's face was calm, and he took out a speech and read it slowly. The 31st Corps of the Interstellar Joint Army, the former Iron Flag Fleet of the Red Empire, resisted the World Tree civilization in the interception circle with a total of 8.8 million people and was completely destroyed. The 477th Corps of the Interstellar Joint Army, the former Glimmerlight Fleet of the Glorious Federation, faced the World Tree Pioneer Force on the Shining World Defensive Front with a group of 11.2 million people and only 403 people remained. The First Corps of the Interstellar Joint Army. Marbru's tone was solemn, reading one shocking casualties after another. As the number of sacrificed troops was listed, the mood of the people present and the many interstellar citizens in front of the screen became solemn. Many people only know that this war suffered heavy casualties and did not know the specific situation. It was not until now that they had a clear concept. Everyone was silent for a few minutes before Marbru's continued to speak, posthumously awarding the victims who died in battle with a solemn atmosphere. Only when all the victims were chased, and it was the turn to commend the living heroes of the war, the atmosphere became relaxed and warm. One by one, the heroes of the war came to power, and the three civilized leaders awarded medals one after another, with officers accounting for the vast majority, and all the super-level groups had a share. Even the former resurrected people who transferred to the superpower Holy Land received different medals of honor, and even the Superstar League, which had always been able to watch dramas, received different medals. The three major civilizations have shown sincerity. Today, we will not talk about the camp, but only on achievements and treat everyone equally, except Loki. I basically wanted to play freely, but I felt the gaze that Han Xiao looked at him on the seat, and finally I followed the words obediently. This link lasted for a long time, and it was finally Han Xiao's turn to be the last finale. Marbruce coughed and said loudly, "In the World Tree War, Black Star made too many contributions to provide us with a lot of intelligence. In the end, it almost turned the tide, reversed the situation that was unfavorable to us, and gave us the opportunity to end the war ahead of time. No one can replace his contribution." All the civilized members of the Star Sea Civilization General Assembly decided unanimously to award the Black Star Sea Medal. Papa Papa! Everyone applauded vigorously. Now Black Star's reputation in the Order Camp has been booming, and basically everyone is sincerely congratulating. When solving the intelligent plague, Black Star had already received a Star Sea Medal, and now it has received the second. The Star Sea Medal is the highest honor of the Interstellar Society and will not be awarded a second time in principle. But Black Star is the only person who has received it twice and has made history. But everyone was not surprised at all. He Xing deserved such honor. Except for the Star Sea Medal, no other reward is worthy of his contribution. Amid the warm applause, Han Xiao stood up calmly and came to the platform. "Thank you for your contribution to the interstellar community." Marbruce sincerely. The other Lewis and the Zuling sect head looked serious and patted Han Xiao's arms left and right to show their closeness. Han Xiao would not give others face on such occasions. He nodded and took over the Star Sea Medal from the heads of the three major civilizations and put his hands on his chest. According to convention, the awardee needs to make a speech. Han Xiao has already prepared his speech, all of which are all scenes, and he is already familiar with this aspect. He came to the speech table skillfully and was about to speak according to the speech, but suddenly he paused. Countless lights flashed in front of my eyes, and countless interstellar citizens were watching him behind the screen. The guests around him calmed down and stretched their necks. The faces of different races held their breath and were waiting for his long speech. Looking at this scene, Han Xiao was a little dazed for a moment. He looked down at the medal on his chest and subconsciously stretched out his fingers to rub it. He hesitated for a few seconds, gave up his long speech, shook his head gently, and said seriously, "I hope there will be no war in the world. I hope the world will be peaceful." The venue hesitated for a while, waiting for Han Xiao's following, but after Han Xiao said that, he nodded slightly to everyone. Seeing this, everyone present gave applause, which lasted for a long time. The process proceeded step by step, and after Marbru's passionate, looking forward to the future speech, the celebration ceremony finally ended successfully. The entire interstellar community is filled with joy, and the heart seems to have been baptized once, full of new impetus for the days ahead. And a few days later, the three major civilizations jointly organize conference rooms. The Star Alliance is still the same. According to the group of spies who were instigated by Black Star, the top leaders of the Star Alliance believed in their intelligence and were very excited. But we should pay attention to it, so that we will miss it. Yes, Black Star has already said hello. He said hello to go to the sanctuary to recover a group of Super A levels. We need to be careful during this period and not let Star Alliance see through our tricks. The three discussed in a low voice. Black Star went to the sanctuary and was unable to sit in the superpower sanctuary for the time being, but the three of them had no other thoughts about him. Now they were only worried that Black Star would be absent and Star Alliance would see through their plans. The army has recovered a little after the rest of the past 6 months, but the superpowers have lost a lot of money and cannot compete with the superpowers. Alas! But Black Star just said a few days ago that he is willing to develop this sanctuary with us in the future, and I don't know if it's a lie. The three of them were a little puzzled. Now Black Star has the upper hand and has a stable position. There's no need to share information about the sanctuary with them, and I don't know what the Black Star Gourd sells this time. Bruce hesitated. I don't think it's very credible. The revival of the sanctuary is an important trump card of Black Star. How could it be shared? If he really does this, he will definitely have greater plans. Lewis shook his head. Not to talk about him for now. It's more important to solve the Star Alliance. Although they're trapped now, we can hide it for a while and cannot hide it for a lifetime. The longer the time is, the more likely they will be to be suspicious. When do you think it's better to do it? The head of the Zuling sect pondered. Now the war weariness is high, and the interstellar society can't withstand another round of war. If we do it rashly, the praise now may turn into accusations. I think it's appropriate to do it after the interstellar society is stable for at least 3 to 5 years. Anyway, time is on our side, so there's no need to worry. Let's talk about it when we recover. The three of them whispered to discuss when to start a new war. Half a month later, there was a no-man's land in the superpower sanctuary. Han Xiao was floating in the universe, and there was no one around him. He had already greeted the 3 major civilizations and the superpowered Holy Realm, and today he stepped into the sanctuary and began to plan to swap permissions. In the inner space, the world tree moved slightly, transforming a key to the sanctuary and burning quickly. The next moment, a surging light burst out from the palm of your hand and shot out, turning into a sanctuary light gate in the universe in front of you, slowly rotating. I hope this plan can work. Han Xiao calmed down and flew in, and his figure was gradually swallowed by the light. It was the familiar tunnel of flowing light, and it was a familiar trance and hazy. The consciousness was rising and falling. I don't know how long it took, but Han Xiao suddenly felt shocked, and he returned to his senses. Han Xiao's gaze suddenly became clear. Looking around, it was still the familiar sight of the first sanctuary. The white world was boundless, and countless soft balls of light floated in it, storing one iterative collection of information states. It's still the same blur, but it's a little lighter than last time. Han Xiao is familiar with this feeling. After all, he has come in many times and is already a regular visitor. He looked down at the back of his hand, and the mark of the authority of the sanctuary was shining, one level higher than last time. Let's resurrect those unlucky guys first. Han Xiao skillfully sacrificed various media that were killed in battle and activated the sanctuary recovery function. Soon, lights emerged out of thin air, gathered from all directions, condensed into a sanctuary revival imprint, floating in front of Han Xiao. Han Xiao stretched out his fingers, and the sanctuary revival imprint seemed to turn into liquid, flowing along his fingers, freezing on the back of his hand, turning into a tattoo-like copy. He entered the spirit and checked the resuscitation targets and confirmed that all the famous guys on the list of Soul Monument were inside. After doing this serious matter, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief, calmed down, summoned the message board of the sanctuary, and looked over. The authority of the first sanctuary was increased again, and the content on the message board appeared more than last time. The closer the time was, the more you arranged it from front to back. Han Xiao compared it according to his memory, and saw the records of the fifth last star couplet along the way, and then he concentrated his spirit and looked down carefully. The last 4 paragraphs are the places with the most vacancy content. He has read it twice before and has obtained 2 slightly valuable information. One is the information state stripping plan mentioned in the 4th to last paragraph, and the other is the plan to continue the previous iteration, which mentions a certain unknown device and control valve. This time, Han Xiao found that some vacant content was filled in the last 4 messages, among which some information that he cared about appeared in the penultimate and the penultimate paragraphs. Conversion plan failed, but the principle has been proven to be feasible. The reason for the failure is the lack of a key real estate medium and the inability to establish contacts. This is necessary to improve next time. In addition, the information realization device has been manufactured and loaded into the template may cause information alienation during the process, and it will be presented in the subsequent in an unknown form. A comment on the penultimate part. The existing real media is not enough to complete the conversion plan of the previous iteration. We need a deeper contact to build a stable bridge. We decided to add control valves to the information implementation device to reduce the processing cost of the information implementation device. The last part of the message. Well, this. Han Xiao's eyes flashed slightly. The penultimate message is the last iteration mentioned in the penultimate message. It can be seen from the current content that the latter inherits the former's plan. The unknown device and control valve mentioned in the penultimate paragraph last time were also unlocked at this time, which is the information implementation device manufactured in the penultimate paragraph iteration. In addition, these 2 pieces of information have brought up a new concept reality. Han Xiao secretly said that with his current level, there are very few things he doesn't understand at the technological level, and it is actually the first time he has seen this term. Han Xiao tried to use the index function of the sanctuary permission to retrieve this keyword, but the sanctuary mark did not respond. Generally speaking, only a precise search for a single iteration or a civilized name can be activated. It seems that we have to continue to swipe the permissions and unlock the civilized name of the last 4 messages. Han Xiao did secretly. Now the civilized name mentioned in the last 4 messages is still vacant, and the permissions are not enough to view. Keeping this information in mind, Han Xiao closed the message board and began to search for technical information in the first sanctuary. Although he has not yet studied all the foundation in his hands and has no shortage of technology, he has come, after the sanctuary authority has been increased, the upper limit of memory capacity has also increased. After a long time, Han Xiao filled the capacity this time and returned with a full load. He did not continue to stay here and opened the sanctuary channel to leave. After passing through the flowing light tunnel again, Han Xiao suddenly lightened and had returned to the main universe. The holy light gate was spinning and disappearing behind him. Han Xiao opened the communicator and took a look. It was only more than 30 days. The flow rate of time is getting closer and closer, and it is estimated that only 20 days will be enough next time. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. The message board of the sanctuary seems to be universal, and it is the same for any sanctuary, so just concentrate your firepower to brush the authority of one of the sanctuaries. If all the sanctuaries are brushed together, it will take many years. Han Xiao thought about it, replaced the emperor, teleported to the main star of the super sacred domain, and flew to the huge square where all the super level statues were placed. At this time, the square was bustling with pedestrians. All the superpowers gathered from all over the world. When they saw Han Xiao coming, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were extremely surprised. Look, it's the Black Star. It's actually a real person coming. I'm your admirer. Can you give me an autograph? Many pedestrians were excited and rushed over, like fanatical, star-chasing people. Now among the superpowered class, Black Star is almost the idol of the whole nation. Among the 10 superpowered people, at least 8 are his admirers, no different from great men. Han Xiao smiled at everyone and waved his hand. A breeze floated, and the invisible force field was rotating and spreading, like a transparent barrier covering an area, blocking all pedestrians. Pedestrians from further away also came to hear the news, and there were crowds of people outside the barrier, and soon surrounded one layer after another, looking at Han Xiao curiously, guessing his purpose of coming. Han Xiao didn't explain anything and activated the sanctuary's revival mark on his own. Light rushes one by one, condensed into balls of light, gradually transforming into entities that were killed in a super A-level battle. The reason why it is used in front of the public and deliberately manifests itself in front of others is to allow the public to see the actual scene of the sanctuary revival and increase the attraction of the superpowered sanctuary. This is a plan set during the meeting in the previous few months, and every revival of the sanctuary will be carried out publicly in the future. Before sweeping the authority of the sanctuary, Han Xiao planned to resurrect these unlucky people first, and on the one hand, they would let them return as soon as possible and fulfill their promises. On the other hand, it was to let the three major civilizations and other forces see that the time he spent in the sanctuary was shortened and told them that they could come back at any time. Although these sluts may not have any other thoughts now, Han Xiao felt that it would be best to avoid this possibility, so as not to avoid these higher civilizations that they would disappear for too long at once and want to make up some trouble. Soon, the light in the square was solid. In the public eye, the group of super A-level dead were resurrected, with confusion remaining on their faces. After a while, they gradually came to their senses. Ha! I'm alive again. Praise Black Star. Where is this? Why haven't I seen it before? What era is now? Has the World Tree War been over? A group of resurgents looked around, curious, and finally their eyes fell on Han Xiao. Okay, the war is over, we win. Please ask Aurora and the others for the specific situation. Han Xiao waved his hand unconsciously. This was not the first time these people have recovered. The advantage is that he does not need to explain the situation from scratch. He turned his head to look at Dilrin and said, I fulfill my promise and let you get back to freedom. You should try to keep a low profile in the future, otherwise I will not stop you. Dilrin's face twitched and he was speechless. Restoring freedom should be a happy thing, but Dilrin felt guilty. When he was a hero in the underworld, he had no worries, so he spoke more unscrupulously, letting himself go and spitting anyone he wanted and offending many people. Others were too lazy to argue with him, but now they were alive. If they came to the door to settle the matter, even if they were going to suffer a heavy blow, for some reason, Dilrin felt a little reluctant to be a hero in the underworld. Han Xiao didn't say much to everyone, and turned around and teleported, disappeared from the spot, losing the barrier of the force field, and countless pedestrians immediately flocked in. These resurrected people did not understand the situation and almost drowned in the sea of people, so they quickly took off. Halfway through the flight, Aurora, who had already noticed the movement here, arrived with a group of super A-level left on the main star to welcome the group of resurgents. Congratulations on your resurrection. Come with us and explain the situation to you, Aurora said. Since she was elected as the second in command of the super holy land, she has been maintaining the form of a royal sister, as if this could bring her some magnanimity bonus. However, in the eyes of the super A-level group with preconceived impressions, she is still cute. Even if Aurora deliberately stretched her face and made a graceful and luxurious attitude, she still has no deterrence at all. Many revivers nodded, followed Aurora, and flew to the core building of the superpower sanctuary. Dilrin was about to follow, but suddenly felt a hot and vigorous blood coming from the side. Two thick, tough, and elastic chest muscles were clamped over, biting his arm like a big mouth. At the same time, his shoulders were climbed, and waves of force came, grabbing him tightly to prevent him from moving. Dilrin turned his head and looked at it. Ciarian appeared beside him, holding his shoulders vigorously, holding his back, and a huge basin came over, with a malicious smile on his rough face. Oh, you're finally alive. Come here, we guys want to have a good chat with you. Dilrin turned his head stiffly and saw a group of super A-level staring at him not far away, with a playful look in his eyes, and there were many peak super A-level ones in it. Guru. Dilrin swallowed quietly, and cold sweat broke out from his back. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. At this moment, Dilrin found that it is indeed more comfortable to be a hero. Han Xiao only appeared once briefly. After completing the recovery of the sanctuary, he immediately opened the sanctuary and started the action of flipping permissions. Nowadays, the affairs of the superpower land are under the jurisdiction of Aurora and the Elders Committee, and the external environment is very stable, so his disappearance has little impact. As the day passed, it was finally time for Suri to leave. Most of the old brothers respected him more than A. On the day he left, they came to see him off. After the World Tree battle, most people have a comrade-in-arms relationship, and their relationship is much better than before. A guy like Sui, who is kind to others, has a very good relationship with others. The airport dock of the Superpower Sanctuary contains various highest technology long-distance spacecraft docked in orbit. The cabin door was opened, and Sour and the Swearer had packed up their things and stood in front of the gangway to say goodbye to everyone, feeling a bit reluctant to say goodbye. You two must be careful not to explore the unknown dangers of the universe, Aurora told everyone on behalf of everyone. Sui smiled. It's okay, there's a black star to protect you anyway. Haha, just kidding. Our ability is here, and it won't be so easy to fall into danger. You will probably not come back for a long time now, and there is no news. Alas, I won't be able to find you to play cards again in the future. Khan was a little sad. It's okay, there are not many other things in our superpower holy land, but there are many card friends. Saurier shook his head and smiled. At this time, Manison walked up and patted Sauri on the shoulder. Without saying much, he said concisely, "Goodbye. Old friend, the journey is going smoothly. Thank you. I wish you a smooth retreat." Sauri put away his smile and nodded. If it is not considered a black star, among everyone, his relationship with Manison is actually the best. The two have known each other for hundreds of years and have long known each other. You know my background, I understand your details, and your relationship is extraordinary. Most of the farewells to Thuy are super A levels of the current era, and on the other side, the swearing man is surrounded by the First Covenant revivals. We made a covenant together, and one companion after another died. Only you have persisted until now. We never thought you could really accomplish this career. Thank you for the hard work these years. If it weren't for you, we would have been sleeping forever. Although in our active era, you were not showing off, we now know that you may be the best among us. Many first-timers were deeply moved. The swearing man waved his hand without expression. Don't say anything about the past. I just fulfilled my original promise. There is nothing to praise. Unfortunately, although we really fulfilled our wish and successfully resurrected in the future, the times no longer belong to us. Bigel sighed and said reluctantly, no matter what, we always appreciate your actions. When we miss us, let's take a look at the original deck we gave you. This is the first generation of out-of-print cards. We're going to the headquarters of the Veen Card Issuing Group. Friendly. I will collect it. The swearing man was speechless, but his face, which has always been serious, still showed an undetectable smile. Everyone said goodbye for a while, and finally finished everything they should say. Sweal and the swearing man looked at each other. Let's go. The two of them finally nodded to everyone, then turned their heads without any nostalgia and boarded the spacecraft. Buzzing, everyone watched the spaceship slowly start, gliding along the orbit, take off and sail into the universe, accelerated suddenly, and flew away in an instant, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky, leaving only a dazzling tail flame track. Manison withdrew his gaze, refused to say hello to others, and turned his head and left. He decided to start a long-term retreat from today, be isolated from the world, learn technology down to earth, and devote himself to scientific research. Instead of taking shortcuts, he still prefers to rely on his own wisdom, as always, never changed. At the same time, the Zuling sect and the Temple of the Gods. A long-distance fleet, is ready to go. His Excellency Ernos, have you decided that you really want to go to the unexplored universe? A group of priests surrounded him with complex expressions. I have discovered that the key to the road ahead is hidden in the depths of the starry sky. Ernos looked at the galaxy with deep eyes. Just a few months ago, he finally discovered his hidden perception and sensed the location of the super god's legacy in the starry sky, just like a star, guiding the direction from afar. Finally, he decided to pursue his intuition, leave the explored universe, and head to unknown areas to find opportunities to enter the super god level. Since that's the case, we respect your choice. The head of the teachings asked us to give a message, and he said that we hope that when you return, you could become the first super god-level leader. Tell him he will do his best. Ernos responded lightly and stepped into the spaceship. The next moment, the fleet of the Zuling sect slowly moved towards the unknown way forward in the sky, facing the stars. P.S. PY will recommend the new book of the new episode of The Good Friend July, which is very magical, and the name is actually called New Book. The author of the history of July is the old author, so there is no doubt about his skills. The background dynasty chosen this time is the era where time traveler Wang Mang and great magician Han Xiao are located. It sounds quite interesting. If you're interested, please read it. Thanks to the scholars in Xinqing for their appreciation. Thank you for the rewards that will kill people if you don't eat gold coins. End of this chapter. Super powerful holy land, a no man's land. A ball of radiant energy is suspended in the universe, with unpredictable shapes, like a colorful cloud kneaded by invisible power. Various high-energy particles flow through it, just like the electrical signals released by neurons when they are active, and the entire energy cluster is like an energy field-like brain like a small nebula. Evans floated in the center with a serious expression, delicate control of various energy, constantly improving the nebula brain. But suddenly, the energy nebula expanded unstably, and the neural bridges built by various energy collapsed in a chain, and a violent chain reaction occurred quickly. Just as the energy nebula was about to expand and burst, Evans tied his hands together. The supernatural field opened, and the manic energy suddenly stabilized, quickly contracted, turning into a dazzling light ball with a big head, which was sucked into Evans' body. Oh, it failed again. Evans looked helpless and sighed secretly. Since he witnessed a super god-level battle in war, he has deeply felt his lack of strength and has always yearned for that incredible power. Originally, after the war, everyone started taking vacations, but Evans was one of the few people who had not relaxed and had been relying on developing superpowers. On the one hand, the motivation is his own pursuit, and on the other hand, Evans still remembers Black Star's high expectations for him, and is unwilling to waste his hard-won potential and strive to reach the level that Black Star expects. However, the strange god was very pleased with this, thinking that Evans had always remembered the promise of helping him beat the Black Star, and always gave him all his money to guide Evans's practice. I hope I can improve as soon as possible. Lord Black Star told me that he hopes that I will be the mainstay of the super sacred realm in the future and cannot disappoint him. Evans clenched his fists and secretly encouraged him. Just as he was about to try again, his perception suddenly moved and looked in a direction from afar. I saw the flowing light jumping from far to near. A spacecraft jumped over, hovering not far away, and a strong figure flew out. It was Carlot. Hey, it turns out that you are here. I'll tell you when there was an extra high-energy reaction area in the territory. When Carlot saw Evans, he was shocked and took the initiative to talk. Hello. Evans hesitated for a moment and nodded and said hello. Although both of them are members of the Black Star Army, they don't communicate much with each other. They just know each other's basic situation. They just know each other. What are you doing here? Evans was curious. I am looking for an extreme environment to temper my body. The spacecraft sensed a high-energy reaction, so I came over. It turned out that you were training, no wonder. Oh, so that's it. The two were not familiar with each other. They chatted awkwardly for a few words and found that there was no topic, so they gradually fell silent. But no one left, staring at him with big eyes, and the atmosphere gradually became strange. Speaking of which, the two of them were in seclusion and practiced, and they always thought that they were the only seed player treated specially by Black Star. After coming out, they were surprised to learn about the other party's existence, and found that they were not the only one. Such a relationship has always made the two of them think about each other very subtle. On the one hand, they are curious about each other's background. On the other hand, they are curious about what Black Star likes each other. This mentality is roughly equivalent to two top students in a class. They both received the treatment of a teacher for a small training session and subconsciously developed a competitive mentality. After a long time, Carlotte coughed dryly, breaking the silence, and speaking tentatively, "Why? Let's practice." "It sounds good." Evans and Carlotte's eyes met in the air, as if sparks were sparks. The headquarters of the Black Star Army, the office of the Fleet Chief Commander. Melas sat on the sofa with his legs raised, looking at the Sunils in front of him, and stretched out his fingers and pushed the wine glass on the table. "Drink some." "No need for Mr. Melas." Melas ignored it, looked at the Sunils in the lead, and nodded. "You are the Sunils' leader of this generation." "It's not bad. The previous leader mentioned you to me and said you are very smart and capable." "It's a mistake." The leader nodded. The Sunils are the ethnic group of Melas. Since the rise of the Black Star Legion, Melas, as the earliest veteran, has a deep authority and has provided many resources to the ethnic group within his ability. Therefore, every generation of Sunil leaders will come to visit him, which is equivalent to paying a peer, and this generation is no exception. Since you have become the leader, then do it well. Melas encouraged him, looked at the young Sunils behind him, and raised his eyebrows and said, "These are His Excellency Melas. These are several young people with great potential among my immediate family. They hope to join the Black Star Legion to experience it. Please take care of it." The Sunil's leader said respectfully. Melas looked at the people, and the young men immediately raised their chests and looked up, quite nervous. Seeing this, Melas shook his head and said, "The Legion has changed to a chief. Now Nilo is in power, but the standards are still as strict as ever. I can make them formal members, but whether they can climb up depends on their own abilities." "Thank you." The Sunil leader saluted. Melas waved his hand and signaled that there was no need to be polite. After a moment, he suddenly changed his mind and said, "From now on, each of your generation of leaders should not come to visit me again. It should be more independent. Let's leave me now." The Sunil leader's body shook slightly. His face was complicated, but he said nothing. He lowered his head and left with tactfulness. After the group left, another person walked in. It was Sivia, who had been eavesdropping outside for a while. "That's right. You finally decided not to pretend to be public or private." Sawia joked. "Just nonsense. I have always been devoted to the Legion." Melas rolled his eyes. "Just kidding, but I'm very curious. Why don't you help the ethnic group anymore?" Sivia blinked. "They can't always rely on me. Otherwise, they will sooner or later form dependence. After nearly 100 years, the habits developed by generations have already shown this kind of signs. I can't ignore them." Melas shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Besides, Black Star could tolerate me before, but now someone has changed the power. I can't be ignorant in the future." Sawia curled her lips, didn't say anything, stood in front of the window with her hands behind her back, looked at the dazzling galaxy outside the window, suddenly sighed and murmured, "It's been 100 years in a flash." Melas also turned her head and looked out the window, whispering, "Yes, it's been 100 years. We have actually followed Black Star to this point today. Sometimes it's like a dream. If Black Star didn't invite me at the beginning, I might have lived in my own tavern. If I hadn't met him." Sawia paused and shook her head. "Maybe I died in a corner of the universe long ago. There's no place we could hope for now." The two of them looked out the window quietly, stopped talking, and silently savored their own memories. In the peaceful time passed silently, and several months passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the three major civilizations jointly organized conference rooms. Recently, The Super A-level people are volatile, and the expansion of the superpower Holy Realm is amazing. Fortunately, Claudia, Ulu, and others have stabilized the situation. Otherwise, the direct line will switch to the superpower Holy Realm again. The heads of the three major civilizations looked sad and sighed. The superpower sanctuary broke the old pattern. As the original vested interests, they naturally couldn't feel comfortable, but they could only endure waves of impact silently. Speaking of this, Black Star has not emerged for a while. Hasn't he completed the revival of the sanctuary? What are he busy with during this period? The head of the Zuling sect was curious. Who knows? I can't find out anyway. Mar Bruce was helpless. He disappeared for so long, and if the Star Alliance sent a new lurker, Black Star happened to be away, even if it was revealed. Speaking of all, if Black Star was willing to help, he just needed to control the leader of the Star Alliance. Then we would be able to win easily. Unfortunately, he didn't want to help. Hey, with the Black Star personality, there is no absolute thing. I think the price is not enough. As long as some conditions are offered, he should still agree. It makes sense, but he has a very big appetite now. We have to think about what chips can impress him. Just as the three of them were discussing how to pull Han Xiao to invade the Star Alliance, a remote projection suddenly appeared in the room, which was Han Xiao. The three of them were shocked. Black Star? You are back. Why don't you report it? Mar Bruce came to his senses, his eyebrows raised, and said, dissatisfied, Hey, you might not have invaded the Empire's database again, right? Han Xiao ignored Mar Bruce's dissatisfaction, but glanced at the three of them with an inexplicable gaze and slowly said, I'm here this time to share the information of the sanctuary. Everyone develops together. If you're not happy, I will leave. The three of them were stunned. Are you serious? Do you really want to take us to develop the sanctuary? Lewis hesitated, a little unbelievable. He used to think Black Star was joking. Han Xiao nodded, but suddenly changed his tone, and his tone was meaningful. But before cooperation, I have some things to tell you. Don't be afraid of what I want to say next. Scared, the head of the Zuling sect was a little funny and a little dissatisfied. We have even experienced enemies like the World Tree. What else can we fear? Even if you say that we have all seen strong winds and waves, we can't scare us. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, his expression a little playful. Okay, what I want to say next is the truth about the changes in the entire universe, which is more important than everything you have experienced before and now. Let me say in advance that if you have any meeting scheduled later, you will push it all. Han Xiao took all the disapproval of the three of them, shook their heads, and their tone was unquestionable. The truth of the universe. Mar Bruce and the other two looked at each other, and when they saw that Han Xiao was not joking, they couldn't help but believe it. Han Xiao snapped his fingers and called out a virtual screen, which was played with the virtual scene of the birth and death of the universe, and explained, when the universe reaches its end, everything will return to nothingness. The phenomenon of heat silence, great collapse, and other phenomena are the endings of the universe that many scientists have guessed or foresaw. All signs and experiments show that these are very likely to be correct doomsday models, but this is only under normal circumstances. But the direction of our universe is not the direction of our universe that follows the most primitive natural laws. A long time ago, our universe was transformed by an ultimate civilization, and the underlying laws of the information state changed. On the day when our universe ends, what awaits us is not heat silence or collapse, but a phenomenon called a big restart. Big restart. The three of them looked puzzled. The scientific research community is not without similar speculations, but it is not a mainstream statement, and there is no decisive evidence to support it. Most of the testimony comes from some unknown items generated by information disturbances, such as the virtual mutiny virus that year, which is suspected to be a civilization before the major restart. But it is not enough to prove it, because it is uncertain whether the civilization of the universe has not been explored or civilizations earlier in the timeline. Therefore, Mar Bruce and the other two are not unfamiliar with the concept of this term, but they are quite puzzled why Han Xiao is so sure of the existence of a major restart. Han Xiao glanced at the expressions of the three people and slowly said, What I mentioned is different from what you understand. The ultimate civilization's transformation of the underlying laws of the universe has caused the universe to deviate from the law of natural ending. So the ending time has been much earlier. Each major restart is a new iteration, and new civilizations reproduce again in the zeroed universe. However, due to factors such as the shortening of the development time, the possibility of the iterative civilizations being more powerful than the ultimate civilization that originally laid the big restart is infinitely reduced. So this is bad news? Bruce pondered. In this case, all civilizations will develop from scratch. Wouldn't no one survive the end of the universe? To achieve the so-called, how do you say that buzzword, transcendence? Han Xiao shook his head. This is what I want to say. Although the big restart makes the universe zero, but things with different iterations will be passed on to new iterations in a special way. And this medium is the sanctuary you're thinking about. The three of them were slightly stunned. Han Xiao said, the original goal of the ultimate civilization to transform the universe was to continue their civilization through restart. They failed, but it was not in vain. The sanctuary was the legacy they left behind. It was originally a reserved fire library, but in iterations, special information alienation appeared, and it became the sanctuary today. This is the only thing known to not disappear in the big restart. The function of the sanctuary is to store the information state of each iteration, and at each big restart, a part of the information is randomly integrated into the laws of the universe. So when the universe restarts, it is not completely zeroed, but changes in the underlying laws continue to occur in one iteration after another. In this way, the results of each iteration are passed on to subsequent iterations. For example, the current subdimensional world is the legacy of iterations, which is not a natural phenomenon. So what you mean is, the universe we live in at this time is not the most primitive universe, but a world that has been changed countless times. The sanctuary is equivalent to a processor. Lewis asked tentatively. Han Xiao nodded. Almost. Generations of civilizations regard the sanctuary as a breakthrough for the big restart, so the sanctuary continues to mutate various new functions in the subsequent period. The sanctuary recovery is only one of them. The most important point of the sanctuary is that it stores all the information of all iterative civilizations and their last words before the end of the end, all for future generations to refer to. This is a long relay spanning countless iterations, just for someone to break this cycle one day. Hearing this, the three of them looked surprised. Although Han Xiao's tone was very calm, they couldn't help but secretly lose their mind for this grand cause when they thought of the scene where generations of civilizations were laid for the same goal. But after 2 seconds, the three of them came to their senses and their breathing suddenly became heavy. At this moment, they suddenly realized that if the Black Star said it was not false, the iterative civilization information stored in the sanctuary would be an incalculable, terrifying wealth. Black Star controls this wealth alone. If they don't say it out, they will not be able to get involved at all. But he doesn't develop it himself, but chooses to say it out. Is it so selfless? It was precisely because of this that the three of them were even more shocked at this moment. They were silent for a moment, silently digesting the shock in their hearts. After a while, the head of the Zuling sect hesitated and tentatively said, "You want to cooperate with us to develop the sanctuary. Is it because you want to get through the big restart? Although what you said just now is indeed quite amazing, let me say bluntly that the so-called big restart should be still far away from us, right? Is it too early to worry about this matter now?" Hearing this, Han Xiao showed a smiley expression. "Do you think it's very early?" Well, seeing this, the head of the Zuling sect couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in surprise, "Is our universe already at the end of the day, and the big restart is coming?" The other two were shocked, with shocked expressions in disbelief. "We finally defeated the World Tree Civilization and enjoyed a rare relaxation, but unexpectedly." Bruce was mixed with feelings. However, Han Xiao shook his head. "You misunderstood. Our iteration is still early to the end." The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. But before they could completely relax, Han Xiao suddenly said something amazing, which made the three of them stunned. "But you have restarted it." As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Su Ling sect shook his body and his face was full of shock. "What do you mean? 4 times?" Han Xiao raised 4 fingers and said slowly, "Our universe has been restarted for a full 4 times. In the previous iteration, you were the ultimate civilization. You launched a plan called information state stripping and successfully passed the major restart, but did not really enter the new universe in the next iteration, but became a closed, dark-sided universe in self-circulation and self-restarting. In other words, you are all people who have died several times, but you just don't know it now." The three of them looked confused and were at a loss for a moment. Han Xiao has been swiping the permissions of the first sanctuary during this period, going in and out, and the time consumed each time is getting shorter and shorter. Until the permission reaches level 15, the time flow rate finally converges, and the time ratio between the main universe and the sanctuary is 1-to-1, and the contents of the message board are all unlocked. At this point, Han Xiao gradually understood everything. The messages from the 4th to the last paragraph of the sanctuary were actually all left behind by the iteration of the 3 major civilizations. The Star Alliance is located in the 5th to last section, which is the previous iteration of the 3 major civilizations. The 4th to last section is the new iteration after the major restart. The 3 major civilizations are the ultimate civilization developed by the new iteration. At that time, there was no such thing as the world tree. The 3 major civilizations gradually reproduced and finally successfully discovered the sanctuary and learned all the information about iteration. Because the plan of Zuxinglian in the previous iteration was very desirable, the 3 major civilizations were inherited and improved, forming an information state separation plan. However, the 3 major civilizations at that time were very clear. With their accumulation, they were not absolutely sure of going through the big restart and did not want to take a gamble. Therefore, the real goal of this plan was not to completely overcome the big restart, but to buy more time for themselves, to strip away the information state of the entire universe, try to imitate the operations of the Star Alliance, and exist in the new iteration in the form of secondary dimensions and dark universes, and to continuously restart them in a cycle. But the difference is that the 3 civilizations followed the idea of the star joints and made nearly perfect improvements on the shoulders of giants. So they successfully stripped out the entire iteration of information state and formed a closed dark side universe in the next iteration, which exists based on the information state, like a virtual world developing in parallel at a faster time flow rate. Just like parallel lines, it is difficult to intersect with the real, iterative main universe and difficult to interfere with each other. After learning about all the contents of the message board, Han Xiao sorted out the time relationship. Assuming that Zuxinglian is the first iteration, then the 3 major civilizations are the ultimate civilization of the second iteration, which has started the information state stripping plan and transformed into the dark side universe of the 3rd iteration, and the 3rd iteration is the current real iteration. It was only here that Han Xiao learned that the sanctuary did not reserve an empty shell of information for the current iteration, and there was no tombstone. The 3 major civilizations and the empty shell light balls I saw in the sanctuary are actually the remains of iteration number 2. The reason why there is no content is because it is stripped out and becomes the dark side universe of iteration number 3. However, the cycle of the dark side universe is not as unchanging as the star couplets, but has formed a small restart operation law. The 3 civilizations iterated in the second period take advantage of the characteristics of the sanctuary, adding new laws every time the cosmic restart is used, so that the cycle restart of the dark side universe is also included in the scope of the influence of the sanctuary. The difference from the big restart is that every small restart in the dark side universe is not returned to 0, but is based on the established information state template, which means that there will inevitably be forces such as 3 major civilizations. Before the 3 major civilizations come into contact with the sanctuary, the development trajectory is basically the same. Han Xiao called this situation dark side iteration. Therefore, when the dark side universe is restarted every time, the improvement result of the dark side iteration will be added, but there is a chance of information alienation. The three major civilizations use this method to buy time for themselves and gain more trial and error opportunities. But this plan cannot bring eternity. After calculation, the information state stripping plan has an upper limit. Their dark side universe exists at most iteration 3. If a major restart occurs again and enters the 4th iteration, their dark side universe will disappear, unless they can enter the real iterative main universe from the dark side universe and change from virtual to real. Therefore, after the three major civilizations successfully entered the dark side universe, their goal became to break the closure of the dark side universe and return to the real main universe iterated in the 3rd iteration. The third to the last paragraph to the first paragraph of the Sanctuary message board represents 3 dark side iterations of the dark side universe. Currently, Han Xiao is in the 4th dark side iteration, and these 4 dark side iterations all occurred during the period of iteration number 3. Because the Sanctuary is not affected by iteration, the 3 civilizations use the Sanctuary message board to record the experience of each trial and error, allowing the next dark side iteration to improve the route based on the last experience, and also create some key devices to improve the situation of the next dark side iteration. And this is the origin of the world tree. The 3 major civilizations added information realization devices when it was iterating in the 2nd dark side, the penultimate message, but information alienation occurred in the 3rd dark side iterating from a mechanical device to a vital world tree, and a rampage occurred. This is Han Xiao's experience when he was a player in his previous life. In the end, the 3 civilizations in the 3rd dark side iteration opened the Sanctuary and understood everything, so they left behind the control valve of the information realization device. In the current 4th dark side iteration, it generated information alienation, inheriting the essential relationship of restraint, but the manifestation form mutates and becomes the natural enemy of the world tree, that is, the pivot snake. On the other hand, in the 2nd dark side iteration, the 3 major civilizations used the information realization device that had not yet changed and finally failed. The reason was that the bridge of real state was lacking. Han Xiao also figured out the so-called real state concept, which actually refers to the information carrier that exists in the iterative real universe. In other words, the dark side universe must form an information connection with the iterative real universe and can interfere with each other so that the information realization device can work. Therefore, the 3 civilizations of the 2nd dark side iteration launched a plan to try to change the underlying laws of the next dark side iteration so that the angles of the 2 parallel lines of the dark side universe and the iterative real universe will be offset and eventually intersect. As a result, when it comes to the 3rd dark side iteration, the underlying laws of the dark side universe change and successfully project themselves into reality and successfully obtain a part of the information carrier that iterates the real universe, that is, the existence of the player through login. This group of individuals living and iterating the real universe transform their real state into information state, pull them to the dark side universe, form information, entanglement, and act as an information interface. This is exactly what countless players experienced in Han Xiao's previous life. However, the 3rd dark side iteration occurred in the World Tree Raid. After the World Tree War in the previous life, the 3 major civilizations obtained the Sanctuary from the Covenant Organization, learned everything, inherited the foundation of countless civilizations, and made rapid progress in technology. At the level that players cannot access, the 3 major civilizations have formulated new plans, gathered the power of civilization, and created the control valve of the World Tree, which at the same time reduced the handling cost of the World Tree's rush for the 4th dark side iteration. In addition, due to the player version update, the 3 civilizations in the 3rd dark side iteration believed that this form of real state bridge was not stable enough, so they decided to consume huge resources to strengthen the real state connection in the next dark side iteration. Because the dark side universe and the iterative real universe have formed preliminary information interference, the three major civilizations have decided to build a stable interference bridge instead of being intermittent like landing. The only objects they can choose are individual records of information that have landed in the dark side universe. So they randomly extract the objects from them, completely enter the dark side universe, and form a stable connection. As long as this idea is correct, the dark side universe can be reversely transformed through this interference bridge, transforming from information state to real state, breaking away from closure and returning to iterating the real universe. A good way to understand is like installing a loading package for the so-called reality, and the contents in it include the entire dark side universe and the entire Starseed world. This is the real situation Han Xiao knew from the sanctuary, and the later things were not recorded on the sanctuary message board. After learning all this, he had a rough guess about what happened later, and he was quite suspicious that the reason why he reborn and traveled through time was essentially the object he was randomly selected, which became a stable interference bridge that strengthened the entanglement of the dark-sided universe and the iterative real universe information. His own information state was completely captured, and he came from reality to this dark universe, so the self in reality disappeared, and there was no information about himself. I haven't seen another self who should be a player in so many years, and Han Xiao was very suspicious of this reason. The fourth dark side iteration of the dark side universe caused the time of iteration of the real universe to go back 10 years. There is no relevant record or explanation on the message board. Han Xiao is not clear about the reason, but he guessed that this is because the third dark side iteration deepens its interference with the iteration of the real universe when it captured itself, which affected the other party's time, but it still doesn't know whether this is a time reflux or a small-scale change. But from another perspective, this is also a proof of the correctness of the idea of the dark side universe using real state to generate information entanglement, and it can have substantial changes to the iteration of the real universe. Now, Han Xiao roughly pieced together the various causes and consequences through the records of the sanctuary and his own guesses. In his opinion, the reliability of this series of guesses has reached more than 70%. Han Xiaoyin left some of the guesswork and explained these secrets. After hearing all this, Bruce, Lewis, and the head of the Zuling cult were all shocked and incredible on their faces. They looked at Han Xiao blankly, opening their mouths slightly, completely confused. The head of the Zuling sect was stunned. Although they have seen countless storms and waves as the heads of the three major civilizations, the information Han Xiao said at this time has exceeded their acceptance range, and his brain has fallen into a short circuit. After a long time, the head of the Zuling sect turned his head and looked at Bruce and hesitated. Do you understand? Wait until I will sort it out. Bruce replied blankly. The three of them digested for a long time before finally understanding the information Han Xiao revealed. Lewis hesitated a little. Hey Xing, you are not fooling us. I'm sorry, not this time. Han Xiao shrugged. Bruce looked strange and pondered. In other words, we are all people who have died and reborn several times in a cycle. It is equivalent to being trapped in a closed secondary dimension. And our ultimate goal is to break through this secondary dimension and return to the main universe. Well, although the difference is quite big, you can understand it like this. Han Xiao bling shit. It means that everything our civilization has experienced from scratch is a destined development trajectory. It has happened several times long ago. And was it created by us personally? It's almost that. Han Xiao knew did. Wait for me to slowly. The head of the Su Ling sect pressed his forehead and felt his blood pressure soaring. Suddenly being impacted by so much information, the three of them felt that the three views formed in their past lives were shattered. In the face of such a situation, they found that all the political and military issues they usually consider became smaller. So we are so powerful. Bruce still had shock on her face and muttered to herself. Han Xiao mercilessly interrupted his imagination. It's not that you are powerful, but that the three ultimate civilizations are powerful. Compared with the peak self in the past, you were just 3 younger brothers. Don't put guilds on the faces of the 3 civilizations now. Without me, you still know nothing. The 3 of them felt a little heartbroken. Although this is a big truth, can't we be a little intoxicated and fantasized? But no matter what, when they suddenly learned these secrets, the 3 of them still had an inexplicable mentality of having a broader ancestor and felt that their backs were a little straighter. Hey Xing, you really gave us a scare. Mar Bruce smiled bitterly. I'm very confused now and don't know what to do. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and joked. Didn't you say you've seen strong winds and waves? Have you seen this? Cough. I think it's better to talk about how to break the closure of the dark universe and return to the real universe. The head of the Su Ling sect turned black and quickly changed the topic. He didn't want to admit that he was careless. Han Xiao did not answer positively. After a change of the subject, he said slowly, I know you are still a little suspicious. I think these are made up by me. Wait until you enter the sanctuary. Confirm that what I said is correct. Let me talk about what should I do later. By the way, I would like to remind you that it is necessary to check the iteration message in the sanctuary. At most, you can only know the basic situation when you enter it for the first time. That is, information such as iteration, large restart, etc. As for information such as dark side iteration and circular restart, you can't see it for the time being. That is, I completely unlocked the permissions. Only then did I know these things. So that's it. The 3 of them had not witnessed the effectiveness of the sanctuary with their own eyes. At this time, they could only listen to Han Xiao's explanation obediently, but they believed it most because such things were easy to verify, and there was no need for Black Star to lie to them. But Mar Bruce and the other 2 were still itchy. This feeling was like watching a suspense movie. They only watched the beginning, and Black Star knew the entire context, but he didn't tell them who the murderer was, which made people curious. However, the 3 of them did have any concerns. They dare not fully believe what Han Xiao said. Only by entering the sanctuary and taking a look can they be relieved. I will send you the way to enter the sanctuary in a while, and then synthesize 3 keys to you. You can go in by yourself, so as not to tell me what I did. Han Xiao waved his hand and said casually, only he can quickly generate the key to the sanctuary. Even the 3 civilizations with abundant materials need time to collect materials. Therefore, without his help, the 3 civilizations cannot enter and exit the sanctuary frequently. This is also his confidence in controlling the sanctuary and does not mind allowing the 3 civilizations to enter the sanctuary at this time. This is the best. The 3 of them nodded quickly, like a good baby. Okay, then you can digest the truth about the iteration of a universe first. I won't bother you anymore. I'll send you the information later. Han Xiao nodded and hung up the communication. The remote projection disappeared, and Mar Bruce and the other 2 looked at each other with different expressions. I didn't expect that Black Star would bring such information. If what he said was true, then our arrangements for future development would have to be replanned. Yes, if the situation is true, then there is no point in our peaceful development here. We must break through our destiny, achieve our last wishes in our previous lives, and enter the so-called real universe. Don't say so much. Let's go from scratch. The 3 of them gathered together and discussed fiercely. Super powerful sanctuary, leader's office. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he returned to the room, and a complex emotion suddenly appeared in his eyes. He pretended to be confident in front of the 3 civilizations. In fact, when he learned these truths from the sanctuary, he was also shocked, but he also solved his doubts for many years. In fact, Han Xiao still has many secret speculations that he has not told the 3 civilized heads of state just now, such as the existence of the panel. In his opinion, there are 3 possibilities. First, the panel is a special product formed when it iterates the real state of a universe into the dark-sided information state. It is like a high-dimensional object descending to a low-dimensional dimension, and has special advantages, just like a piece of paper that can be seen at a glance for humans, or a part of the information that cannot be expressed in low dimensionality. The second possibility is the product of information alienation. The third guess is that the three civilizations in the second dark side iterate project the information collection of the dark side universe into the real universe. Pulling the real state through login and the panel is a necessary medium to complete this step. It is regarded as a special retractor and recorder, so it may be a product specially made by the three civilizations to ensure that the real state remains in the dark side universe for a long time. However, no matter which one it is, the panel is something unique to the dark side universe and cannot enter the real universe. The evidence that Han Xiao speculates about this is the phenomenon that the panel will disappear when he enters the sanctuary. Because the sanctuary does not only exist in the dark side universe, the panel is invalid there. Han Xiao also had some guesses about his own special panel. In his opinion, this is either the life guarantee created by the three civilizations in the third dark side iteration in order to build a stable interference bridge, deliberately creating an information individual who completely enters the dark side universe, ensuring that he can live in the dark side universe and reducing the chance of his death due to various accidents. Or it is the result of normal panel information alienation after the dark side iteration. According to the various performances of the panel, Han Xiao is more inclined to the former. When the panel triggers a task, he often reveals more information in the task introduction. Because the development trajectory of the dark side universe is almost fixed for the three civilizations iterated in the third dark side, it is completely possible to improve the panel to a function similar to the Prophet. Of course, it is not ruled out that the panel itself has a hidden principle of monitoring the entire dark side universe. In addition, when the player goes online, real state interferes heavily. He can enter the player forum through the panel and peek into a group of real state information exchanges. During the version update, the forum was also frozen for him. From this perspective, his special panels are indeed like an important medium, an important channel for communicating the truth. This made Han Xiao remember the two information threads seen from the panel when using information state to erase their vision. One of them connects himself, while the other one extends infinitely. Looking back now, the connection object represented by this end is probably the entire dark-sided universe. This seems to prove this idea. On the other hand, Han Xiao also speculated on the principle of the time flow rate of the version update. In the mainstream scientific theory of Shanghai, time is relative, not absolute. From this perspective, and inferred based on the content of the message board of the sanctuary, he felt that the time of the dark universe and the real universe itself have no connection, but only the gap in relative speed. The real universe is the basis of iteration number 3. The dark side universe must be dependent on it, but the relative time flow rate of the dark side universe is faster, and the cycle is restarted again and again, and both sides do not affect each other. But when the player goes online, causing information entanglement between the dark side universe and the real universe to generate information, the time flow rate of both parties is integrated, and the time between the dark side universe and the real universe passes simultaneously in a stable ratio, that is, 1:6. The reason behind is that the real universe still occupies a dominant position, and players whose foundation exists in the real universe will not be affected in the reverse direction. When the real state of the player's temporary login disappeared, the degree of information interference plummeted, so the time flow rate of the dark side universe was decoupled and unbounded. The form of this conjecture is that for players, the version update only takes 1 or 2 days, and many years have passed in the Starsea world. Han Xiao feels that this possibility is not small. He even suspected that starting from the second dark side iteration, information alienation in the dark side universe frequently occurred, which is likely to be the changes brought about by the third dark side iteration that began to introduce the real state. If the real universe and sanctuary are regarded as higher dimensional existences, then the projected projection will be distorted and a distortion phenomenon will occur, resulting in the information realization device of the third dark side iteration becoming a world tree, and the control valve of the fourth dark side iteration becomes a pivot snake. In addition to this reason, perhaps the dark side universe is the same as the original dimensions of star joints. Only external information carriers can significantly change the development trajectory, bring new variables, and add unexpected results. Even if the dark side universe is not a rigid cycle, such variables may be needed. Han Xiao's eyes changed. Although many of these statements are conjectures that he inferred based on the truth revealed by the message from the sanctuary, it seems very likely in his opinion. Even if this is a long relay that transcends iterations, every civilization will definitely hope to be the last hit. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, every civilization wants to continue. No one wants to become extinct. It is understandable that the first three major civilizations do this, but Han Xiao shook his head, feeling complicated. If all inferences are correct, then he is equivalent to the hope of the entire dark universe. But for him personally, this is a multiple-choice question. Crat. Han Xiao opened the cabinet and took out a box of unopened red Imperial cigarettes from it. He tore open the packaging and took out a black cigarette wrapped in broken gold patterns. He wiped his fingers and a spark flashed. He ignited it, held it in his mouth, and took a slow breath. The blue smoke rose and covered the complex expressions. His melancholy eyes were faintly visible in the smoke. Since entering the interstellar world, Han Xiao has basically quit smoking. He hasn't tasted the smoke in nearly 100 years, but today he has lit a cigarette in a long time. This is not an easy choice. If my hometown is the real universe that is currently iterated, then once the dark side universe returns, it will be like occupying a magpie's nest and a torrent composed of countless powerful civilizations swept across the stars. Han Xiao didn't know if there were any higher civilizations in the current iteration of the real universe, because his hometown is just a surface civilization and he could not explore the entire picture of the universe at all. However, as an information interface, his hometown will inevitably bear the brunt of ushering in the change. For my hometown, I don't know whether this is a good or a bad thing. The only thing that is certain is that my hometown will never develop freely. It will inevitably be interfered by higher civilizations, just like all kinds of small civilizations and surface civilizations in the interstellar society. However, the three civilizations that have undergone 4 dark side iterations have stepped into the real universe half a step away, and they have only 1 step away. They have the opportunity to truly survive the big restart. This is the ultimate dream passed down from the relay of ultimate civilizations since countless iterations. Now, they have the ability to help them succeed. Are they going to sit back and see the waste of the efforts of the 3 civilizations? Or give them the final boost? Although Han Xiao was struggling, he actually knew that he had an answer in his heart long ago. Revealing the information of the sanctuary to the 3 major civilizations is to help him make up his mind and not look back. This is the great cause of countless iterative relays. It is also a great honor to be one of the sticks. In addition, it is also related to the survival of a universe. The time I lived in the interstellar society has long exceeded the length of my life in the real universe. It is definitely impossible to say that I have no feelings for the interstellar society. Moreover, with Han Xiao's current experience, he feels that the possibility of his hometown becoming the ultimate civilization at present is slim. Perhaps even becoming a galaxy-level civilization is a luxury and the future is bleak. In the middle of the 21st century before he entered the dark side universe, the social problems in his hometown were already very sharp. Just like a train that had been driving overloaded for many years, with various failures coming one after another. Due to the complex geopolitical situation, the entire civilization wasted and squandered the precious birthplace of resources, and the resource utilization efficiency was inefficient. There are many questions that can only be solved before entering the interstellar era. The hometown has not formed an efficient civilized collective will at a low level of technology. Once this opportunity is missed, it will be difficult to see again. As the saying goes, a small boat is easy to turn around. The larger the size, the more difficult it is to make a comeback. It is difficult to make any changes. Any slight movement may trigger an internal crisis that destroys the entire civilization. Although my hometown may have a turning point in the future, according to the trend before Han Xiao entered the Dark Universe, the development trend of my hometown is analyzed at the scale of civilization and the universe. It is really stormy and surviving. Therefore, after the birth of the virtual network in the previous life, it quickly became a safe haven for countless people to escape from reality. According to this trend, the final result of his hometown may be natural demise, or may be destroyed or captured by unknown foreign civilizations. In his eyes, most areas of his hometown do not have the qualifications to grow into a cosmic overlord, unless there are no competitors. But because of the existence of the sanctuary, this is obviously unlikely. Therefore, Han Xiao felt that since his hometown is difficult to become a winner in a single iteration, when the transformation of the Dark Universe is completed, it also brings a successful plan to survive a major restart and countless resources and technologies. The ultimate civilization in the current iteration may not have grown up yet. The three major civilizations are likely to replace it and rule for a long time. This is somewhat unfair to the current iteration civilization. But in this regard, civilization will not be humble, and it is difficult for the weak to choose their own destiny. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is a strong civilization in the real universe, but the level of civilization in my hometown is too low and there is no way to know it. In addition, Han Xiao felt that it seemed that he had come to the Dark Universe to be a contribution of the three major civilizations, and he might have to repay him. After all, I still have selfish intentions. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, suddenly shook his head and laughed, and his tone was a little ridiculous. He never thinks he is a selfless person. In addition to these concerns involving the overall situation, the driving force that led to his choice to transform the Dark Universe and personal interests, I become a stable interference bridge, randomly drawn, and it seems that I have spent all my luck. If I stand by and watch, the Dark Universe will have experienced another cycle restart, which may not have much impact on this place. But in the next Dark Side iteration, the Dark Side universe will bring in new real carriers, becoming a new stable interference bridge and replacing itself. Due to the special identity, Han Xiao cannot guarantee that he will become a member of the cyclical development trajectory of the Dark Side universe after iteration of the Dark Side. Being a super god level may not necessarily mean transcendence iteration. The small restart of the Dark Side universe may still cause you to disappear. It is not so much that your choice is to save the Dark Side universe, but rather that you are saving yourself. So, this may be the only opportunity, and Han Xiao doesn't want to bet. So is this the entire invasion? Thinking of this, Han Xiao was determined and no longer swallowed the clouds and blew the fog. He turned on his back to put out 1/3 of the cigarette that had burned in the ashtray, without hesitation. A few days later, a military-restricted area in Shanghai, Central. 3 small spacecraft hovered outside the space fortress and were ready to go. In the military command tower next to it, the long-range projection of the 3 civilized heads of state stood in front of the window, staring at the 3 spacecraft outside, with nervous and expectant expressions, and the operators in the room debugged parameters in front of each instrument. At this time, Han Xiao's remote projection appeared in the room, causing the 3 of them to turn their heads. How are you preparing? We have filled the sanctuary key in the synthesis device according to the way you have opened the sanctuary and waited for actual use. Mar Bruce replied immediately. Han Xiao nodded. What about the candidates to enter the sanctuary? Lewis said in a deep voice. We have all selected the elite of the spaceship, and the loyalty is reliable. I am led by Aulu, and the Red Empire is led by Claudi. Han Xiao looked at the leader of the Zuling sect. What about you? Let Ernos lead. I originally planned to let Ernos enter the sanctuary, but he happened to leave some time ago, so I didn't choose him. So I found another direct descendant. The leader of the Zuling sect shook his head. Is that so? Then it's really a coincidence that he left. Han Xiao's expression was a little subtle. Because the authority of the sanctuary needs to be accumulated, I don't know if the Void Spirit sect will make him become a sanctuary explorer again after Ernos comes back. Well, he missed another big benefit, and always feels that if there is any good thing, he will miss him. This guy's an unlucky guy. Seeing that Han Xiao didn't say anything, Lewis said, "If there is no question, then we will start." "Do it. I'll watch it here." Han Xiao nodded. Upon hearing this, Bruce nodded and ordered in the command channel. Soon, the military fortress shot out several rays of light, gathered in the air, and slowly transformed into 3 sanctuary passages. The keys of the sanctuary provided by Han Xiao led to different sanctuaries. At this time, they opened together, and each of the 3 major civilizations entered one. Han Xiao had seen this scene many times and had no reaction, but the 3 civilized heads widened their eyes and stared at the changes in the scene outside the window, as if they wanted to keep all the details of the generation of the sanctuary passage in their hearts. The next moment, 3 spacecraft started and entered different sanctuary passages. Then, the sanctuary light swung and contracted and disappeared from everyone's sight. It was not until this moment that the leaders of the 3 major civilizations relaxed their tense moods, breathed a little, and felt expectant and uneasy in their hearts, fearing that some accidents would occur during the trip to the sanctuary of the 3 teams, or that they did not bring back the information they wanted. They entered the sanctuary for the first time, and the authority was very low, and the time flow rate was very different. It took them a long time to come back. Han Xiao explained from the side. Bruce nodded absent-mindedly, suddenly remembered something, turned to look at Han Xiao, and said, "Since it will take a long time for them to come back, we should not wait during this period, but just use it to solve some important problems." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "What are you going to do?" Bruce pondered. "Originally, we wanted to wait until the Interstellar Society recovered most of its vitality before launching military operations against the Star Alliance. But the information you brought overturned our strategic plan, so I think it would be better to solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. But we alone cannot solve the war efficiently, so you want to ask for my help?" Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and followed the other party's words. "That's what I mean." Bruce nodded quickly. Han Xiao turned his head and looked at the other 2. "You have the same idea? I hope Mr. Black Star can help." Lewis and the leader of the Zuling sect nodded calmly. Since they learned the truth about the iteration of the universe, their mentality has become quite a bachelor. Everyone is a grasshopper on the same line. Helping each other is to help themselves. They are no longer as reserved as before, and they just hugged Han Xiao's thigh and called him Dad. "You guys are really not polite. I'll study it." Looking at the 3 of them's flesh-like expressions, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He didn't want to interfere in this matter. But then again, with the current situation, if the Star Covenant is not settled as soon as possible, the plan for the transformation of the dark side universe will have more variables, which is really not good. Han Xiao thought for a while and said slowly, "If you can solve this problem with less bleeding, it is of course the best. I hope my intervention can help them accept reality faster. P.S. PY book recommendation, I just want to rely on myself. Author Mid-Autumn Yuenming." What? Black Star and the 3 civilizations have reached a private cooperation to jointly develop the sanctuary. The surprised voice of the Star Arc leader sounded in the joint conference room of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. A civilized leader nodded with a calm expression. "I received some news. Black Star seems to have really shared the information of the sanctuary with the 3 major civilizations." "Is the news confirmed?" The leader of the Star Arc looked serious. "The credibility is very high." Hearing this, many of the Superstar Group leaders present changed their faces. The 3 major civilizations did not cover up the behavior of Black Star, sharing sanctuary. This is not a secret that cannot be found out, but they did not make any statements to the public. After learning about their current situation, they did not have the intention for the time being, otherwise they would have been promoted to increase their reputation in the past. The components of the 3 sanctuary keys sent by Han Xiao, as well as their purpose of entering the sanctuary and their way of entering the sanctuary, are the secrets that the 3 civilizations are strictly guarded by, and outsiders cannot find out. So the Superstar Group Alliance currently only knows the appearance of the cooperation between the two parties in developing the sanctuary, and does not know the specific reasons and details. It's really strange. Now, it is a three-level civilization, the Super Holy Land, and our three-legged sect. The sanctuary is the core competitiveness of the Super Holy Land. Isn't Black Star's move a foe? What does he mean? The leader of the Star Arc looked confused and puzzled. Indeed, I can't understand why Black Star needs to share the sanctuary with the three civilizations. Another head of civilization said, in confusion, when I was Super A-level or an association organization, I never shared the information about the sanctuary in the face of the suppression of the three civilizations. Now, the superpowered sanctuary is already a giant-level force. The three civilizations are completely worthy of the front line. Why did the information about the sanctuary have been given? Is there any handle that falls into the hands of the three civilizations? I think Black Star cannot be threatened by the three civilizations. It must be other reasons. Black Star may have other plans, and even the possibility of them reaching in-depth strategic cooperation. When the World Tree has been resolved, what other strategic cooperation can they have? Could it be to fight that third-party lurker? What is it necessary? Whether it is the three civilizations or the Black Star himself, they can deal with that Star Alliance alone. At this time, a civilized leader hesitated for a moment and said carefully, "Have you ever thought that when they cooperated, it might be against us?" As soon as he finished speaking, the room suddenly became silent. After a long time, the leader of the Star Arc swallowed and tentatively said, I don't think it's possible. We are the lubricant between them. They probably won't join forces to deal with us. I don't think it's necessarily." Someone sang a distorted with concern. "Can we bet on the price too naked, annoying both of them?" Hearing this, everyone was a little panicked and a little at a loss for a moment. After the post-war pattern was established, they moved between the three major civilizations and the superpowered Holy Realm, repeatedly jumped to maintain checks and balances. According to the initial analysis, the three major civilizations needed to form alliances with them and balance the superpowered sanctuary together, so they would definitely reversal and use a lot of benefits to win them over. The same is true for the initial direction. They were finally no longer suppressed and had room for free development and achieved their original motivation for migration in an alternative way. Logically speaking, if it weren't for the rise of the superpower sanctuary, the Superstar Group would not be able to do what it wanted. This is due to Black Star, but due to the checks and balances of the pattern, they could not lean closely towards the superpower sanctuary. Otherwise, the three major civilizations would have to temporarily put aside the deep alliance agreement with Black Star and instead turned into a shallow cooperation. The superpower sanctuary said nothing about this. They also called Haishing to apologize, and the other party expressed their disregard for it. Therefore, the Superstar Group Alliance has always felt relieved, thinking that this route is fine, and hopes to maintain a good cooperative relationship with both sides. But now that Black Star and the three major civilizations have come out like this, they are immediately puzzled. This feeling is like two opponents who are not dealing with each other, and they both maintain a good relationship as the adhesive for the trio, letting everyone play together. But suddenly one day, the two opponents made up for no reason, and they didn't take him to play with each other. Instead, they became the third person isolated, which was very uncomfortable. I think I need to analyze it, but it is not ruled out that such factors play a role in it. We need to consider our attitude towards the superpower sanctuary and the three major civilizations from a long-term perspective, so we should not be too cold. The leader of the Star Arc said with a heavy tone. The senior executives present at Superstar Group felt more and more guilty as they thought about it, and they were suspicious and frightened themselves. The universe has not been explored, the capital of the Star Alliance. Since the full invasion of the World Tree, the situation of the three major civilizations has become increasingly difficult. In nearly 2 years, they have lost nearly 6% of their territory. I originally thought they could stand firm for decades, but it seems that I overestimated them. The three major civilizations could not withstand the offensive of the World Tree. With this trend, the three major civilizations will definitely be completely defeated as long as 5 or 6 years, and as long as 13 or 14 years. In the conference room, the head of the Star Alliance and the heads of the civilizations of many allies had smiles like spring breeze. The room was full of joy and happiness. Over the past year, after the World Tree invaded the Interstellar Society, their lives were extremely proud, and even their walking was light. Every time they read the war report sent by the lurking personnel, they would look forward to the next issue because they were full of surprises every time. The more miserable the Interstellar Society, the happier they are. The head of the Star Alliance knocked on the table and said with a smile, "Over the past year, the three civilizations have been almost defeated by the World Tree. Black Star was ambushed and severely injured, exceeding the upper limit of his immortal body. He had to fall into a deep sleep and slowly recuperate, so the recovery of the sanctuary was temporarily terminated. The intelligence said that he is now the spiritual pillar of the Interstellar Society to fight against foreign enemies. Once the Black Star fell, the morale of the Interstellar Joint Army collapsed, and he retreated step by step on the battlefield. So it is obvious that without the Black Star, the Interstellar Coalition was a group of mobs." "Haha, it's not bad," Savinis, the leader of the Lore civilization, said happily, and the battle reports in the first 2 issues said that the 3 major civilizations were frequently attacked and had to let many high-level officials take refuge. During the voyage, the spacecraft of the Red Empire was ambushed on a large scale, and the current leader Marbrus was beheaded in half, without a complete body. The previous head of the Empire, Ulan Real, was captured by the members of the World Tree. It is said that Claudi's eyes were bloodshot, and he went to save it alone. In the end, he was captured, but his will was firm, so the World Tree summoned members and invaded Ulan Real over and over in front of him, destroying Claudi's will. Only then did the World Tree swallow it and transform it into a slave. Speaking of this, the peak of the Interstellar Society is super A-level deaths and wounds. The body of the weapon country Manison was exposed and transformed into a slave by the World Tree. All the family's assets are enemies. Sowery was broken, and his mind was turned into a fool. Ernos was forced to join the war, and the Void Spirit national weapon was almost broken. These battle reports were all made up by Han Xiao's orders to the group of lurkers who had already jumped back. A lot of private goods were added in, which was quite exciting. As for the parties involved in the battle reports, they knew nothing, and they didn't know that Han Xiao was serious about them. Many members of the Star Alliance talked about the good news in previous battle reports, talking with relish, wishing to see the suffering lives of the people in the Interstellar Society with their own eyes, and then laugh happily. Everyone laughed for a while, and the head of the Star Alliance slightly restrained his expression, knocked on the table, and said seriously, "Although the defeat of the 3 major civilizations is a foregone conclusion, we have finally eliminated a major concern and a competitor. The World Tree is a new threat. When the war ends, we still need to pay attention to the World Tree." Savinis immediately echoed, "It's right. The failure of the 3 major civilizations has proved their terribleness. Even if we develop to the height of the 3 major civilizations, we are not their opponents. Well, but time is on our side. As long as we continue to develop, sooner or later." The head of the Star Alliance was preparing to look forward to the future to cheer everyone up, but the conference room was suddenly knocked away. Bang! A secretary rushed in with a very anxious look, his eyes filled with panic. "Dear leaders, something is wrong. The traces of the World Tree Army were found in the territory. The World Tree has been hit." "What?" Clara. All the senior leaders of the Star Coalition present suddenly changed their expressions, and everyone stood up suddenly. PY promotes the book Master of Monster Synthesis, author Zhuge Wanjun. The subject matter is quite interesting. Introduction. Link, an unexpected, joins the ranks of the army through the starting point and returns to the holographic virtual online game, Fate, half a year ago, becoming an unknown NPC in the game. He accidentally activates a version of the artifact that can synthesize monsters in danger. Gold plus rat equals treasure hunt rat. Metal plus desert ant nest equals silver immortal marine ant. From the sky plus corrupt blue whale equals biochemical metal leviathan. So, the monster synthesis master emerged. Link has a left-handed villain and a right-handed player, and he is having a lot of fun cutting the leaks. 6 years later, Link drove his super fortress, looking at the Starlight Devourer, Magic Phoenix, and Zerg Queen created by himself. He was crying and said without tears, 3 years and 3 years. If you don't appear again, I will be pushed by the players as a boss. Into this chapter, in the Covenant, the Malgs Galaxy. A narrow and long space crack spread across the starry sky, like a knife cutting open the belly of the universe, spraying an endless green frenzy from it. Countless World Tree battleships flew out of the wormhole, forming an army, turning into dense streams of light and dispersing in all directions, heading to invade the planets on the star map. The World Tree fleet travels extremely fast. Not long after, a prosperous planet was far away, and the defense forces of this planet had taken off the air and were distributed in outer space, ready to fight against invasion. Buzz! At this moment, a ray of light flashed in the distance, and a huge group of starships covered with starlight approached quickly. The outer armor of the spacecraft was engraved with the mark of the Star Covenant. This was the Rapid Support Force urgently deployed by the military headquarters. It happened to be stationed in a nearby military fortress, responsible for daily maintenance of public security in the area. Among the main ships of the Star Covenant Rapid Support Force, the middle-aged commander with strong temperament grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, gritted his teeth, and looked at the enemy troops outside the window, which was countless times the number of them on his own. His heart was filled with miserable feelings, and he let out a hoarse roar. The 17th and 18th detachments landed and immediately organized the people to board the ship to escape. The rest, the entire army attacked. Delay time. As soon as the order was issued, the quick support force did not pause and immediately launched a rush to the attacking World Tree. Facing an unmatched opponent, the Star Covenant fleet still counterattacked head-on. This scene was very tragic, like an isolated army, endured countless times the enemy's continuous siege. However, tragic and heroic, the gap in hard power will not be shortened. Their fearlessness of death cannot prevent the spread of the green tide. The world-destroying green tide easily submerged this armed fleet. The counterattack of the Star Covenant fleet only set off a small wave, and then disappeared into the endless green tide. The roots tear apart the sky and insert it into this prosperous urban planet, like straws, swallowing the matter and energy inside into their own nutrients. In a main ship of this World Tree fleet, the Heart Tree King overlooks the planet. His eyes are lit with glimmer, and his vast mind power has covered the entire planet. Hypnosis and guide all living beings to give up and flee and take the initiative to devote themselves to the roots. Become a member of the World Tree. Seeing the last few Star Covenant warships exploded into pieces under the World Tree fleet's fire, the Heart Tree King shook his head. It's just a futile struggle. He turned his head and looked at the countless soldiers in the cabin, and saw that everyone had a passion on their faces. What was their best thing? Issue the gaze of the King of Heart Tree. Everyone shouted. For the Mother Tree. For the Father God. After the Black Star subdued the World Tree, he became the Father God in the minds of all members of the World Tree, and his will overtake the Mother Tree. The King of Heart Tree also silently muttered, and then he withdrew his gaze, looking at the stars in the sky from afar. His gaze seemed to be able to lock in the Mother Star of the Star Alliance through infinite distances. Star Covenant Capital, Joint Conference Room. Unlike the joyful atmosphere a few days ago, now there is a miserable mist in the room. It is full of negative atmospheres such as fear, despair, and anxiety. In the past few days, the information about the World Tree invasion broke out in various places. It seemed like overnight, the entire alliance was in danger, and countless planets fell. All the senior executives of the Star Covenant here were not as energetic as they were a few days ago. At this time, they looked haggard and were dressed in disarray. They had basically been sleepless these days, and there were fierce debates one after another. Isn't the World Tree civilization still fighting against the three major civilizations? Why invade us silently? The head of the Star Alliance was frowning. His expression was tired. His eyes were covered with bloodshots. His voice was already hoarse. Savini's shook slightly and said in a trembling voice, "Does the World Tree civilization feel that the three major civilizations have been destroyed, so he wants to fight on both sides? What should I do?" Many senior executives of the Star Covenant were frowning. They thought the three major civilizations were still fighting the World Tree to death. They just discovered their location, so they drew some troops to fight with them. This feeling was like eating someone else's melon happily, but suddenly it fell on their heads, looking confused. What else can I do? Since the World Tree is coming, we can only resist. Someone slapped the table vigorously to hide his fear. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately objected and said loudly, "What are you going to fight? Even the three major civilizations are not the opponent of the World Tree. They were crippled in a few years. We can't defend our respective territory at all. We should quickly migrate refugees, retain the fire, and abandon our territory and run away." How can that be done? We at least have the power to fight. The World Tree is raging my territory. As long as we send troops to support, we can definitely defeat the World Tree. Another person said in a deep voice, "You fart. We don't have enough troops, so we'll help you," another man shouted. This debate ignited the fuse. Everyone's emotions were like springs that had reached the extreme these days. At this moment, all the dissatisfactions in their hearts burst out, and they were divided into two groups of people. One was the main battle, and the other was the main escape, and the quarrel was extremely fierce. If most of the people present had not been remote projections, everyone would have rolled up their sleeves and started fighting. The Star Alliance is composed of more than 40 civilizations. It is not a monolithic part. It has its own interests and can be gathered together in normal times. However, in the face of the pressure of powerful foreign enemies' invasion, internal differences immediately erupt. The opinions of each member state cannot be unified, and some civilized senior officials who originally did not agree with the trouble will no longer suppress them and complain loudly. Everyone calm down. Calm down. We have other ways. We can't resist the World Tree by relying on ourselves alone. But since the three civilizations are in the same situation as us, maybe we will actively communicate with them and join forces to fight the enemy. As for the past calculations, we can temporarily put them aside. Repelling the World Tree together is the most important thing. They must be able to distinguish the importance. In the future, we will make another liquidation with the three civilizations. Now we can save ourselves first before we can have the right to talk in the future. The head of the Star Alliance made a loud suggestion, trying his best to ease the atmosphere, but it was useless. Everyone was speechless about his proposal, and they turned a blind eye to themselves and quarreled with themselves. The scene became increasingly uncontrollable. In the past, many members of the Star Alliance would not be so disrespectful to him, but now no one takes him seriously at the moment of life and death of various civilizations. Everyone had a big fight, and many people were furious. They stopped making trouble and went offline directly and did not intend to listen to the unified dispatch of Star Alliance. They decided that they would fly away when the disaster was about to come. Not long after, only a mess was left in the conference room, and the head of the Star Alliance sat alone in his seat, heart full of bitterness. After the quarrel broke out at the top, several civilized leaders issued orders without hesitation, not obeying Star Covenant's dispatch, and packing their own resources and population. They began to migrate and flee in a hurry, preparing to escape from Star Covenant's territory and enter the unexplored universe. Although most civilizations were annoyed and panicked, they had not yet made up their minds to abandon their homes. But as soon as they saw someone running away decisively, they immediately became anxious. Others started running away. If they didn't follow, wouldn't they just stayed and helped others cut off their backs? How can this work? The chain reaction happened soon, and one Star Covenant after another did not dare to delay any further, and began to migrate and flee, no longer caring about the Star Covenant's agreement. When these member states disobey the order, the mechanism of the Star Covenant was quickly paralyzed, and the huge Star Covenant seemed to break overnight, and the civilized long-distance fleet began to flee and part ways. In the past, many members of the Star Alliance would not easily violate the unified order of the Star Alliance. Otherwise, they would be isolated by others. But now they can't control so many. The World Tree is coming, and there is disagreement within the Star Alliance. This united cosmic civilization is destined to fall apart. Everyone does not plan to stand together and wait for death. They just want to die with fellow Taoists. This is Han Xiao's intentional calculation. The weakness of the Star Covenant's organizational structure is too obvious. That is, the dominant civilization with too many interests and no strength to occupy an absolute advantage. It is barely aggregated, and the opinions cannot be completely unified. Usually, members of the Star Alliance have some concerns, but once a crisis of survival breaks out, it will definitely be difficult to unite, and there will be 80% division. As long as the collective will is broken up, the little giant of the Star Alliance will be dismembered, and the resistance will plummet by several levels, basically losing most of the fighting spirit. Back then, the Star Alliance quietly leaked intelligence to cause internal conflicts in the interstellar society. Han Xiao's move was to use his own way to cure others and use the means of dividing and transforming them, which in turn caused internal discrimination from the other party. The airport terminal of the home star of the Lore civilization was already overcrowded, and anti-gravity transport vehicles transported batches of supplies to the fleet. Countless panic-looking people lined up to board the ship under the instructions of live-fire soldiers. No matter how anxious they were, they could only hold it in their hearts and obediently obey the orders. Not long ago, a group of people wanted to launch a riot, but were directly suppressed by iron blood and shot on the spot. The blood was not dried yet, so no one dared to do anything randomly at this time. Not long after, the first fleet was finally filled. Without waiting for the subsequent spacecraft, they took off directly, fled into the depths of the starry sky, and immediately began to flee. Savinis had already stayed in the main ship. As the leader of civilization, he did not dare to stay in his home star at this moment. The fugitive fleet was divided into several batches. In order to escort him, more than half of the armed forces followed the first fugitive fleet with the least population load. Finally set off, Savinis breathed a sigh of relief. He still remembers that in the war report, the two heads of empires were tortured to death by the World Tree. It can be seen that the World Tree civilization likes to carry out beheading operations. He is worried that he will follow in the footsteps and be ravaged to death. So he just wanted to run away quickly and dare not stay on the mother star as a target. As far as he knew, the heads of other civilizations basically had the same idea and all escaped from the mother star. As the spacecraft slowly accelerated, Savinis was finally not so worried and said to himself, "It should be safe for the time being." However, before he finished speaking, the spacecraft radar suddenly burst out with a harsh buzzing sound, pointing directly to the front of the spacecraft. An energy reaction broke through the source of the sky, appeared out of thin air, blocking the way. The next moment, a mechanical god swelled up in the storm, and his body instantly exceeded the size of the entire fleet, covering the stars and sunlight, and a big hand suddenly covered it. Rumble, like the secret energy of ripples and water waves bloomed. The entire fleet began to explode like firecrackers, and almost in the blink of an eye, the armed frigate was almost wiped out, and even the wave could not be turned up, turning into a large area of fireworks in the starry sky, which was very beautiful. "Is this a black star?" Savinis was shocked and turned his head quickly and shouted, "Run quickly! Hurry!" But before he could finish speaking, many spacecraft operators were sweating profusely. No, the fleet's intelligent matrix is completely locked and cannot be controlled at all. The spacecraft is paralyzed. No. Savinis suddenly widened his eyes, revealing an extremely fearful look. His pupils reflected the palm of the supreme heavenly Lord that was constantly magnifying, and the mechanical patterns in the palm of his palm became clearer. Click! Han Xiao directly fished the main ship into his hands and sucked it into his body, capturing Savini's and a group of senior executives on the ship. Immediately afterwards, he raised his hand and pounded it. The energy burst out like a gamma ray burst, gushing and spreading across a large area, instantly evaporating a large group of warships that were about to counterattack. The first one, Han Xiao turned around, and a flash disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. His goal is to capture the leaders of all civilizations in the Star Alliance, give full play to the advantages of individual power, and capture the king first. With his current combat power, the success rate of the beheading operation is nearly 100%. Every time he catches, one is accurate, and no one can stop him. His Excellency Savini's was captured by the enemy because Han Xiao's beheading efficiency was too fast. When Savini's and other senior executives were arrested, the remaining defense forces of the parent star had no time to come to support. The left-behind staff of the ground base stared blankly at the place where Han Xiao disappeared, listening to the busy voice in the command channel, and suddenly fell into a state of chaos with no heads. The Star Alliance also has individual powers, but compared with the three major civilizations, their top combat power is too small and their strength is too weak. With Han Xiao's ability, he is enough to be rampant here, and there is basically no solution. In addition, the virtual networks in the entire Star Alliance area are under the surveillance of Han Xiao, a super god-level mechanic. The whereabouts of the senior members of each Star Alliance member cannot be hidden at all. Han Xiao is like an eagle pounced on a chicken, constantly teleporting flashes, accurately intercepting the refuge fleets of senior members of the Star Alliance member states. He did not miss it once, and even the leader of the Star Alliance did not escape and was also captured by him. Within a few days, the leaders of the 46 civilizations of the Star Alliance and many senior executives became Han Xiao's prisoners, basically all of which were caught in one place. Civilizations have lost command from the top. Some have good civilized systems and continue to maintain the implementation of the migration plan through the grassroots command chain. Some civilizations are quite decisive. Some have taken over the vacancy of the high-level ranks and received the order in the face of danger, but more of them have fallen into different degrees of chaos. The information about the World Tree and the three major civilizations is the secret of the Star Covenant's senior management. The people and grassroots officers know nothing. They do not know the meaning of the World Tree fleet, nor do they have the strong fear of the World Tree civilization that the top leaders of the Star Covenant have been cultivated for many years by the War Report. Therefore, after the disappearance of the top leaders of various civilizations, many civilizations launched fierce counterattacks, which was quite like a newborn calf not afraid of tiger. However, due to the collective vacancy of the top leaders, internal secrets leaked out under the influence of some force and soon spread at the grassroots of the Star Covenant. Most people figured out the source of the disaster, learned about the terrible aspects of the World Tree civilization and the current situation where the World Tree is going to war with the three major civilizations. As for the operation of the senior management of Star Coalition to catch fire, it was not announced under Han Xiao's control, and it was still confidential. Because the mechanism of the World Tree is too terrifying, most of the morale of many civilizations' resistance is suddenly extinguished. What completely destroyed the counterattack of various civilizations in the Star Alliance was another invasion of another armed force. This time, the three civilized armies that were supposed to fight against the World Tree, as shown in the news. He became the attacker. The morale of Star Covenant completely collapsed. Faced with the attack of two cosmic civilizations, they no longer had the courage to resist stubbornly and could only flee in panic. The entire Star Alliance battle situation slid into the abyss with lightning speed. All the resistance forces were paralyzed and destroyed by the three civilizations and the World Tree. Countless spacecraft fled from the territory of the Star Alliance, and it was already in chaos. At this point, it has only been more than a month since the World Tree civilization and the three civilizations invaded the Star Alliance. In fact, If the Covenant can integrate all the powers, at least at his cosmic level, it will not be so bad. It is still okay to unite and resist for a period of time. But the incident happened suddenly. In addition, there were too many differences in internal positions. This made them unable to form an effective counterattack line. The situation of Star Covenant is like the three major civilizations that were raided by the World Tree in their previous life. And the situation is even worse. They were caught off guard. If they were given some time, perhaps they could recover from the chaos after heavy losses and form various scattered civil resistance forces. But now there is no chance. All the senior officials of the Star Alliance civilization captured by Han Xiao were not executed. They were not immediately swallowed and transformed by the World Tree, but were concentrated in the same cage without physical torture. Just there were virtual screens floating in the cage, playing the tragic situation of their various civilizations under the World Tree offensive all the time, making it impossible for all the senior executives of the Star Covenant to rest safely. Suffering from psychological torture, everyone was extremely haggard. Every day, watching the World Tree fleet destroy the Star Covenant, everyone was shocked and angry. They were afraid and despair, and were in panic all day long. After the three major civilizations also attacked the Star Covenant on the screen, all the detained Star Covenant senior officials were confused. Their brains were blank. They thought the World Tree was fighting on two fronts, but they didn't expect that the three major civilizations would also attack them. In an instant, they subverted their previous guesses, and everyone was shocked. Why did the three major civilizations invade our territory together with a World Tree civilization? Aren't they still fighting wars? The head of the Star Alliance with haggard faces had a hoarse tone, with unconcealed shock and confusion. Did they stop making peace? No, how is this possible? They should never give up until they die. Isn't the World Tree unable to coexist with any civilization? Someone couldn't believe it and murmured to himself. Savinis opened his blue bloodshot eyes and hissed. There is only one possibility. That is, the three major civilizations have been swallowed and transformed by the World Tree and turned into slaves of the World Tree. They have lost their freedom. In other words, their civilization has been destroyed. Aha! Woo 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 woo. As he said that, Savini showed a neurotic, ugly expression, as if he was crying and laughing, with inexplicable ruthlessness and pleasure. Among all the Star Alliance civilizations that were attacked, the Lori civilization is the worst and is targeted by the World Tree and the three major civilizations. Savini watches the tragic scenes experienced by the tribe every day, and his mental state is almost collapsed, and he is already crazy. In his eyes, although he was about to face destruction, at least the three major civilizations were gone, and his revenge was successful. He had already brought generations of enemies to die together, destroying the prosperous world of the three major civilizations. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded silently, and they agreed with the statement that the three major civilizations had become vassals of the world civilization. But unlike Savini's, other senior executives of the Star Covenant had no pleasure, only deeper fear. Originally, a World Tree civilization was enough to destroy the Star Alliance. But now the other party has absorbed the troops of the three major civilizations and completed reinforcement, which is equivalent to two cosmic civilizations attacking each other. No matter how they thought about it, they felt that the alliance had no possibility of surviving. They were completely desperate inside, with a numb expression, almost like a walking zombie. Brush. At this moment, the cage door opened. Everyone turned their heads and looked at it suddenly, and a figure walked in against the lights in the corridor outside, revealing an expressionless face, which was Han Xiao. Everyone, are you feeling comfortable living during this period? Han Xiao spoke, his tone without any emotional fluctuations. Black Star. Everyone subconsciously shrank back, showing a look of fear on their faces. Only Savini's did not retreat, but advanced, and walked forward nervously for a few steps forward, grinning, smiling ferociously, stretching out his hands, as if trying to grab Han Xiao's shoulder. Bang! Before he could get closer, an invisible force swept, lifting Savini's out of the air, and his body thumped tightly against the wall of the prison. But Savini seemed to feel no pain at all, but instead laughed like crazy, burst into tears, laughing as if he was about to die. "Ha, Black Star, your three civilizations were also defeated and became slaves of the World Tree. We will also become members of the World Tree. We are just an equal existence. Everyone has the same ending. No one thinks that anyone will win." "Huh, cough, ha ha." The senior executives of the Star Coal were watching Savinis who looked like crazy, silent, with only depressed expressions on their faces. Even the eyes of Han Xiao were looking at Han Xiao. There was no lack of pity for him. Although their fate is basically destined to be a member of the World Tree and does not seem to die, losing themselves is no different from death in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao knew what they were thinking. He didn't care, but instead shook his head and laughed. "Do you think the three civilizations have become slaves of the World Tree? Reasonable inference, interesting speculation. Unfortunately, it is a completely wrong conclusion." Without waiting for everyone to react, he raised his palms, and a small World Tree phantom immediately appeared in his palms, spinning drippingly, emitting an astonishing high pressure, shocking everyone present to the point of being weak and unable to stand, and collapsed to the ground one by one. "Our war has come to an end, but you guessed wrongly that the winner. The World Tree was captured by me, and now it has become my cosmic treasure. In other words, I am a master of the World Tree civilization." As soon as he finished speaking, Savini's crazy horse laughter came to an abrupt end, like a screaming chicken with his throat pinched. He stared at Han Xiao with wide eyes. "Impossible. I don't believe it. It is obvious that the World Tree civilization has the upper hand and almost destroyed. Oh, do you think the information sent back by the surveillancers you left in the desolate universe?" Before Savini's finished speaking, Han Xiao interrupted him, smiled slightly, and said tone, "Those battle reports I have made up, aren't it enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Savini's anger froze on his face, and the others widened their eyes. There was a sudden silence in the room. Han Xiao blinked and said slowly, "Your lurking personnel have been noticed by us for a long time and have been transformed into slaves of the World Tree. They have been sending you fake information, making you think we are still in the midst of war. In fact, we had solved the World Tree more than a year ago, and what you saw were all illusions we deliberately made up." At this moment, everyone's faces were instantly wonderful. Thinking of the surprise of seeing the war report over the past year, everyone feels as uncomfortable as if they have eaten it. It turns out that I have been silly and happy about the fake information fabricated by others, complacent and proud of it, and being played with by others. At this moment, everyone wanted to tear off their skin and throw it to a place where they could no longer see it. At the same time, a deeper despair rose in everyone's heart. When they learned that this was a mixed doubles, everyone had no hope at all. Their faces were extremely dim, and they knew that the Star Alliance was over. Seeing this, Han Xiao shook his head. In fact, he felt that Star Alliance was quite unlucky. Even if this group of people did not stumble on the waters and snare the three civilizations, they would still use the Information Warning Network to cover all star domains in the country. In this way, Star Alliance still has nowhere to hide and will also be exposed. At that time, the Star Alliance will still receive the attention and vigilance of the three major civilizations, and the outcome may not be much better. So, from a moment the Star Alliance sends hidden personnel to explore the interstellar social information, their results will be almost doomed. The head of the Star Alliance clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. "What do you want to do to us if you don't devour us?" Han Xiao glanced at them and said, "I need your cooperation. As you see, we have the ability to destroy all civilizations of Star Alliance, but I will give your tribe a chance to stop resisting, choose to surrender, and become our subordinates. Only in this way, we will give you the qualification to continue. You can swallow us directly. Why do you have to do this more?" The head of the Star Alliance was furious. "I like it." Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, paused, glanced at everyone, and continued, "I've thought about it. You only have one chance." At this time, Savini's suddenly roared and interrupted him. We will never give up our freedom to become a vassal of the world tree. You will never want to enslave. But before he finished speaking, Han Xiao raised his fingers, and mechanical particles flew out from the sky, forming a sealed mechanical tight closing device, directly covering Savini's lower half of his face, blocking his roar back into his chest. Han Xiao withdrew his gaze. His face was unrestrained, and said, "It seems that he has made a choice. Before the destruction of the Lore civilization, he will not be executed. He will watch the result of the choice he made here. Everyone, it is your turn, because he was interrupted just now. I will repeat it again. The 3 major civilizations will eliminate you without any effort. Reject me. You don't even have the chance to reproduce under the jurisdiction of the world tree. If you still want to continue, think about it clearly." Everyone's faces were gloomy, and they fell into boundless entanglement. They knew that this was killing the chicken to warn the monkey, but this trick was still very effective. They wanted to say they would never be slaves. However, looking at the miserable appearance of the tribe in the virtual screen, they felt that the burden on their shoulders became heavier and heavier, which made them unable to speak at all. At this moment, the mechanical particles flowed out from under Han Xiao's robe and turned into a fixed cabin, locking Savini's up, unable to move, which attracted everyone to look at the sad eyes of the dead rabbit and the fox. "Don't worry, you have time. Before our fleet eliminates your civilization, you can hesitate as much as you want. Anyway, you're not the ones who are dying in battle." Han Xiao threw down this sentence, turned around, and left under the fear and unwilling gaze of everyone. The prison door was closed behind him, isolating Savini's muffled groan. Han Xiao kept walking, and the officers of the 3 major civilizations had already been waiting at the door and saw this and quickly followed. "Hello, Black Star. Thank you for your hard work." Tenny nodded and said, "It's just a simple task, and I'll leave the next thing to you." Han Xiao waved his hand. He has helped this point, and the Star Alliance has lost its power of resistance. It is enough to hand over the remaining work to the 3 major civilizations. With the world-building civilization to fight together, he doesn't need to take action anymore. This simple finishing work can still be done by the 3 major civilizations. I didn't expect the solution to be so smoothly. A civilization that entered the threshold of the universe easily collapsed after only a little time, and my power has expanded to this level. Han Xiao sighed secretly in his heart, then strode away. After tackling the high level of the Star Coalition, Han Xiao became the boss, and the 3 major civilizations and the World Tree Civilization were responsible for the subsequent clearance and inclusion operations. Because the resistance forces of the Star Alliance have basically collapsed, this is just a time-consuming and effortless task for the 3 major civilizations, and they are orderly cleaning up the civilized migration troops in the Star Alliance. The Rare War mission was a large-scale event that players were keen on, but this time the 3 civilizations did not issue large-scale convening orders. Only a few players were summoned to deal with the Star Alliance, and more players focused on their own professional leagues. After a long period of preparation, the qualifiers have already opened and are now in a white-hot stage. Therefore, most players are not interested in the Star Alliance war at this time, and now they just want to hurt each other and participate in the new league event. Since Han Xiao has been sweeping the authority of the sanctuary and running for the truth about the iteration of the universe, he did not deliberately pay attention to the situation of the player league. At this time, he took out his spare time to check and found that the biggest specialty of this professional league is that the combat level has increased significantly, and the mainstream competitive level has been improved from B to natural disaster level, and the destructive power has increased dramatically. Now, this is version 5.5. Compared with version 4.0, the level limit has been increased from level 150 to level 200. The series of tasks of World Tree War have made the player group make a fortune. Although they have watched a wave of CG in the final battle, the subsequent victory settlement has brought amazing benefits to the player group. In the 4th league, mainstream players were basically at B level. Although they were already considered the backbone in the universe, in the eyes of top combat power, there's still a bit of a taste of pecking at each other. In the current 5th league, the player ladder has opened up a bigger gap. Now the entry threshold for the main players in the league must be natural disaster level, and it seems to be similar to the battle. In the Superpower Sanctuary, an unmanned planet, the 24th Qualifiers Arena, player guild battleships were suspended in the air, watching the battle on the ground, and two balls of yellow dragons, rolling in smoke and dust, entangled and collided with each other, bursting out shock waves from time to time, shaking the ground with a radius of several kilometers into spiderweb-like cracks. Two players wearing heavy armor were moving rapidly on the surface of the planet, fighting constantly with a huge momentum like a natural disaster, but their ID was relatively unfamiliar, and they were not professional players from any guild, but just ordinary passers-by, players participating. These are just two unknown players, and their destructive power is already very outstanding, making the audience of many players and viewers in the sky look intently. Because the player group has entered the natural disaster level in batches, and its strength has collectively increased, many people's combat power has undergone qualitative changes. In order to ensure ratings and prevent some professional players from major guilds from really falling in the qualifiers, many large clubs have obtained direct cards for the official league and do not need to take risks in the qualifiers. Although this has reduced the excitement of the qualifiers, the player group is still very enthusiastic because of frequent dark horses. The overall destructive power of players is getting stronger and stronger. In outer space, Han Xiao's virtual projection overlooks the planets, bringing the scene of players fighting in his eyes. He turned on the invisible state, and the other players could not see his projection and were still watching the game with their heads down and focused, never looking up at the sky. Let the players grow a few more versions, and the level limit is unlocked more and more, and they will inevitably become a new source of chaos. Han Xiao's eyes moved slightly, and he pondered secretly. Now the Interstellar Society has formed a new stable pattern. For a considerable period of time, it will basically maintain overall peace. It is a good thing for interstellar citizens, but a bad thing for players. After experiencing several versions of events, players have eaten big fish and meat, seen big scenes, and then letting them turn back to work as daily branches will definitely be unbearable. If there are no new disasters or new major events, then players who are unwilling to be lonely will definitely become big events. As their strength increases, they will inevitably become more restless and will not be satisfied with leisure, thus breeding chaos. Various thoughts flashed by, and Han Xiao looked at the player's spaceship all over the sky, turned around and disappeared. On the other side, in the cabins of the player's spacecraft, countless people were staring at the ground competition scenes feedback by the satellite screen, shouting and making a lot of fun. The cadres of the guild clubs were also paying attention to the situation of the qualifiers, recording the dark horses and talking in a low voice. This competition is really top-notch. There are too many fierce people. I don't think it's great. I've seen no less than 30 top-level passerby kings. If the players of our team are really overturned by passers-by, they will be very embarrassed. I really hope to get to the next version soon, open a higher level, and the guild's plan can be implemented. Many guild cadres were secretly excited. Because the level upper limit is further unlocked, the scale of natural disaster level players in each guild has experienced a surge in the scale and has become a system, and the operating strength of the guild organization has increased. Nowadays, many guilds have a large number of natural disaster level players, and their strength is enough to occupy one side in the Interstellar Society. In order to continue to widen the gap between their own professional players and ordinary players, many professional guilds have privately formulated detailed guild power operation plans for the next version and decided that the next version will expand in the universe. Although watching the professional league, many guild cadres have already been thinking about it and can't wait to do a big fight in the next version. Han Xiao has not been idle and has always been paying attention to the players' professional leagues, which is only the only way to adjust his mood for him. He buried himself in the mechanical factory, almost leaving behind all the chores, and repeatedly checked the feasibility of the information realization function of the world tree to break the dark universe. The days passed quickly in research, and the liquidation of the three major civilizations against the Star Alliance was gradually over. They had already obtained the battle report fabricated by Han Xiao from the senior management of the Star Alliance. They were speechless about Han Xiao's evil tastes, and they just thought this person was just outrageous. However, the heads of the three major civilizations could not disturb Han Xiao, who was studying the plan to break the dark side of the universe because of this little thing. He had to pretend that nothing happened and silently ordered people to destroy these eye-catching black history. It seemed as if the years had changed in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed. The three major civilizations had roughly completed the dismantling and liquidation of the Star Covenant, digested most of the spoils, and dismembered the enemy lurking on the bed. The fifth professional league of players also ended during this period. This time, the Dynasty Club finally returned to the first place and won the championship of the fifth league. Tai Erzi inherited the position of kings, princes, generals, and ministers, led the team to win the championship, and suddenly raised his historical status to a higher level and was hailed by the club as the cornerstone of the next dynasty. Dynasty is the only team to win the championship twice in the 5 leagues. The popularity, which had declined slightly, skyrocketed like a rocket. The former champion captain of the dynasty, Wang Ho, in general, who served as the team coach, publicly congratulated Tai Erzi and expressed his gratitude. The meat bag called it the king's handover. This statement was accepted by players and was widely circulated on the forum. The runner-up in third place in this class are the American Demon World team and the Russian White Vodka team. Although the Chinese team is not as dominant as before and fails to occupy 2 seats in the top 3, their performance is still good, and they have achieved excellent results in affiliated events such as singles and team racing, and have a strong sense of existence. With the end of the professional league, the 5.5 version has also come to an end, and the day of version update has come. In the player guild bases on the Superpower realm, batches of players gather here to wait for offline, chatting casually like a noisy vegetable market. I'm going to update again. I don't know how many years I'll jump to this time. The next time should be a major version update. The level limit can be unlocked at least 20 levels. Take off. I don't know what the next version will be. Even the world tree is solved. I think nothing can shake the current interstellar society. Didn't read the inferences of the star, see times? It's likely that the internal contradictions will intensify. It's possible that the black star will turn black and turn into a new boss and compete with the 3 major civilizations in turn. Oh, that is, we can finally start a big killing? Then I'll kill him to turn over. I feel comfortable. I'll be upset by those 3 old mafia, so I'll let me chop them up and relieve my anger at that time. You are not at all. Compared to these, shouldn't we care whether the next version can fix the bug that can't be naked? Yes. If I can't run naked in the next version, I will definitely complain. Hearing the shouts of the players around me, Feng Yu looked disgusted and felt that these people were helpless. While chatting, when time slowly came down, a large number of white light flashed by, batches of players disappeared one after another, and the hall became empty. At the same time, in the private research room of the Superpower Sanctuary, Han Xiao, who was burying his head in the research, paused and raised his head. Well, has the version updated started again? Han Xiao stopped his work, opened the panel, and took a look, and the forum was closed again, which means that the time flow rate between the dark side universe and the real universe was unbounded again, becoming 2 independent systems again, and the stable information interference bridge was the only one left. During this period, he has repeatedly studied the feasibility of the transformation plan, and now he has grasped it to more than 70%. Although his technical contributions are made, it is still attributed to the test and improvement of several dark-side iterations in the previous period. He is also standing on the shoulders of the giant and making the final repair of this plan. Han Xiao shook his head, closed the panel, and was about to start research again, but Philip suddenly appeared. Master, Buzz, Emmys is here to your office. She wants to see you. Oh, I understand. Let's go. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows, had to put down the research in his hand, and turned to the office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Emmers sitting in his position with his back to the door. Hearing the sound, Emmers turned the chair, stretched out his long legs from under the high-slit black skirt, sat cross-slit, staring at Han Xiao with a smile, and said, "It's not easy for me to see you. I'm very busy recently, you know." Han Xiao walked around the table, came to the chair, pressed his hands on both sides of Emmers' forehead, and gently kneaded it. Emmers closed his eyes comfortably, but his mouth kept on his lips, and he laughed. "Yes, you're not busy. If I hadn't come to you occasionally, I would have doubted whether you would have forgotten me." "What are you talking about? Just talking nonsense. You should be punished." Han Xiao curled his lips, and a faint electric current was brought on his fingers, which made Emmers' eyelashes tremble. Emmys turned his head to avoid Han Xiao's fingers, slapped his palm away from being angry, turned around and stood up, put away his smile, and said seriously, "I don't understand. The world tree has been solved, and the 3 civilizations have also surrendered. We have no security concerns now. Why do you still have to keep yourself so busy? Where are you pressured? This is a secret. I can't tell you. It's very tricky." Han Xiao shook his head. It would be useless to tell the Super A-level group about the secrets of a universe iteration, so he did not disclose it to anyone other than the heads of the 3 civilizations. "Do you still remember what I said? Ambition is endless. When will you be willing to stop? Do you really want to replace the 3 civilizations?" Emmers frowned. "What is it? You have to hide it so strictly? Can't you tell it out and take responsibility together?" "You can't help." Han Xiao hesitated for a moment, raised his hand and touched Emmers' cheek, felt the smooth touch, and said softly, "This should be the last time. I will let us all survive." Upon hearing this, Emmers' eyes changed. Although she didn't know what Han Xiao had hidden, she could hear the condensation in Han Xiao's tone, and even the super god-level feeling was difficult, which must be a dilemma that she could not imagine. Emmys was about to chase after him when the communicator in the room suddenly buzzed. There was a message from Mar Bruce above, and there was only one content in it. "The Sanctuary Exploration Team is finally back." Han Xiao's eyes lit up. "I have something to do and leave. Let's take a step first, and I will accompany you next time." Han Xiao threw down a sentence and hurriedly changed to the Emperor. Emmers opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but the next moment Han Xiao activated the teleportation and disappeared into the room in the blink of an eye. Looking at the empty room, Emmers clenched her fists and let go. After repeating this several times, she took a deep breath and suppressed the complex emotions that surged in her heart. The subordinate who once needed his protection was now the existence she could only look up to her back. Until today, she felt more and more difficult to keep up with Han Xiao. Although Emmers is a blunt person and rarely struggles with such things, over the years, he will eventually care and be disappointed. Even though Han Xiao's attitude towards her is consistent, Emmers knew that it would be difficult for him to be qualified to share Han Xiao's worries. The location of a military forbidden area in the central Shanghai has been strictly sealed off, with dense space-armed fortresses and huge fleet corps distributed around it, with strict defense. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly lit up in the darkness, slowly rotating and expanding, turning into 3 sanctuary channels leading to the vast white world, quietly suspending in the universe, like 3 miniature white holes. In the dazzling light gate, the 3 black shadows gradually changed from small to large and slowly sailed out. It was the spaceship that the 3 civilizations went to explore the sanctuary. A team of soldiers flew out from the military base, leading 3 spacecraft back to the fortress. The members of the ship walked out with the help of their companions. Most of them looked confused, as if they were wandering around, with dull eyes and slow reactions. Only Claudia, Ulu, and the Super A-level sect looked better, but there was still a look of shock on his face, and his feet were floating. At this moment, a glimmer of light flashed, and a remote projection of the 3 civilized heads arrived, and immediately surrounded him with a nervous look on his face. "How is the situation? Have you obtained the information from the sanctuary?" Claudia's eyes focused, and he was stunned for a few seconds before he seemed to have reacted, with a serious expression, and nodded heavily. "The scenes in the sanctuary are exactly the same as what Black Star said. We have seen the records of the message board of the sanctuary. It is indeed the truth of the iteration of the universe. In addition, we have also obtained some information about the iteration of the past civilizations from the sanctuary. Although there is not much, it is also a proof. Upon hearing this, the heads of civilized civilizations took a deep breath. Although they felt that Han Xiao was not lying, they confirmed this at this moment, and their mood was still affected. At this time, Lewis suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Has the trial of the sanctuary resuscitation succeeded?" "It's true." Claudia raised his palm and showed the mark of the sanctuary resuscitation on the back of his hand, which was exactly the same as in the record. The three of them completely relaxed and nodded silently. In order to prove the authenticity of the sanctuary and prevent the Black Star from being placed on again, the three civilizations were careful and took out several media from their deceased direct lines and handed them over to Claudia and others to test whether the sanctuary recovery was feasible. If it fails, it means that all the tricks they entered into. Maybe it is a strange space deliberately built by the Black Star to fool them. If it succeeds, it can be proved to be a true sanctuary. When Black Star was asked to help revive the direct line and super A-level revival, the three civilized heads said that they had taken out all the media of the deceased direct line, but in fact they had one hand and hit a small number of the deceased direct line, claiming that there was no media for these people in order to prevent Black Star and prevent accidents. Even if the Black Star later proves that the revival of the sanctuary is reliable, the three major civilizations did not disclose this and plan to use it as testing materials when studying the sanctuary in the future, and now it is just in handy. Stepping. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Han Xiao, who was teleporting, strode forward. Without waiting for everyone to speak, he grabbed Claudia's hand and raised it in front of him. "What are you doing?" Claudia was shocked and subconsciously wanted to break free, but found that he could not shake Han Xiao's 5 fingers at all. The heads of state of the three civilizations thought Han Xiao was concerned about the mark of the revival of the sanctuary, and his heart tightened, worried that Black Star would be irresistible because they privately tried to revival of the sanctuary. But they were thinking a little bit. At this point, Han Xiao would not pay attention to these details. He revealed his own mark of the sanctuary authority, and Claudia's palm immediately gave feedback, revealing his mark of the sanctuary authority. The patterns of the two imprints are one complex and exquisite, while the other is monotonous and simple, which is exactly the difference between full-level permissions and first-level permissions. Seeing this, Han Xiao let go of Claudia, his eyes rolled, and said, How does it feel to enter and exit the sanctuary? Isn't it very psychedelic?" Claudia rubbed his painful wrist, hesitated, and said, "Indeed, I feel like I am sleepwalking. Although I can still control my body, my perception seems to be separated by a layer. It is not like I am acting as if I am a third perspective, and I am manipulating my body. My brain and body are no longer one. It's normal for you to go in for the first time, although I have never experienced the feeling of low authority." Han Xiao patted his shoulder. "Your authority is too low. It took a lot of time. We have been waiting for you in the main universe for a long time." Claudia and others looked at the time when they heard this and were shocked. Now 1 or 2 years have passed since the day they set off. They have only been in the sanctuary for a few hours. Just get used to it. When the authority is high, the time flow rate of the sanctuary will slowly converge with the main universe. Han Xiao explained casually, then turned his head to look at the heads of the three civilizations, raised his eyebrows, and said, "How is it? You have got the information you want. Do you believe what I said now?" Mar Bruce nodded calmly. "We have confirmed the truth about the iteration of the universe, exactly the same as what you said." At this time, the head of the Zuling sect pondered, "It's just that our authority is too low to see all the information on the message board of the sanctuary, so we still cannot verify the secrets of the ultimate three civilizations, dark universe, etc." Hearing this, Han Xiao opened his eyes wide and found it funny. "What? You guys want me to help you clear the sanctuary permissions until you unlock all the information on the sanctuary message board? If you don't mind, of course we are honored. Get out. Ahem, if you don't want to we can understand. The three of them looked embarrassed. I can help you complete the great achievements since several iterations, but don't be too arrogant to me. Han Xiao stood with his arms in his arms and frowned. I have done enough for the interstellar community. I have done my best in righteousness. I have given enough sincerity, but you are still skeptical of me. This was the case when dealing with the world tree before, but now it is still the same. To be honest, if you still doubt it, then we will just break up. No, we just need to consider it because this matter is so big, and we don't doubt you. Let's go to the office for a detailed chat. The three of them quickly gathered around to explain, led the way forward, and took Han Xiao to the private conference room. After closing the door and confirming that no outsiders were present, Bruce coughed and said, Black Star, we believe in the information of the dark side universe. Now we have also verified that the information in the sanctuary is not false. Let's talk about the topic that we didn't finish last time. What method do you plan to crack the closure of the dark side universe? And let us return to the real universe. 2 ways. Han Xiao raised 2 fingers. What are they? The three of them were excited. Their ears suddenly stood up, and they listened carefully. Han Xiao paused, and then he slowly explained. The first is to follow the route of the 3 major civilizations iterated in the previous 2 dark sides, and use the information realization device normally. Although the world tree has undergone information alienation, changed its existence nature, and has a lot of fancy functions, its essence has not changed. It still has the core functions of the information realization device, and I have dug it out. What about the second one? Second, it is still to use the information realization device, but it must cooperate with my virtual creation ability. The three of them looked at each other and didn't understand. Bruce was puzzled. Aren't these 2 using information realization devices? What's the difference? The difference lies in my positioning. The first plan, the success rate of the plan, depends entirely on whether the information interference bridge meets the predetermined needs of transformation, which means that this established route may still fail. The second plan, I can use my own abilities. The principle is, I won't talk about the principle. Anyway, you don't understand it. In short, I think it can improve the success rate of transformation. The only concern is that the previous 2 dark side iterations have not tried my new method, so there may be some uncertain factors. Han Xiao shook his head. The first solution is to treat him as a tool person and as a mediate to activate the information realization device. In the second plan, he is the executor of the plan. The difference between the 2 is who is the leader. After integrating the world tree, Han Xiao carefully studied it and finally transformed his virtual creation skill, removing the pseudo suffix, and the skill effect has undergone a huge change, which is similar to the core functions of the information realization device and can resonate. The three of them hesitated and talked in a low voice, but Han Xiao did not urge him. After a few minutes, Bruce raised his head and asked, What is the expected success rate of these 2 plans? Han Xiao spread his hands. The first plan has a success rate of 50%, and the second plan, I estimate a success rate of 70%, but the risk is unknown. Lewis pondered, Other try the first plan first. If it doesn't work, you can try the second one. Well, it's okay, but the stable interference bridge may cause damage and failure. If you want to regret it, there will be no chance of this dark side iteration, so I personally suggest that it's best to get it in one step. Han Xiao shrugged. We need to think about it again. Okay, you have time, but the 2 plans need to be prepared. During this period, you can mobilize the interstellar community first and prepare. Okay. The 3 nodded, disconnected the link to remote projection, and couldn't wait to go back and discuss. Han Xiao was the only one left in the conference room. He looked at the disappearance of the 3 of them and curled his lips. In fact, he also hid a third plan, which is to use the world tree to swallow the entire universe, compress and package in his body, and directly form a complete and independent information collection, which can reduce the difficulty of realizing information. In his opinion, the success rate of this plan can exceed more than 80%. But even if he thought with his chest muscles, he knew that the 3 major civilizations would never agree with this plan, and he would even begin to doubt his motivation for help again. In addition, This process is too long. I don't know that it will be the year of the monkey and horse month. It will take countless years on the road alone, because it will change a lot, and he doesn't really want to adopt this plan. So Han Xiao simply stopped talking and hid it in his heart and did not reveal it. I hope the three major civilizations will choose the second plan. Well, but even if they don't choose the second one, I will do the same. Han Xiao smacked his lips. Let the three major civilizations choose, mainly to give them a feeling of focusing on participation. When the interstellar community is ready to officially start transformation, it is not up to themselves to decide. Han Xiao teleported back to the office of the super sacred domain master star. This time the meeting with the three civilized heads of state was much faster than expected, but Emmys did not wait here and had left, and the room was empty. Where has she been? Your Excellent Emmers went to find O'Ruaw and asked me to inform her over. No need. I will take the initiative to find her in a while. Han Xiao cared casually and did not ask again. His expression was not as relaxed as he had just talked about the three civilized heads of state, but was full of worries. He told the three civilized heads of civilization that worrying that the bridge of stability interference will be damaged in transformation is not a fool, but a real concern. After this period of testing, he found that as a transformation medium, he would suffer a large amount of information impact when he officially launched the information realization device and briefly connected with the universal consciousness of the universe. In the process of reverse transformation into real state, the panel, as a specialty of the dark side universe, will gradually become invalid, so the character card cannot continue to play a role in the transformation process. If you want to stay awake and maintain the effect of virtual creation true, you need to strengthen your own information foundation and add some information anchor points to prevent yourself from being unable to support and causing the information interference channel to be disconnected. He has never revealed these details, and others can't help, and it just adds to his worries. The so-called information anchor should be my own understanding, connection with the world tree, and past memories. Han Xiao felt thoughtful. This is a mysterious perception. If it weren't for the super god level, it wouldn't have created this intuition. Tracing back to the past and commemorating the past may be a way to deepen the anchor point of information. The three major civilizations are about to start preparing, and I have to prepare too. Han Xiao was determined and changed into another set of emperors, brushed the ground, and disappeared in the room again. Broken Star Ring, Sea Blue Star. The planet that has been abandoned for more than 10 years has regained its prosperity after the people of Hylon Star relocation, and was demolished and rebuilt by the old buildings covered by nature. The entire planet has almost been completely renewed. Only one place has not been renovated. The huge ruins have been covered with wild green vegetation. The large number of building wrecks inserted on the ground have been rusted. This is the ruins of the budding organization, quietly lying on the wasteland, silent as before. Only traces left by time seem to tell the stories of the past. Three figures were slowly paced in the ruins. Stop and stop. Stop and watch from time to time. Back then, your godfather and I fought side by side and destroyed the budding organization. He sneaked here alone. He stole countless key confidential information and rescued the fashionable and young Hela and Aurora, who fought thousands of miles away, and sent the information out. Finally, the battle situation was laid in one fell swoop. Let the 6 countries have no worries anymore. Destroy the budding organization with a nuclear explosion. And the Sea Blue Star also ushered in a new life that day. Bennett stroked a huge piece of metal plate wreckage, rubbed off the rust on the palm of his hand. A blurry mark of budding organization was revealed, and a complex remembrance was revealed in his eyes, as if he was savoring the war-torn era. Standing behind him, Nilo stepped forward a few steps, put his hand on the metal wreckage, and whispered, "I have seen these deeds in textbooks, but every time I come to the Bud site, I always feel like I am there. It seems like I have experienced a battle to change the fate of this planet together." Bennett turned his head and laughed, retracted his hand, and sighed. Think about it carefully. Blackstar looked like he was young and was completely different from his current. Alas, When he is old, he loves to recall the past years. You're not old yet. Mia, who was holding the child on the side, smiled at the right time. Bennett laughed loudly, came to Mia, bent down and stared at the baby Mia was holding her arms, staring at him curiously with her big eyes open, giggling, and stretching out her two small short hands. "Oh, my good grandson, let Grandpa hug you." Bennett looked kind and could easily crush the steel arm and carefully took his grandson. He shook his pocket gently in his arms, feeling joyful and happy. Nero also came up with envy. Although he is the father of the child will cry endlessly as soon as he holds his son. Instead, the son can sleep very peacefully in the arms of his grandfather Bennett. After the war, Nilo made a baby with Mia, which made Bennett feel very happy. Considering that Nilo became the acting commander of the Legion and Shanghai Blue Star was on the right track, Bennett thought about it repeatedly and chose to step down as the leader of the Aquatic Blue Star Federation. Many senior officials originally disagreed and hoped that Bennett would be re-elected, but he decided to leave and abdicated firmly. Now he is no longer responsible for any position and enjoys family happiness after retirement. Bennett teased the baby for a while, then looked at Nilo and asked, "Have you tested the super gene for him?" "I have tested it. The report said that his super gene is extremely active and has a rare level. In the future, he may be an amazingly talented psychopath." Nilo looked happy. "Is that so good?" Benny nodded, stroking the baby's sparse hair kindly. The three of them teased the baby, talking and laughing, and walked away slowly. Suddenly, the space fluctuated slightly, and Han Xiao's figure walked out. He stood still, watching Bennett's grandparents and grandchildren leave with a sense of happiness. "It's so beautiful," Han Xiao murmured to himself, withdrew his gaze, turned his head to look at the bud site in front of him, and the look of remembrance also appeared in his eyes. "My own path has gone very far, but when I look back, the past on this planet seems to be right in front of me, just yesterday." The dusty memory fragments surged like a tide. In a trance, scenes flashed in front of your eyes, traveling through the dark time of the most half of the year spent in the Bud base, driving an off-road vehicle in the moonlight, leaving the Star Dragon transformed into a black ghost and walking alone in the wasteland. Lurking, the Bud organization steals intelligence and goes through thousands of miles of pursuit. The Bud organization headquarters turns into ashes in the shining nuclear explosion. Similarly, a figure flashed in his eyes, the young Hela, who was determined to throw himself into the abyss but was finally pulled back by himself. The young Aurora, who was tortured and still optimistic, the young man who was redeemed by himself. Bennett, who worked tirelessly to end the fight, and the Bud leader who was at the end of the road but did not turn back without regrets. The subsequent alienation disaster also emerged in front of us. The chaotic world, the crazy crowd, the endless beast tide, the spaceship falling from the sky, the hot and ferocious cannons. The source of everything comes to the Dark Star, and finally the Dark Star. There are two full versions of disasters. There are so many misfortunes here. Han Xiao closed his eyes slightly, and the plots of versions 1.0 and 2.0 flowed through his mind. It took him a long time to open his eyes and feel calm and seem to have some subtle changes in himself. In the dark, my information foundation seemed to be a little thicker, and it seemed that I had set the first information anchor point to connect with the Sea Blue Star. Sea Blue Star. Han Xiao slowly took off, looked down at the budding ruins of the weeds, and then looked at the bustling city with endless flowing vehicles at the end of the distant horizon. He turned around gently and disappeared without a trace. The dark and deep universe seems to be dotted with starry diamond curtains. A silver-white planet rotates quietly in it. The surface of the Earth is made of metal, raising up a series of mechanical towers with clear edges and angular connections, connecting each other with air channels to form matrix-like patterns. The rigorous layout exudes a delicate mechanical beauty. This is the new main star of Han Xiao's mechanical life civilization. It is located in the territory of the superpowered Holy Realm and is completely created by mechanical life. The planet is very huge and integrates into the matter of several planets. The former Apostle Star was also decomposed and merged into this planet. Originally, the mechanical envoys, such as Yozu, wanted to name the new main star Black Star to show their respect for the main god Black Star, but Han Xiao unswervingly rejected it. Finally, Yozu and the envoys changed their minds and named the planet Saint Star. On the bustling Alloy Avenue, various mechanical lives of all sizes are bustling with people. Some people are walking and their feet colliding with the ground. Some people are making a hissing sound when they're driving. Some people are constantly roaring, and some people are spewing gas from time to time, forming a unique tune with a strong mechanical feel. Han Xiao walked in the mechanical group, his whole person covered with a camouflage coating, and his appearance looked like an ordinary mechanical life. All the close mechanical life could not detect his existence. This place is getting more and more prosperous. Han Xiao secretly felt relieved. After receiving the World Tree, he no longer needed mechanical civilization to produce mechanical warriors all-weather. So he stopped the underlying orders of violent soldiers and allowed mechanical civilization to reproduce and develop on its own. This was the first time he carefully observed the changes in mechanical civilization after the war. Han Xiao was not walking fast. As if he was walking slowly, his eyes kept looking around and looking at the group of machines on the street. Although mechanical life is reproduced and shipped from the factory in batches, many people should have the same model, but they can hardly see any exactly the same mechanical life on the street. Even mechanical life with the same model has been modified by itself, and it has also been equipped with colorful paintings. Some people like guns, some people like sharp blades, some people like heavy installations, and some people like naked running. If you change to the perspective of normal life, it is like the difference between clothes, hairstyles, makeup, and accessories. In the shops on the street, Han Xiao also saw various products, the most of which were modification stores and accessories malls. There were a wide range of mechanical accessories of various models and painted in different colors. The passenger flow was huge, and mechanical life was in and out at every moment, constantly trying clothes. In addition, he also saw a special snack bar where the chef robot cooks engine oil, lubrication and maintenance gel, energy blocks and other items, stirs and cooks hard in a large pot, making various strange-shaped foods. Han Xiao took a portion and tasted it, which was so unpalatable that it almost broke the defense. But the other mechanical lives that came to buy left with satisfaction and enjoyed eating, but in their eyes it was a rare delicacy. There were also several pairs of mechanical lives like spouses feeding each other, and you and I were fond of each other. Han Xiao also saw the sensory stimulation store, which is an entertainment place for mechanical life. It connects the device inside to directly simulate various senses and emotions, bringing a strong sense of stimulation to the intelligent core. After paying a large amount of money, you can also directly update and upgrade your own emotional module through the store's host. In the alley next to him, Han Xiao also saw several small robots graffiti around the alloy wall. When he saw someone coming, he quickly dispersed and flew away on the electromagnetic wheel, like a group of rebellious street boys. The graffiti on the wall is extremely wild, full of twisted bright colors, and the outline can be vaguely seen as a portrait of the Supreme Heavenly Lord. Among the supposedly cold and tight mechanical groups, a strong personalized distinction appeared, and the culture of free atmosphere was popular, and Han Xiao suddenly saw the fireworks from a group of mechanical bodies. The life of mechanical life is quite like the same thing. Han Xiao smiled. He has always regarded mechanical civilization as an arsenal and has not paid much attention to the changes in the life of mechanical civilization. It was not until he allowed mechanical civilization to reproduce freely that he faced the emergence of cultural trends. As a creator, he could guide the cultural trend of mechanical civilization, but he did not do so, but let it take shape naturally. Until now, he felt that mechanical civilization was a bit civilized. As he walked, Han Xiao found that he had come to a giant mechanical square. There were two statues in the center of the square, both of which were themselves. One was themselves under normal circumstances, and the other was the body in the state of supreme heavenly venerable. The mechanical life in the square flows endlessly, and no one deliberately worships the statue. At most, occasionally stops and looks up for a while, then walks away and continues their lives. Their admiration for Han Xiao is no longer formally rigid, but is placed in the heart. Han Xiao came to the foot of the statue, stopped, and looked up, and suddenly he glimpsed a tall mechanical life walking by the side with a small mechanical body of similar model. He turned his head and looked at it. It seemed like a happy father and son. The father asked the child to ride his neck and kept teasing. Han Xiao looked at this scene silently, and scenes of mechanical civilization following him in the past few decades of battles emerged in his mind. Countless mechanical lives walked onto the battlefield under his command and were regarded as cannon fodder. Countless sparks of consciousness born in the chip's circuit disappeared into the cold universe together with a broken body. Although they regard mechanical life as tool people, due to the limitations of underlying logic, they have no complaints. They silently buried their hobbies and interests, sacrificed their lives to fight for themselves, and still respected themselves, the Creator. You no longer need to fight for me in the future. Enjoy your new life. Han Xiao shook his head gently. He would not cancel the underlying logic of mechanical civilization respecting itself, but he did not intend to instruct mechanical civilization to fight again. He has mastered the world tree and virtual creation true, and no longer needs these mechanical lives to work for him. He took a last look at his statue, and the memory flowed in his heart. He felt another information anchor set, and then turned around and disappeared into the lively crowd. In the superpower Holy Land, the new headquarters of the Black Star Legion, Han Xiao wandered in the base, hiding himself, and no one noticed his existence. The huge base is very lively, with countless members of the Black Star Army working here, with people coming and going, and from time to time, people chatting and laughing and passing by Han Xiao. He walked around slowly and came to the area where the high-level activities were active. He saw Melas working at his desk, saw Sivia, who was still struggling to attack Super A level, saw Aroshia, who was dazed in the sky outside the window, saw Laki, who was slapped in the water, and saw Renard, who had been operating the logistics department for decades. Looking at the scene of the Black Star Army's great family and great business, Han Xiao was a little dazed, and the memory of the hardships at the beginning of his business emerged. He remembered that he had just entered the interstellar world at that time, and was still a rustic bun from the surface civilization. He was poor, and his only reliance was the guns and cannons in his hands. These old friends have built their current foundation with them, and have grown to their current level with a third-rate mercenary group. Everything seemed to be yesterday, and the memory was still clear and Melas. Aroshia, Sivia, and others followed him into mercenaries. At that time, everyone was very young and fought with all their lives. Now nearly 100 years have passed. Everyone has become big names in the interstellar world. They no longer need to do it themselves. They have achieved success and have a different life. Looking back, Han Xiao couldn't help but sigh that time was fleeting. Everyone, including himself, has more or less changed their original appearance, and perhaps they miss themselves even more. At the beginning, they were always freshest, and they would always get tired of each other in the future. Their careers were moving forward, and their views were changing, which made him feel inexplicably if life was just like the first meeting. However, no matter how emotional he is, he still prefers the development trend of spiral upward things, allowing the road ahead to continue to extend and usher in various changes. Han Xiao's mind flashed through memories of the rise and expansion of the Black Star Legion. In a trance, he felt another information anchor generated, nodded, turned around, and disappeared from spot. At the same time, Melas, Sivia, Laki, and others who were doing their own things suddenly became moved. For some reason, Han Xiao suddenly appeared in their minds, and they couldn't get rid of them. They subconsciously remembered the dusty memories of the first battle with Han Xiao. They stopped the work at hand for a moment, silent and in a complicated mood. What's wrong with me? Why do I suddenly miss the black stars of the past so much? End of this chapter. Covenant Headquarters. Han Xiao teleported over, and under the eyes of everyone, he was familiar with the passage of the complex corridor and came to the confinement room of the Son of Destiny. The Son of Fate, who was soaked in the solution, woke up, approached happily, and reached out to the inner wall of the container. Han Xiao smiled and stuck his palms through the container. At this time, an experimental staff came over and said curiously, "His Excellency Haixing, what are your instructions for coming this time? Let the Son of Fate be released." Han Xiao knew it. The experimenter was stunned and said uncertainly, "Are you kidding me? If we put it on, it will be difficult to catch it again in the future. Let it go." Han Xiao shook his head. Although you're also the leader of the Covenant, it is best for Mr. Bagel to order this in person. It's okay, I have told him. Han Xiao showed the news about Bagel and patted the experimenter on the shoulder. Then, I understand. The experimenter was puzzled, but he still did it, terminating the operation of the information stabilization device and putting away the storage container, lifting all restrictions on the Son of Destiny. The Son of Fate was finally exposed to the outside world, but did not immediately enter the high-dimensional information state to escape, but floated beside Han Xiao and walked around curiously and puzzledly, as if surprised why he was released. "You have helped me a lot, and I believe freedom is a good reward." Han Xiao smiled, raised his palm, and showed the mark of the Son of Fate on the back of his hand. "In addition, we have already been in touch. I hope you could do my last favor." The mental consciousness was slightly entangled, and the Son of Fate understood what Han Xiao meant, nodded slightly, his body slowly faded, entered a high-dimensional information state, and disappeared without a trace. "Is there really no problem with this? If we don't control the Son of Destiny, if there's another information disturbance, many children will be born." The experimenter couldn't help but say, "It's okay, that's exactly what I hope." Han Xiao waved his hand. He formed a brand connection with the Son of Destiny, and consciousness can be connected and communicated at any time. He hopes to connect the information of the Son of Destiny with many children to form a big network and form a new information anchor. In addition, he suspected that the component of the Son of Destiny was not simple. Since he entered the dark universe, he seemed to have indirect entanglement with the Son of Destiny. He had a feeling that perhaps the Son of Destiny was not a simple, primitive, psychotropic body. If I guessed correctly, the special ability mechanism of the Son of Destiny might have some special connection with the dark-sided universe pan-consciousness, and it may even be one of the unconscious incarnations of the dark-sided universe pan-consciousness. Han Xiao pondered secretly, put on the Emperor, turned around, and disappeared without a trace. A day later, the main star of the super-powered Holy Domain, high-rise conference room. There were more than a dozen super A-level people with different positions sitting in the room. Aurora sat in the main seat, maintaining the posture of a domineering sister, with long hair tied up and a slightly round and delicate face that tried her best to maintain a serious expression, and her whole body exuded a capable aura. "I have reviewed the recent report, and I found that your work results have not met the expected goals of the previous quarter. Although the superpower sanctuary is now in a stable position, we are just a force that has been established for several years. It is not the time to be lazy. I hope you will take a more serious attitude towards your position." Aurora had a stern face, a solemn tone, criticizing more than a dozen people present. This meeting has been held for some time, and she took the initiative to convene this small meeting to encourage some senior officials to avoid everyone being too lazy. Black Star has not been in charge recently. Aurora has long served as the top leader and has now established some majesty. More than a dozen people present have given face and were criticized silently, without a smile on his face. After talking for a while, Aurora stopped talking, her tone slowed down, and said, "Okay, I'll say so much today. I hope everyone will go back and urge your respective departments to convey my meaning and leave the meeting." Everyone nodded, stood up and left the room, and left in all directions. Only then did Aurora relax, and no longer had a shrewd and tough attitude. She muttered and complained about Han Xiao as the manager, and turned her head and left through the other door. It was not until everyone left that Han Xiao's virtual figure appeared in the room, looking in the direction of Aurora's departure, showing a gratified smile. Although Aurora likes to pretend to be young in front of him, in fact, the two are not much different in age. Han Xiao was happy to see Aurora standing alone. Now she has some of the momentum of a superior and no longer needs other people's wings to shelter her from the wind and rain. She is not the little girl she needed to be protected. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled, took a step forward, and walked around. A faint singing suddenly came. Han Xiao's heart moved, walked along the sound, and came to the suspended rooftop on the top floor. I saw Fording pulling Qinxing, and the two of them were dating here, and they were in love with each other, as if they were inseparable. The soul-turning meter has long separated the souls of the two, but the experience of coexistence and unity has allowed the two to know each other's personalities, even if they are separated. They only need a look or an action to guess what the other person is thinking. There is no wall of the heart that cannot be understood by each other, but only a tacit understanding like a soulmate. Han Xiao still remembers the reason why Fording and Morning Star coexist, which is like a fateful encounter and eventually becomes a puzzle of each other's lives. I have been doing well over the years, and it is also because of the favor of Fording's good luck, and he has only half of his military merits. TSK, the winner of my wife's life from heaven. Han Xiao took a look at him in the distance and quietly left the rooftop without disturbing the two. He couldn't help but think of Hela. Speaking of which, he and Hela also met like fate. On the first day of coming to the Dark Side universe, he became a bond with Hela. He was still an enemy at the beginning, but he didn't expect to support each other and walk side by side until today. Han Xiao thought about it and had already arrived at Hyla's residence. She built the house directly next to the high-level practice room. Even though she was peaceful now, she had never relaxed her own exercise. At this time, Hela had just finished her practice for a round and did not continue to soak in the training room. When she returned to the room, a strange-shaped skeleton beast rushed over like a joyful look, rubbing her legs like a dog and a cat. Hela's always indifferent face showed a pampering smile. She bent down and picked up the skeleton beast and stroked the other party's smooth and white bones hard. The skeleton beast stretched in her arms comfortably. Han Xiao tilted his head and was a little surprised. This was the first time he discovered that Hela had a pet today. Although this pet looks a bit terrifying in his opinion, in Hyla's eyes, which controls the power of death, this skeleton beast is probably quite cute, and there are huge differences in aesthetics. Seeing Hyla teasing her pet slowly, Han Xiao felt a little delicate. Raising a pet is not like something she would do. In his eyes, Hela's personality is always strong and cold, pursuing stronger power, not wasting energy on unnecessary things, and people stay away from it. But now he has hobbies. Well, but a little hobby is like a normal person. It's great. She finally found some fun in life. Han Xiao turned around and left. He wandered around the super holy land, peeked at various super A-level lives, and saw that one super A-level no longer needs to engage in action with others, devoted himself to his career, and contributed to the super holy land together, as if most people had found the long-lost peace and tranquility. Soon, Han Xiao came to the commercial department and saw that the department here was extremely active. In the office, groups of senior executives were queuing up to accept Sorokin's instructions. He leaned closer and saw Sorokin's whole body was emitting a glimmer of light, and he was in a state of resurrection of heroic spirits. His face was full of energy, and his business plan was arranged in an orderly manner. Under the leadership of Sorokin, the superpower sanctuary has developed rapidly in recent years and has achieved amazing performance. Sorokin seems to have rejuvenated his second spring in his career and found a stage to show his strengths. He is still happy. Not long after, Han Xiao walked through all departments and finally came to the God Square, where all the super A-level statues were erected. His eyes swept through everyone's statues, and the twists and turns that he had experienced with the Super A-level group over the past decades emerged in his mind. With the efforts of himself and some peak Super A-level groups, The Super A-level group has changed from a loose end to a close interest group today. The establishment of the super-powered Holy Land has given everyone a sustenance and witnessed their decades of hard work. Although there are some rifts between each other, after all, the Super A-level representatives of the hundreds of statues in front of us have been fighting side by side with me for decades and can be called comrades who have carried guns together. We can also be considered partners. Han Xiao closed his eyes slightly, feeling a new information anchor generated in the dark. So he turned around and left. At the same time, all the Super A levels in the superpower Holy Realm suddenly felt something and looked up one after another, looking in the direction where Han Xiao disappeared. Half a day later, the uninvited guest of Han Xiao was welcomed by the mechanical territory. The military clan is not unfamiliar with Han Xiao, who has suffered grudges and welcomes him at this time. A young mechanic came out to receive the reception and took Han Xiao to the reception room. His Excellency Haixing, what are your intentions? As soon as he sat down, the young mechanic asked curiously, I want to meet Manison this time and talk to him about the past. Han Xiao smiled slightly. Among the many Super A-level comrades, Manison is the most special one to him. The two fell in love and fought each other for decades, and they inherited many of each other's abilities. So in Han Xiao's heart, Manison has a different status, equivalent to half of a teacher. He felt that Manison might bring a new information anchor, so he came to visit. But the young mechanic shook his head and refused his request. Sorry, Your Excellency Haixing, Your Excellency of the Machinery Kingdom will conduct a long-term retreat study, and all visitors will not be seen. Me too. The teacher has given instructions, especially you. The young mechanic replied carefully. Hey, this guy, it's really not a concealment at all. I thought our relationship had eased a lot. Han Xiao was helpless, and then looked at the young man in front of him curiously and asked, Are you a student of Manison? What's your name? Let me formally introduce myself. I'm a newly accepted student 2 years ago. My name is Marigo Morgan. I'm temporarily in charge of the affairs of the armed tribe for him, and have met Lord Blackstar. The man nodded politely. He actually accepted a new student, so he won't notify me. Han Xiao was amazed. Seeing that Manison was unwilling to reminisce about the past, Han Xiao was a pity, but he was not confused. He did not delay here and expressed his intention to leave. When he arrived at the airport platform, Han Xiao was about to board the ship and leave, but suddenly his mind moved and found that a new information anchor had been generated in the dark. He looked back at the depths of the mechanical clan territory, smiled inexplicably, then closed the cabin door, started the spacecraft, and escaped into the starry sky. At the same time, deep in the armed tribe, Manison, who was in seclusion and researching technology, raised his head and looked at the direction of Han Xiao leaving through the wall. Without saying too much, he lowered his head and continued his research, but just muttered softly, Annoying guy. Ancient star desert, a dead silent planet. There was a green moon ray in the sky. The cracked black earth was silent forever, no grass grew, and there was no green at all. Occasionally, some broken building debris were seen slanted into the soil, and the parts that emerged were filled with mottled wind erosion. The exquisite carvings were already blurred. There were also broken statues of figures planted in the ground, some only at half their heads, and some only at half their bodies. This area seems to be the ruins of some abandoned city buried by time. A small spacecraft hovered in midair 1 meter above the ground, emitting a light blue field covering dozens of kilometers, providing remote energy delivery and survival functions. The spacecraft has a narrow front and wide back, with triangular streamline shape, silver, and brilliant metal intersecting. The outer armor is also engraved with the emblems of the Superpower Sanctuary, Black Star Legion, and Long Tamfu Island. This is a special high-end spacecraft, not yet mass-produced by the Legion Logistics Department. It is equipped with various cutting-edge technologies and can break through the 5-speed warp limit and reach level 17.7, which is expensive. At this moment, below the spacecraft's life-saving field, about 500 meters deep underground, 2 figures were slowly trekking through an underground, maze-like ruin. This is the capital ruins of the 5th dynasty of Tesla Land, and it is also the last afterglow of the Tesla Land people. Their civilization disappeared on its own at the end of the exploration calendar. Later, the scavengers dug out some antiquities, which made the ruins of this civilization regain the light of day. Speaking of which, they were also unlucky, but they did not expect that the mother star, which relied on for reproduction, was dormant for a group of interstellar giant beasts countless years ago. The awakening of the ancient beasts brought a catastrophe to their civilization. Harrison stroked the blurred reliefs on the walls of the underground palace and talked freely. Jenny held the child and listened with relish, with interest in his eyes. Jenny had already given birth to the child. After recuperation in Longtan for several months, Harrison's desire to adventure became increasingly high, and Jenny was also unable to rest. The two hit it off and used nepotism to pick up a cutting-edge spaceship for free from the Legion Logistics Department to travel and explore everywhere. Because I have taken my children, it is not suitable to go to a place that is too dangerous. So Harrison decided to take Jenny to archaeology and specially joined the Time and Space Research Association for this purpose. He read a lot of lost civilization classics. He decided to be a good tour guide. At this time, the three of them were wearing the new generation of interstellar exploration mecha produced by the Legion, which was enough to withstand various extreme environments. The child's mecha was a special model, and it also had a series of functions such as mental stability, sleeping, and automatic diapers changing. Harrison stopped in front of a row of shattered statues. He pointed and smiled. This is the last underground palace built by King Tesla in his youth for the kings. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was to pay tribute to the kings, but in some classics, he built this underground palace. In fact, he was to cover up a natural passage deep into the ground, and there was a juvenile ancient beast in it. He wanted to tame it quietly and use this extra standard power to break the regent's clampdown on his power. It sounded boring, right? It was also a boring palace political struggle. But what direction would it be? You must not have imagined. He accidentally awakened more ancient beasts, causing the destruction of civilization. Jenny was curious. Haha, you guessed wrong. He awakened this ancient beast, but fell in love with it because of the special genes of the ancient beast. The closer the last king of Tesla Land was to the ancient beast, the bloodline would gradually become alienated. In the end, he transformed into a new ancient beast at the palace meeting and personally led the ancient beast to destroy the royal city. Is this love that transcends species? Or is it the spiritual hint of the ancient beast? Jenny opened her eyes wide. Although interstellar cross-species love is common, it still sounds quite impactful at first glance. This is not clear. Only the person involved knows. Harrison shook his head. What happened later? Later, the sleeping ancient beasts woke up one after another and fled into the starry sky, and the whereabouts of the last king of Tesla are unknown. Some people say that he disappeared between the starry sky with the ancient beast tribe, and some people say that he stayed in the ruins of his mother star with his partner, running freely in this dead land forever. It sounds a bit romantic. Jenny was still feeling a little unsatisfied. Maybe we can find their corpses here, which is also the purpose of our exploration this time. Harrison laughed. The two chatted casually, going deeper. Most of the time Harrison was talking, Jenny was listening, and not long after, she finally arrived at the end of the underground palace, where there was a passage blocked by rocks. Harrison slapped the obstacle with a random punch, revealing the broken staircase that was slanted downward. He walked in with Jenny and walked for a long time before he reached the end. He saw that this was a cave-like space, with the skeletons of two beasts hugging each other, as if they were hugging each other and dying. Will this be the last King Tesla Land and his partner? Jenny was curious. I feel like it seems they decided to stay here to accompany each other and sleep forever. Harrison's eyes shined. He took a series of videos, then picked up a few bones and put them in, intending to take them back for research. But at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the two felt the cave shaking, the amplitude gradually increased, and soon the earth shook. Rumble. The sound of the movement of the earth's veins vaguely came, becoming louder and louder, just like the roaring earth, deafening. Is it going to collapse? Harrison was shocked and immediately took Jenny toward La LV at a very fast speed. But halfway through the way, the entire underground palace collapsed. Rumble. Countless earth and rocks fell, filling all the gaps. Looking down from above, the ground collapsed instantly and turned into a huge pit. But at this moment, a force field with a faint green light suddenly descended from the starry sky, tearing the surface of the earth and digging out the soil and rocks. Under the pull of the force field, a round earth ball broke out from the ground, flew for a distance in the air, and finally fell next to the spacecraft. The earth ball shook, and the soil and stone fragments stained on it fell down, revealing a round blue shield. Harrison and the other two armor sensed the external impact and automatically opened a shield. This small seam could not cause any damage to them, and the three of them were unscathed. At this time, Emmys, wearing a black dress, fell from the sky and floated in front of the three of them, with helpless eyebrows and eyes, and said dissatisfied, "Why are you so careless? As soon as I came, I saw you buried alive. Since I was taking the child, don't go into such a dangerous place." Ahem, an accident. Harrison was embarrassed. Although they would not be injured in the landslide, it would take a little time to climb out. Unexpectedly, Emmys bumped into him, which made him very embarrassed. Jenny, who was standing by, had no reaction. She ran outside with Harrison for more than a year and was buried alive 7 or 8 times. She wouldn't be injured anyway, so she had long been used to it. With extraordinary power, the definition of danger must be different from that of ordinary people. Jenny is not afraid of taking a little risk with her child. At this time, she asked curiously, "Sister, how did you find us?" As soon as she finished speaking, Philip suddenly appeared, sat on Emmer's shoulder, and gave a thumbs up. "Of course it's my credit. I can locate all the spaceships that have been shipped from the Legion. Okay, I almost forgot that Black Star gave you the authority to mobilize the Legion's intelligence. Then what do you ask us for in person? Can you tell me what you have to say in the communication? Why bother our two-person world?" Jenny curled her lips. Emmys turned his head and looked at the child sleeping in Jenny's arms, with a gentle smile on his face. "I miss my nephew. Can't you come and see it? Hurry up. Let me play with the child. Don't even think about it. You don't know how heavy your hands are? Every time you give it to you, you don't know how much you care about it. If you're not your child, you won't feel sorry for it." Jenny immediately opposed it firmly, turned her body to protect the child in her arms. However, Emmys didn't listen. He ignored his objections and controlled the force field casually and took the child away from her arms. Then he turned on the mecha and kneaded the doll's chubby face with his fingers, which woke the child up and made a cry. "Hey, give me a gentle." Jenny pulled Emmer's arm hard, her face full of resentment, turned her head and shouted at Harrison, "What are you still watching there? Come and help." Harrison stood aside and smiled bitterly. The other sisters are fighting and making trouble, so how dare he go up and get on the sideliness? What do you know? I'm using my strength to clear his body and lay a good foundation for him. Emmys ignored Jenny and kept rubbing the little baby's face, unable to let go. However, although she controlled her strength, she had no knowledge of parenting, which still made the child cry. Jenny couldn't help but panting, so she had to come up to coax the child. Finally, she coaxed the baby to calm down. Then she said helplessly, Don't like the child? Why do you always pester me? I didn't like it before, but it doesn't mean I don't like it now." Emmys didn't look back and teased the child on his own, finally making the child giggle. Jenny said angrily, "You like to give birth to yourself? Why do you always play with my child? What are you doing with that effort? Don't you have a ready-made one here?" Emmers blinked. Jenny's mouth twitched. Sometimes she couldn't stand Emmers' straightforward and self-righteous style. She was speechless for a while and suddenly said curiously, "Speaking of this, have you thought about whether you should give birth to a child with He Xing? He has talked about it more than once, but you didn't respond to him." "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's think about it again." Emmers was a little hesitant. My good sister, how long have you been thinking about it? Jenny was speechless. Although you have a long lifespan, you must have a result of your consideration. That is, Black Star is accustomed to you. Otherwise, if it were someone else, I would probably even get a tribe at this age. Upon hearing this, Emmys glanced at her and was amazed. Didn't you always be unhappy for me to accept Black Star? Why are you urging me and him to reproduce now? Jenny curled her lips and didn't say anything. She was indeed unhappy that Han Xiao was with Emmers before, but now she even had a child. She wished Han Xiao could not get out of bed every day and let her have a happy life. In this way, she and her child would not be harassed by Emmers. Buzz! At this moment, the space fluctuated slightly, and Han Xiao stepped out of nothingness and teleported to him. Huh? Why are you here too? Emmys looked over, a little surprised. You borrowed Philip's authority. Of course I will receive the news. Han Xiao shrugged. Then what are you doing here? Emmys narrowed her eyes and said inexplicably. She still remembered the last incident and was still a little emotional in her heart. My business is done for the time being. Come and accompany you. Han Xiao smiled. Do you think I need you to accompany you now? Emmys raised Jenny's child in his hand and snorted softly. Han Xiao looked down at the child and saw Jenny winking at him again. He immediately strode forward, carried the child's clothes, put him in Jenny's hand, and smiled. You like children so much now. Let's give birth to one too. You come again? Emmer's eyes wandered. Has I refused you? Han Xiao hugged Emmer's waist as if no one was around him, and he chuckled. I will ask you how many times you rejected, until you agree. Shameless. I thought a big man like you had no obsession with his descendants, but he didn't expect you to be as vulgar as he did. Emmers did not break free from Han Xiao's hug, but just supported Han Xiao's chest with both hands, leaning back slightly, preventing him from getting close. Han Xiao pondered for a few seconds before speaking in a low voice. The world is rising and falling. No matter who we are, we need something to anchor our existence, our ideas, beliefs, or feelings. I have made a choice to let everything enter a new era, make us a unique existence, and there will be no more cycles of visitors, so I don't know what the future will be like. I just hope that I will have another sustenance in this world so that I will never forget you. Oh, it's really rare, you'll coax me. Do you not remember me deeply enough now? Isn't it good to be deeper? Are you teasing me? Otherwise, what do you think my hands are doing? The two of them have had many times of skin-loving relationships, and they are not shy at all. They speak more and more explicitly while their eyebrows and eyes are coming and going. Seeing that the situation was not good, Harrison and Jenny had quietly boarded the spacecraft. They quickly started the engine, and the thruster sprayed out the tail flame and quickly took off the air and ran away. Soon, the spacecraft sailed away from outer space, and the planets became farther and farther away in their field of vision. But before Harrison could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the planet behind his vision suddenly shaking violently. The surface of the Earth shattered, and a huge pit that could be overlooked in the outer space was exploded. The shock waves swept out, lifting countless sand and gravel, as if it had been hit suddenly with an unbearable impact. Immediately afterwards, the planet seemed to have suffered continuous invisible blows. The surface of the Earth was sunk one after another. The entire crust shattered like an eggshell. All the matter collapsed to the center. The surface became riddled with holes, and the blazing red melt flow ejected out. These two men and women really think we don't exist. Jenny was angry and excited, quite excited about fearing that the world would not be in chaos. Her face was flushed, and she cheered up in her heart, wishing that the two of them could use harder. And at the next moment, a dazzling strong light burst out, and the planet exploded. Boom! The fierce torrent of energy spread, caught up with the spaceship's tail, knocked out the protective cover, directly slapped the spaceship away, and flew out in the universe. After a while, the spacecraft stabilized itself. Harrison wiped a cold sweat, looked back at the doomsday scene of the planet's explosion, and swallowed quietly, with a very complicated expression. Luckily, we ran fast enough. It's a pity that this ruins are. A few days later, the ancient star Mo lived on the planet. This woman. Han Xiao walked on the bustling streets, walking through the bustling crowds. Activate the invisibility function, never being noticed by passers-by, rubbing his waist from time to time and muttering in a low voice. He finally comforted Emeth and left the information anchor point, and finally got out of the way. He quickly left the crime scene and came to other urban planets, intending to take a walk and find a new information anchor point by the way. I have already had a lot of information anchor points. I can feel that my information foundation is much stronger and thicker, but I always feel that something is missing. Han Xiao looked around and pondered secretly. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped and looked forward. Not far ahead is a physical store of Veen. There are crowds of people at the door, and there's a long queue. Next to it is his extraordinary poster. The sign says Merchant Activities. Today is the release date of the Black Star Series Collector's Edition deck. In front of the store, a clerk was shouting loudly. There are 24 decks in this set of Black Star Series, including cards from different periods of Black Star, and 13 new cards have been added, and all of them are equipped with holographic special effects. They have different holographic images of appearance, attack, defense, and activation of special effects. The collection value is extremely high. It is a new product that Vinegars must not miss. The store has only 8,000 sets in stock. Each person can buy up at most 2 sets, and it is limited to sale. There are long queues in front of the store, and their faces are full of impatient appearances, like a group of lively leeks waiting to be cut. Is this a single-player deck series for me? Han Xiao blinked, laughing and crying. Although the Veen card includes most of the well-known big names in the star, there are only a handful of single-player deck series. This shows how amazing your popularity is in the Star Society now. By the way, should my portrait usage fee be increased this year? At this moment, Han Xiao suddenly felt a throbbing intuition, noticed a new information anchor, and his face changed slightly. Wait, the Veen card is also an information anchor. He quickly narrowed his eyes and felt it for a moment before he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he opened his virtual vision and instantly covered the entire planet. The lives of interstellar citizens leaped into his peeping. Han Xiao saw that someone posted his poster at home. Someone bought his own figure toys. Some people were watching movies and TV series based on themselves. One by one, the interstellar citizens related to them were marked in their vision and lit up one after another. This information anchor? It comes from the Interstellar Society itself. Han Xiao's heart flashed. He brought countless changes to the interstellar community and deviated from the trajectory of his previous life. These are traces of his own experience, his own changes to this world. All are information anchors. After all the storms, the Interstellar Society finally has a long-lost peace. Behind every interstellar citizen's peaceful and happy life, there is his own figure. Now the admiration and memory of everyone in the Interstellar Society is the biggest anchor of information. As interstellar citizens were lit up in their virtual vision, Han Xiao felt that this information anchor was constantly aggravated, and his information foundation became more solid and solid. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he understood. Perhaps this is the most important information anchor, to witness your own changes to this world with your own eyes. Look at the new life you have brought to countless people, traveling all over the world and seeing all living beings, in order to deeply anchor yourself in the whole world. Otherwise, this style of painting, is it a fairy tale or a Cthulhu? Han Xiao secretly teased, then curled his smile, standing there, and the virtual ability is fully open. The next moment, countless virtual souls split out and spread across the quantum network to planets, bringing the lives of countless people into their eyes. The people of planets were lit up by markings, and the virtual vision seemed to see a brilliant galaxy. The information anchor point seemed to absorb endless nutrients and continue to grow in the process. Central Star C, the joint conference room of the 3 major civilizations. The remote projection of Marbruce and the other 3 sat upright behind the table, whispering to each other from time to time, staring at the door. It's strange. Why haven't He Xing come yet? I've sent him a message, but he hasn't replied yet. I wonder if he has received the message from the meeting today. He must have received it, and he should just be too lazy to reply. He has been busy preparing for information conversion recently. What do you need to prepare? I read the recent Intelligence Department report that Han Xiao has been visiting various civilizations everywhere for a while and has been constantly releasing and receiving data on the quantum network. I wonder what this has to do with our plan. I don't understand, but he is a user of the information realization device. He must know what he is doing. The three of them whispered. During this period, they're also preparing for transformation and have completed a series of preparatory measures. Although Han Xiao controls the information realization device, this thing is not done just by activating it directly. According to the rumors of the sanctuary, many auxiliary facilities are needed to transform the entire dark side universe. What the three major civilizations do is to manufacture a large number of supporting facilities for information realization devices and install them in divided areas. The drawings are provided by Han Xiao, and they are all auxiliary equipment used to strengthen information state changes. The three major civilizations have consumed some manpower and material resources. After installing these supporting devices, the hardware has been solved. Now there are only problems in coordination. It needs to be finalized to implement the transformation before it can be implemented. Many of them are trivial matters, but the three major civilizations can handle them easily. So Han Xiao distributed all these chores to them. The three of them were chatting when the door suddenly opened. The secretary led Han Xiao in, and then retreated by himself, closed the door, and left the space for the bosses. "Hey Xing, you are late. We thought you were not here today." Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm delaying the conversion." Han Xiao explained casually. What else did the three of them want to say? But suddenly their eyes became strange. Although Han Xiao's appearance has not changed, for some reason, they felt that the feeling Han Xiao gave them was very different from the last time they met. Now the aura of Black Star gives them an indescribable feeling, and there's an inexplicable sense of extreme depth, as if staring at a black hole. "You seem to be a little different." Bruce's tone hesitated, suspected that it was his own illusion. "I deepened my connection with the dark universe, which is normal." Han Xiao waved his hand indifferently. During this period, he visited most of the civilizations in the interstellar society, incorporated all living beings into his heart, and improved the last information anchor. At this point, his own information foundation has become extremely thick, which often gives him the illusion that everything is united. Han Xiao didn't talk about the details and paused and asked, "I'm almost ready here. What about you?" "We still tend to spend some time verifying all the information in the sanctuary. But in principle, we are willing to cooperate with your actions to carry out the transformation plan. So, it's a certain time." "Okay, the transformation cannot be achieved overnight. It may take several years, or dozens or hundreds of years. So the earlier it starts, the better." "Well, we are looking for you to have a meeting now to discuss the specific date." 3. FO nodded. "Okay, let's talk." Han Xiao finished speaking and let out a sigh of relief. I finally got to this point. The talks between the two sides did not last long, and finally set the date 9 years later. And the new fate of the dark-sided universe they were in was finalized without the knowledge of the entire interstellar community. Countless interstellar citizens are still immersed in a peaceful and happy life, and where they cannot see, the three civilizations and Han Xiao are silently preparing for the real transformation of the dark side universe, approaching the date of the formal implementation plan day by day. In the long-lost peace era, the days pass by quickly. The stars change, the sun rises, and the moon sets. Time is like flowing water, never returning. 9 years pass by quietly in the rest of the major forces' rest and recuperation. The interstellar society is changing, and a new generation of young people have grown up, but it seems that nothing has changed. The three major civilizations, the superpowered Holy Realm, and the Superstar Group Alliance, are still entrenched. Today is the agreed date and the starting point for the destiny of the dark side universe to officially move towards a fork in the road. Central Star C, The three major civilizations specially built military forbidden zones for this day. Countless information state reaction enhancement devices form dense and neat arrays in the starry sky, distributed layer by layer, showing a spherical shape. Han Xiao is located at the center of all auxiliary device arrays, floating alone in the universe. In the distance, the fleet of the three major civilizations surrounded one layer after another as guard to prevent accidents from happening and disturbing Han Xiao's transformation. In the main ship, the three heads of state looked at Han Xiao outside the porthole, with a calm expression and extremely serious look. His Excellency Black Star, we are all ready, please. Marbles paused, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep voice in the communication channel. Let's start. Okay. Han Xiao looked unpredictable and responded softly, with a complex look in his eyes. Although he has made previews for today more than once in the past 9 years, he still couldn't help but feel ups and downs in the moment when it actually happened. The plan for the transformation of the dark side universe is still a secret to the top. The three civilizations hope to quietly solve this ultimate problem involving the truth of the universe when countless interstellar citizens are sleeping. It is best to make the dark side universe overlap with the real universe without anyone noticing it. Therefore, Han Xiao only told Emmys about the relevant information to a few trustworthy people, and the others still live their usual life on this day. Han Xiao's mind sank into his body, and he saw his chest slowly shiny, as if it turned into a vast white space channel, where the space collapsed and contracted. Soon, in a dazzling white light, the world tree rooted in the inner space appeared in the outside world, emitting a vibrant green light, rotating drippingly. Han Xiao lowered his head and looked at the miniature figure of the world tree. His mind was connected, and the information realization function could be activated at any time. But at this moment, he stopped, and his eyes changed. Information anchors flashed through my mind, and there seemed to be giggling illusions of water waves in front of me, as if I was taking a look at the perspective of a third party and reliving my bizarre and magnificent life for hundreds of years. The final picture was frozen on countless familiar figures, including old acquaintances, deceased enemies, and current friends. I hope everything that happened here can anchor my existence. And don't let me forget, I've been here. The next moment, Han Xiao no longer hesitated and activated the information realization function of the world tree. Buzz. It's like the first birth of the universe. Han Xiao's figure was instantly submerged by light, as if endless light was sprayed out, filling everyone's sight. At this moment, everyone in the entire interstellar society felt something inexplicably and unconsciously remembered the appearance of Black Star. Long Tanfu Island, the open-air top floor of the palace. Emmer stood on the balcony with her hands behind her back, looking up at the dazzling galaxy in the sky. Her long hair, flowing like a waterfall, fluttered in the wind with her black skirt, like a leaping black flame. "Mom, I just thought of Dad." The tender breaths sounded behind her, and a little girl in a small skirt jumped out of the room, tripped, and almost fell down. This little girl is about 7 or 8 years old, with a chubby face, a pair of black and shiny eyes as bright as gems, and she looks very cute and festive. She is the only descendant that she and Han Xiao have reproduced. Emmers looked back when she heard the sound, with a doting look on her face. She leaned over and hugged her daughter in her arms, shaved her little nose, and laughed in a low voice. "I miss my dad, too." The little girl hugged Emmer's arms, stayed comfortably in her arms, blinking her big eyes, and said a little aggrievedly, "Dad hasn't come to see me for a long time." "Where has he been?" "He's carrying out a great cause." Emmer smiled slightly. "When will Dad come back?" The little girl's eyes widened, and a curiosity overflowed. "I don't know." Emmy shook his head, held his daughter with one hand, pointed to the deep starry sky in the sky with his other hand, and chuckled softly. "But no matter where he is, he will definitely look at you. When you grow up, he will be back." The real universe, the solar system, the back of Neptune. A small exploration space station covered with a black and blue coating quietly suspended in the outer space, disguised as a meteorite, looking inconspicuous. At this moment, in the observation room of the space station, several intelligent creatures wearing thick space suits are debugging the instrument. Their body structure is human-like, but they have sharp skin and are short, with an average of only about 1.3 meters. Most of these instruments are remote observation instruments. Above the instruments are dense screens, which are clearly showing a series of traffic-filled Earth City scenes. At this moment, one of the hard-shelled men in the room turned on the image recorder, cleared his throat in his unique language. He spoke, "The 27,081st star timescale brief record. The behavior of the observation target today is the same. There is no abnormality, and we have not been discovered. It is over." "It's another boring day," a thin, hard-shelled man next to him interrupted, stretched his waist in his seat, and the hard-shelled man on his body made crackling and colliding sounds of friction and collision. The person who was recording the video seemed to be the captain, without looking back, and responded seriously, "No abnormality is the best news. Our job is to ensure that before the subsequent large army arrives, there is no technological explosion in the observation target, and to develop interstellar weapons that are enough to threaten us." Yes, I just complain. I really hope that the next shift change period will arrive soon. I would rather freeze and sleep than every star is always staring at this weak surface civilization. Alas, I really want to go home. The thin and hard-shelled man who spoke first said helplessly, "This group of intelligent creatures does not belong to this area, but are distant visitors from other galaxies from the Cabin civilization. In order to find alien civilizations, the Cabin civilization sent a team of explorers to the interstellar world, riding on exploration spacecraft that always activates concealment and camouflage functions to conduct long-term drifting in the universe. All crew members are in freezing dormant. When traces of civilization are found, the spacecraft intelligence system will automatically wake up the dormant crew members. This group of cabin people is one of the interstellar explorers teams. Many years ago, when they came to the solar system, the spacecraft discovered the probes launched by the Earth civilization towards outer space, and then awakened the team. The team locked the Earth civilization through the spacecraft's own detection equipment, then chose a remote location, spread the spacecraft into a small space station, completing further camouflage and lurking. This cabin explorer adheres to the principle of non-interference, non-communication, and non-exposedness, silently guards the solar system. Through the interstellar observation equipment equipped with the spacecraft, the Earth is included in long-term surveillance and has not been discovered. Complain less and pay more attention to your own tasks. Captain Cabin Explorer turned off the image recorder and suddenly paused, saying, "However, the large army is only 580 star time distance away from us. We will be liberated without monitoring for too long. That's right. I really want to finish the mission as soon as possible. I really can't stand it anymore. I really want to go back and eat some good things." The thin cabin's team members spoke with longing. This team of explorers sent the news of the existence of Earth civilization back to the home planet early. The large fleet of cabin civilization has set out from its hometown, but they have not developed the height of Starman technology. The large army has been driving the universe at near light speed for a long time, and now the distance is not far. Many explorers present have been lurking in the solar system for many years, but are just outposts. Although they have a lot of technology, they still dare not contact the Earth civilization rashly. Their mission is to monitor and observe the Earth civilization around the clock and guide the subsequent large forces. Only when the large forces arrive will they have sufficient confidence. Whether it is invading colonization or destroying them, they will be at ease. Then we will consider how to arrange this surface civilization. Captain Cabin Explorer was about to say something, but at this moment, the space station surveillance radar suddenly sounded a hurried reminder. Do. Everyone was stunned and quickly reached the screen. They were shocked and saw that the readings above suddenly became messy. What's the situation? The explorers of cabin people quickly debugged the instrument, but the instrument did not have any faults. The various external parameters detected were becoming more and more abnormal, especially coefficients such as space curvature, which had an astonishing shift. At the same time, with the Earth civilization as the center point, a large number of space folds appeared, and the range was spreading outward with an extremely astonishing rate. What is this phenomenon? There is no similar event model in the database. Everyone stared at each other, shocked. At this moment, an invisible energy fluctuation suddenly burst out and spread rapidly towards the universe, instantly sweeping across major planets and also sweeping over the space station where they're located. The energy reading instantly broke through the power limit of the radar and burned the radar device. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly stroked their bodies, but they did not suffer any damage under this energy. This level of energy surge is unprecedented. What happened? Just when the group was extremely surprised, the phenomenon of space folds had spread near the space station. Through the porthole, they found that all the universe inside their sight had ripples and twisted folds. From their perspective, it seems that the entire universe has become a stirred quagmire, and the torrent of starlight and dark matter is constantly rotating. And among the heavy folds, they seemed to see strange phantoms, countless civilizations and planets that they had never seen before, floating and looming in them. In a trance, they suddenly had a sense of intuition. This universe seems to be going different. All people pay attention. The new version will be launched in 5 minutes. Today, everyone will work overtime. Everyone must log in as soon as possible. I want to check the post. Have you heard it? Zhu Xiaohua gave a loud command. Seeing the dozens of employees in the studio responded, he nodded with satisfaction, turned to walk into his private office, closed the door, looked at the new Star C game cabin in the center of the room, and rubbed his hands excitedly. Since the Black Star Army series videos made with the ID Meat Pack Beat Dog became popular, Zhu Xiaohua's career has been on track, rented a floor as a studio, expanded his business, and made a lot of money. Now that the popularity of Star C has reached its historical peak, he also attaches more and more importance to this main business. 2 days ago, Star C entered the version update, and today is the day when the update is completed. Version 6.0 will be officially launched. He attaches great importance to it and is ready to log in as soon as possible. When Zhu Xiaohua thought that the new version would unlock a higher level, he felt itchy. Although the plot of Star C seems to be moving towards peace, and it is difficult to find another burst point, he believes that players will be the protagonists of the stage after Star C. Now, they have been unlocked to the natural disaster level. As the level continues to increase, players who are afraid that the world will never be able to hold back themselves, they will definitely impact the pattern in the game in a mess, thereby spontaneously leading to countless conflicting and interesting, exciting stories. In this way, there is definitely no shortage of materials for making videos. Zhu Xiaohua already has an idea and plans to adjust the focus of the video after the video will no longer focus on the Black Star Army, but will chase the various collision experiences of players and NPC forces and make various series and interview records. Just thinking about his inexhaustible materials and the possibility of selling them well, he was so excited that his bladder tightened. I'm going to post again this time. Zhu Xiaohua was excited and skillfully lay in the game cabin. The hatch cover was closed, and the built-in screen showed the countdown of the update. He stared at the passing of time in seconds, only to think that time was passing too slowly and couldn't help but shake his legs. There are the last few seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ugh. After the countdown of the built-in screen passed the last second, it became a login interface and finally became Zinxinianian's version 6.0. I was happy and couldn't wait to start the game cabin. I quickly closed my eyes and prepared to enter the game. However, after closing his eyes for more than a minute, he did not enter Star C like before. Zhu Xiaohua was anxious and couldn't help but open his eyes. Strange, why can't you log in? Is it because the game cabin is malfunctioning? No, this is a newly replaced 2 days ago. Zhu Xiaohua opened the game cabin in confusion, crawled out again, squatted down to see if there was a problem. But at this moment, the door suddenly rang, and several employees walked in with helpless expressions. Boss, if something goes wrong, we can't log in. Huh. It turns out that I'm not the only one, so it seems that it's not a problem with the game cabin. Have you read the official website? I saw it. It seems that everyone can't log in. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, walked to the computer, opened the official website of Star C, entered the web forum, and found that a large number of players were posting, but they couldn't log in. It seems that there is a bug in the new version. Maybe it is a failure of the light brain itself. But it is also strange. No one can log in. For such a big thing, the official will issue a notice to explain it. Why is there no movement? Zhu Xiaohua flipped through the post, a little confused. Why do you ask? One employee suggested. Well, that's fine. I'll ask the official staff. Zhu Xiaohua nodded. He was invited to attend several professional leagues as a guest, but he had internal channels to contact official personnel, which happened to ask about the situation. Picking up your phone from the desk, Zhu Xiaohua opened the social software and found the official staff he knew and was about to send a message to ask. But at this moment, a sudden riot sound came from outside the office, mixed with exclamations. What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Zhu Xiaohua frowned, paused the editing of information, and walked out of the office with great strides. He saw all the employees gathered in front of the window, tilting their heads, as if they were looking at something. What are you looking at? Not going back to your post yet. Zhu Xiaohua was a little dissatisfied and walked up to the window. He subconsciously glanced out and suddenly stopped. He saw that on the road outside the window, all the pedestrians stopped looking at the sky. The balcony and windows on each floor of the surrounding buildings were all raised, and they were still holding a head-up posture. Looking up at the sky, everyone's face was filled with horror and shock. Seeing this strange scene, Zhu Xiaohua immediately felt tight, slowly raised his head, and looked at the sky. Just after evening, the night sky was hanging, and a brilliant galaxy appeared in the sky. More stars lit upside down in the night sky. The stars were like waterfalls, hanging upside down on the Milky Way, shaking and rotating. The sky seemed to have turned into a vortex, completely twisted, as if someone was stirring the sky. This is... Zhu Xiaohua stared at this scene in a daze, her mouth wide open. Just as everyone was stunned, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky, and star fleets appeared out of thin air in the sky, as if they were there, instantly attracting the attention of everyone on the ground. Zhu Xiaohua looked over like a little, but suddenly widened his eyes and stared at the exact same emblem on the armor outside the warships and spacecraft. This emblem was so familiar that he recognized it at a glance. Before everyone could react, the next moment, a more familiar figure suddenly appeared in the air, as if he had woken up from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. The expression of this figure gradually changed from initial confusion to surprise, and finally turned into nostalgia, with his lips slightly moving. Hometown, I'm back. Although it was a long distance, for some reason, the voice seemed to ignore the distance and sounded in the hearts of everyone who looked at him. At this moment, Zhu Xiaohua, like all the employees around him, was as if he was falling into an ice cellar. His face was confused and his mind was blank. At this moment, the figure in the sky seemed to have noticed the acquaintance, looked down at it, and through the distant night sky, his eyes and Zhu Xiaohua looked at each other from afar, revealing a playful smile. Zhu Xiaohua woke up like a dream in an instant, shuddered, stepped back in disbelief, tripped over the table and chairs, and sat on the ground with a thud. His eyes almost popped out of his eyes, with only a thick disbelief left on his face. His mouth trembled, his tone unconsciously raised, and he said in a lost voice, Hi, Black Star. On this day, the world ushered in drastic changes. Countless phantoms that should have disappeared from the long river of history have emerged again. Some people call it the entire territory invasion, and some people call it the turning point of fate. Some people think this is occupying the magpie's nest, while others think this is scattering. Some people think this is the beginning of the doomsday, and some people think this is the extension of life. But no matter what you think, everything that happened on this day was remembered by countless people and opened up a new era. The text is over. This chapter is over. At this point, The main text is over, and the storylines arranged have basically been pushed out. They have been successfully completed according to the outline, which is not much different from the expected time. It is said that the book was completed at the end of last month, which is almost the same. The plot ends here just right. It was originally scheduled to return to the real universe as the end. What you want is the feeling of a sudden end. Although there's still things to write in the future, that is other stories. What is the super mechanic in the city? I won't go into details in the main text. This book has been written for 3.5 years. The first time I wrote a long 5 million words, it was always a bit of experience. But now looking back, the overall completion is okay. I wrote what I was going to write, and it would be a good thing to finish it smoothly. After a while, I have to reread it from the beginning and sort out the advantages and disadvantages. The original intention is to write a relaxed and interesting novel. Looking back, it is okay. Sometimes the humorous paragraphs I wrote can make me laugh out loud, which is quite rare. Although I have written several books, I feel a little sad every time I finish it. After all, the mechanic has been serializing for 3.5 years, and it has become a habit. I look forward to taking a vacation during the serialization period, but after I finish writing, I feel that games, movies, and other things are not exciting. Some people joke that writing novels is more fun than anything else. In fact, this is true. I can't throw it away when I get used to it. I feel idle if I don't write for a day, but I feel mentally exhausted when I write. So I still have to take a break, restore my mental state, and digest my experience. I think that the serialization period is equivalent to leveling up, and the free time after the completion of a book is a systematic point-added stage. It is not possible to not summarize after writing it. To be humbly, my progress in this book should be very large, probably by 5 floors. The results of this book are still very good, with orders of 54,000 yuan, which is also very popular in international stations. The first order is about 3,000 yuan, but it is getting better in the medium term, and it is gradually increasing in the future. Some brothers think that I wrote well in the early stage, but from my current perspective, I wrote the most immature in the early stage, but when I first opened the book, I was the most enthusiastic and in the best condition, which can make up for it. Overall, this book is written with fear and walking on thin ice. Every day is a new challenge. I am afraid that one day I will be unstable and take the wrong path. It is difficult to modify during the serialization process. I encountered at least a dozen of such risks. Fortunately, I finally reacted and deleted and rewritten before publishing. The mental pressure of maintaining a bestseller is greater than expected. But for me personally, this is an interesting process. 3.5 years are enough for students to finish high school and go to college. Maybe they have found their girlfriends for half a year. The long-term serialization is quite a bit overwhelming, but it is also a rare life experience. With the foundation of this book, I have experience in the long-term structure, so I can only use this as the basis to become proficient and increase the update speed. Looking back at the serialization process of this book, the rhythm, structure, and achievements, the overall situation is relatively stable. Players' NPC themes are inherently not easy to stabilize. Later, I changed the focus and extended the lifeline of the work, and shifted from gimmick novels to focusing on plot content. This aspect is okay. I am not a passionate and explosive player. I try to stabilize at the right number of words that I can bear every day so that I can maintain my state for a long time. Risk increase and decrease will disrupt the writing rhythm. I still need to make choices, focus on stability, and I am quite satisfied with the final overall completion. In fact, the novel needs to be written slowly. The best state of serialization is that it is like big eyes rolling away squid, which is stable and firm, and it is also pleasant to write. However, the market pays attention to output, so I will find a way to improve it later. When I was writing this final comment, I calculated it on a whim. The total outline, detailed outline, and scrap manuscript of this book are about 1.45 million words, which is almost equivalent to 1/3 of the number of words in this book. I feel that there are not many people than me. I have to comb it from the beginning. My scalp is numb after reading it. It's so many. As for the creative concepts and creative techniques in it, I think each finished product is too troublesome to say. I haven't finished it yet. It's best to refine it yourself if you're interested. Returning to the story itself, the overall structure and layout of the novel seems quite clear to me, and this aspect is okay. I also like Xinghai's worldview structure, but because of this, it also spread the stall too big, and it takes more time to finish it. Otherwise, I could finish it in the first half of the year. In fact, most of the pits have been filled almost completely. Some brothers find the abrupt areas. There are basically foreshadowings or preludes in front of the book, and there are always some things to look back. This ending was set more than a year ago. I don't like the ending of everything in detail. I prefer to relive the endings of past or blank spaces. No matter how magnificent the waves are, I will eventually return to a dull life. I like this concept quite well. After returning to the real universe, I don't plan to write the plot in the main text. The clues are all out, and the rest of the follow-up can be released. Just leave some aftertaste. Regarding the characters, although the protagonist puts interest first, it can always bring good changes to the world. It is still good to judge whether it is heart to heart. Some characters also have their own personalities, but in the whole story, what I like most is actually Riki, a firm pessimist who is lazy enough to lie down and not sit down. It is simply a dream state, huh? It seems to be a bit far-reaching. It is easy to talk about the comments and return to the main topic. In short, after writing the main story, you should write some extras from time to time, which may be some extras or extended stories that are difficult to write in the main text to drag the rhythm, such as detailed experiences during the update of each version or the personal adventures of some characters. Let's study what to write in detail later. As for sequels, it depends on the situation. I don't have any ideas at the moment, and I may write them if I'm interested in them in the future. During the serialization period, my brain was relatively single-threaded, and I was immersed in the world in the book for fear that I would lose my state if I pulled it out and I didn't care about other things. Many things were delayed. After I finished writing, I had to go for a comprehensive physical examination, take a look at the disease, and take care of my health, exercise my body, and wait until I have almost finished the adjustment. Now I have only built a blank folder, and I have nothing to think about. I will only have the mental concept after I emptied my brain for a while. In addition, if you're interested in the adaptation of comics, animations, etc. on Supergod Mechanics, you can follow the Weibo Chijianxi Pagia or the official account Kipagia. I will release any first-hand news and resources and announce it. Finally, thank you all brothers for your support, especially the poets and friends who make fan works in this chapter, who often inspire. They're all talents and speak nicely. Thank you to the editor-in-chief Chang Tian, editors of Loach, Pointer, and Spicy Strips for your help. This has made you worry during the serialization period. Thank you to the support of all the managers and moderators, such as the Stormcoming. I don't do much activities in the book review area. Most of the activities are helped by the moderators. Thank you very much. At the end, I would like to thank all the big guys who gave me the reward. The boss is generous and grateful. It is a good thing in this era to be able to make money by writing books and rely on one's own strength. As long as the novels I write can make people feel interesting and can still read them, they will be perfect for me. Meeting in the mountains and rivers, goodbye to you in the new book. I wish you a happy life. Thank you. The crowds of parades, angry shouts, burning flames, and a fanatic atmosphere. The flag of Jelen fluttered in the rolling black smoke. We ask for the truth. Oppose the tyranny of Jelen. Support all relevant personnel from the Minmok organization. Get off. Get off. The square in front of the Jelen Mansion building was crowded with people. Countless faces were ferocious and angry. Countless placards were held high in the air. Countless arms were waved with force, and the chaotic roars broke through the sky. In front of the National Government Building were rows of fully armed guards, with serious expressions, holding explosion-proof shields to form a cordon, and being pushed and impacted by the crowd again and again. Dull collisions sounded frequently. Broken glass, empty shells, shrunken cans, banners full of footprints were filled with debris everywhere. Fires were burning, flying ashes like snowflakes, and the black scorch marks on the ground mixed with solidified blood, emitting an unpleasant and pungent smell. Due to the multiple attacks organized by Minmok, The Garang state government has continuously strengthened control, and countless people have believed it, but later an insider exposed the inside story. It turned out that Minmok's actions were actually instructed by the Garang state government. When these tricks were exposed, fierce resistance broke out among the people of Jelen, and countless people felt that they were being played with, took to the streets to protest and protest. This situation has been going on for many days. The public opinion was surging, and the Jelen state government could no longer hold back and could no longer control the situation. At this time, a group of civil resistance forces demonstrated in front of the national government building and rushed directly to the tower. No senior executives were willing to emerge at the forefront of such a storm. In the crowd, Sean's thin body was tilted, but his hands were holding the flagpole tightly, holding Jelen's national flag high, and shouting slogans as the crowd hoarsely. His hair, which he had not been thinking of cleaning for many days, was shackled and reflected oily, and his neck was full of blue veins. His young and handsome face was twisted and ferocious, with a haggard but also emotional. Sean. The shouts around were deafening, and he could hardly hear what he was saying. It was not until the sound of calling his name slowly approached and repeated 7 or 8 times that Sean vaguely heard someone calling him, and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. I saw a short and strong young man spread apart the crowd, arching his shoulders and waist, moving forward with difficulty. His face covered in flesh was covered with sweat. He was protecting a small package in his arms, and behind him were a few young men of the same age, and they struggled to squeeze to Sean. Mag, why are you here? Isn't your family opposed you participating in the resistance parade? Sean stared at the short and strong young man with an unexpected look on his face because he shouted for too long. His throat was as painful as he torn, and his voice was extremely hoarse. These people in front of him are his neighbors, childhood friends, and best friends who usually play together. But because of strong opposition from their families, these best friends failed to participate in the demonstration organized by the civil rebels of Jelen. Only my family members died very early, and no one stopped them, so they spontaneously participated in the demonstration with all their passion. Hey, we ran out secretly. Mag smiled and opened the gap to the package. He saw a little paint-falling green military kettle and a few bags of instant food, as well as some sports armor such as wrist guards and elbow guards. Without asking for Sean's opinion, Mag hung the package strap on Sean and then snatched the Jelen flag that Sean held in his hand without saying a word. Sean subconsciously snatched it, but could not shake Mag's stable and powerful palm. He couldn't take back the flag. He couldn't help but be surprised and said in confusion, "What else are you doing?" "Of course, I'm shaking the flag here for you. I'm almost vomited by the smell of sweat on your body. Look at how long have you been resting? Don't worry, we'll hold you here and take a seat. You can go eat something to rest." Wow, protest tyranny. Mag's tone was taken for granted and replaced Sean's position, holding up the flag here, and shouted excitedly with the crowd. "It's too messy here. There's no need for you to come." Sean was helpless. "What is this? Can you come? We can't come? Who doesn't want to contribute to Jelen? If the family hadn't been watching tightly, we would have followed you to march with you long ago." Mag pretended to be unhappy and shouted, "It's because this place is too messy that we want to come to take care of you. Can we still not understand what your bad temper is?" The passionate ones ignore the consequences. With your little body, you're not afraid of being crushed by others? If we don't come, what should you do if you are in danger? Sean stammered his lips and hesitated, "But your family." Okay. How come you have so much nonsense? You know you were worried? Why didn't you worry about yourself before? Mag patted Sean's shoulder with one hand and said carelessly, "You dare to come over. What are we afraid of?" Sean was moved and sniffed. "You guys make me want to cry." "All right, they're all brothers. Don't say thank you to disgust me." Mag gave a thumbs up, pressed his chest, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Don't worry. Who told you to be our little brother? I'll cover you." Several other best friends laughed when they heard this and reached out to rub Sean's head. Among all of my friends, Sean's body is notoriously thin, so Magda takes good care of him and regards him as his younger brother. Sean felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his eyes were warm. His relatives died early, and the closest thing was that this group of best friends and childhood friends were all like-minded and passionate young people. At this time, he felt that his originally tired body seemed to have a new vitality injected. Okay, then I'll leave it to you here. I'll go and relax. Sean pursed his chapped lips and did not continue to pretentiously reject the kindness of his best friends, and nodded heavily. Go and go. Mag waved his hand indifferently and turned around and roared with excitement with the crowd. Sean smiled on his face, tightened the thick wrap on his body, and was about to squeeze out the crowd with force. However, at the next moment, the sharp and harsh air defense alarm suddenly sounded from afar and spread rapidly throughout the city. Whether it was the protesters or the guards in front of the National Government Building, they were all shocked. The crowd subconsciously stopped demonstrating. The guards slowed down the force in their hands. Everyone looked at the sky with a puzzled and confused expression. What's wrong? Sean and his best friend were also startled, looking around, looking confused. Suddenly, the sharp whistling sound of breaking through the air went from far to near, and smoke marks suddenly appeared in the sky, falling from the sky and falling between buildings in the distance. Just when everyone was puzzled, the next moment, a harsh explosion suddenly exploded. Boom! The sudden burst of shock wave swept across the streets and alleys, like a hurricane howling. Wherever it passes, all the glass in all buildings shattered. The wide pupils of the crowd reflected the diffuse shock wave. The next second, the shock wave wrapped in countless debris and pieces suddenly attacked, overturning the crowd in the square, and everyone was shocked to the ground. Sean fell heavily to the ground, and his remaining strength was not gone, and he was dragged out for several meters. Blood marks were rubbed from his arms and thighs, and a wisp of blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring the vision of one side of his eyes. His brain was shocked, causing the world in his eyes to spin, his eardrums buzzing, and his whole chest was tight, and he was about to vomit. He looked up in horror and saw that the city cluster in the distance had changed drastically, and a violent explosion occurred. The buildings collapsed and turned into ruins. The flames that were dancing wildly soared into the sky, and the thick smoke rolled, turning into mushrooms. Airstrike. Is it a missile? Sean stared at the eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. Panic spread in an instant in the square, and all the demonstrators and guards showed horror. At this moment, small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and fighter jets were coming quickly. The direction was the Jelangua Mansion building, approaching rapidly towards everyone's location, coming in full force. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately woke up like a dream, and screams burst through the sky. Run quickly! Enemy attack! The crowd fled and scattered and didn't care about anything else. The placard used for the demonstration was instantly lost all over the floor. In an instant, the square fell into disarray, and many people were pushed and fell down, instantly drowned in the crowd of people fleeing in panic, and there was no sound. Sean was completely stunned and sat down in place with his mouth wide open. He was about to be trampled by the crowd, and at this moment, a powerful force came from his shoulders and pulled him up in an instant. Mag had already climbed up, covered in blood. He came over at some point. At the critical moment, he pulled Sean up from the ground, pushed Sean hard on his shoulder, pushed him out, his face full of anxiety, and shouted angrily, "What are you still standing there? Run away quickly!" Sean's brain was confused, and it was already a mud. The strong fear and survival consciousness made him have no time to think about other things. Instinctively swung his arms mechanically according to inertia, and staggered and ran with the crowd. It was not until he ran out for a long distance that Sean woke up as if he was dreaming and quickly turned around to find Mag and his best friend. But while running away, everyone was already wrapped up in the crowd and got separated. Swish, 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 swish. More whistling sounds came from the sky. He subconsciously looked back and saw fighter jets quickly approaching the Jelangua Mansion building, and the Royalon national emblem on the shell reflected a dazzling fire. Mounted short-range missiles were shot out from the abdomen of the fighter, dragging long tail flames, accurately hitting the surroundings of the Jelangua building. Rumble. A violent explosion rang out in a series of times, and the Guofu building was instantly unrecognizable, full of holes, and balls of fire burst out, illuminating the terrified faces. In full view of everyone, the Jelen Guofu building collapsed and fell in a broken square, causing a large area of smoke and dust. In a reflection of Sean's pupils, Jelen's flag was burned out in the surging flames. The world seemed to be in chaos overnight. The sudden war swept over hundreds of countries. International conventions were completely torn apart, and powerful countries wanted to cross the borders, invaded small neighboring countries without warning, and launched a blitzkrieg without any hesitation. There are many different opinions on the root cause of the outbreak of war. The most common one is the arrival of an interstellar civilization, which brings knowledge to subvert the world, but other than that, the people do not know any details. The attitude of more than a dozen powerful countries to start wars was so resolute, as if they wanted to break an old era, not to break or establish, and to reshuffle them. Within a few months, 16 small countries were destroyed, and countless people on the Sea Blue Star became war refugees. Some were displaced, some were taken over by enemy troops and were centrally managed. As a small country, bordering Roland, Jelen does not have many opportunities to choose fate. Faced with Roland's full-scale military struggle, Jelen was completely defeated within a few months, losing all the established armed forces and allowing Roland to rudely ravage. The city was devastated, with charred building ruins everywhere. Deep pits were blown out on the ground, and some places were still emitting black smoke that pointed straight into the sky, and sporadic gunshots sounded from time to time. One by one, the unkempt and ragged refugees of Jelen were wandering among the ruins, huddled in groups of 3 or 3, with some numb expressions like walking corpses, and some of their pupils tightened, like frightened birds. Sean followed a group of refugees to look for supplies in the ruins, moving his body with difficulty, his whole body covered in dust and mud. He had not washed up for many days and was dirty and sloppy. He was as thin as firewood. His eyes were deep. He was extremely haggard, and his expression was numb. Rueland's invasion was without warning. After the firepower was washed away, ground troops were sent to garrison and gradually wipe out Jelen's armed forces. During this period, the importance of resettling Jelen refugees was not high. The refugee camp had a capacity. Most of the energy was spent on cleaning up the resistance forces, but the city was blocked, and there was not much energy to accommodate all refugees. At most, a little material was dropped occasionally, allowing a large number of Jelen refugees to survive in the blocked city. The city was bombed in the early stages, and Sean survived fortunately, but he had already separated from Mag and others in the chaos. During this period, he could only work together with another group of refugees, looking for supplies in the ruins, or fighting with other refugees while Rueland airdropping aid, like a walking corpse, thinking that one day would be the day. However, during these days, countless refugees have plundered the city over and over again, and almost no supplies can be found in the ruins. Survival has become more and more difficult. As Sean and others walk in the ruins, they can see the bodies of starving, thirsty, and sick Gulen refugees everywhere, most of whom have died in recent days. After climbing over several ruins, there was still nothing to gain. Sean was so hungry that he sat down against the wall, gasping for breath in a hurry, feeling his body was extremely heavy, as if he was about to sink into the soil. "Are you okay? Can you continue to find supplies?" Boar, who was beside him, saw him sitting down, so he leaned over and asked with breath. He is a new friend Sean met in this refugee gang, and has been caring for each other and knowing each other for the past few days. "I'm so hungry. I don't have the strength." Sean's throat made a hoarse voice, which was so thirsty that he almost caught fire. "Get up quickly, otherwise everyone else will have no share of you." Boar pulled Sean's arm, but he was exhausted. After pulling, his body tilted and fell to the ground, gasping for breath, and the breath he exhaled blew away a small piece of dust. "Let me go slowly, I'm so hungry." Boar lost the strength to get up, so he simply arched a few times, leaned against the wall, and leaned horizontally on Sean. Sean tilted his body and almost fell down, but he didn't have the strength to push the other person away, so he could only close his eyes and hypnotize himself to relieve hunger. At this moment, Boar suddenly spoke. His tone was low and lost. "Sean, do you think our army can still come to save us?" "It must be." Sean opened his eyes hard, his voice weak, but his tone was firm. "It's been so long. Do you really believe it?" Boar gasped and said hoarsely, "Ruelon is coming in a raging manner. Jelen has long been too busy to take care of himself. How could he have time to save us? Instead of expecting Jelen to send troops to rescue, it's better to expect Ruelon to host refugees on a large scale so that we can at least survive." Sean gritted his teeth. "How can we expect the enemy? When we met other refugees before, didn't they say that Ruelon was cleaning up refugees? Occasionally, ground troops would be sent to capture a group of refugees in the city. Some people said that they had seen trucks of corpses transporting out of the Ruelon refugee camp to cremate. Who knows what the situation was? Boar was weak. As long as I can give me a bite of food, I could do anything." At this moment, a faint noise sounded not far away, and the refugee companions around him, who were searching for the ruins, gathered over, as if something had happened. Several refugee companions in a slightly better shape walked up to the two, pulled Sean and Boar up, and asked, "How about it? Can you still leave?" "It's okay." Sean shook for a moment, held the wall, and said in confusion, "What's going on over there?" "We met another group of refugees, and everyone went over to avoid others from thinking about robbing our supplies." Several people answered, and helped Sean and Pole rushed over. There are too many refugee groups in the city. Most of the refugees join forces to help each other to prevent being robbed by others. Even if everyone is the same refugee, some people cannot survive and do not care about anything else. People on the verge of death will not let go of any life-saving straw. It is common for them to rob each other and kill each other. Sean and others soon came to the back of the crowd and saw another group of vagrants opposite, both of whom were both skinny and haggard. The two sides were confronting each other and looking at each other vigilantly. Among the two groups were several more prestigious representatives in their respective groups who were getting together to negotiate. Sean glanced at the opposite side, suddenly stunned, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. In another wave of refugee gangs, he suddenly saw the figures of Mag and several other close friends. Although he was ragged, he still recognized at a glance. During these days of hiding and hiding, Sean never missed several separated close friends. Because the city ruins were too big and various communication signals were blocked by Ruelon, he always searched for them without success. He was always worried that Mag and others would encounter unexpected problems, but he did not expect that he would meet by chance today and did not suffer any disaster. Mag! Sean was very surprised, ignored everything else, raised his arms high, and called Mag's name in a hoarse voice. Because of his physical weakness, he couldn't make too loud noises, but it still attracted the attention of some people. Mag, not far away from the opposite side, moved his ears and looked for someone calling his name. But at this moment, the harsh engine roar suddenly sounded from far to near. A Ruelon armed convoy rushed around the seriously damaged streets of the city, heading straight towards this side, as if locking the direction. Ruelon, run quickly! The two refugee gangs were so scared that their souls were all scattered, fled in panic, and dispersed. Sean's voice was immediately covered by the riots. Mag turned around and ran away when his best friend didn't see him. Although Sean wanted to chase after him, he was panicked when he saw the Ruelon convoy approaching rapidly and could only run away with the refugee gang on his side. At this moment, the Ruelon convoy came over, and teams of fully armed Ruelon soldiers got out of the car and chased the refugees one by one. At the same time, the armed convoy turned on a loudspeaker and shouted to the fleeing refugees, "Stop running away. Stop resisting. We will take you to the refugee camp. As long as you are obedient, Ruelon will provide supplies to ensure your survival." Some refugees have lived enough of this kind of life and have already reached their limit. After hearing this, They were angry and simply fell to the ground weakly, no longer escaping, and let the Royalon soldiers catching up behind them hold it down. Some refugees did not believe in Royalon and continued to run wildly, but were exhausted and could not run away from Royalon soldiers. They fell to the ground one by one like a rabbit caught by others, unable to afford a struggle. Using the refugees behind to delay the footsteps of Royalon soldiers, Sean almost used his energy to run into the ruins, but his body had reached its limit. He knew that there was no way to escape if he ran like this. When he turned around, he suddenly saw the gap made of broken buildings, so he simply chose one to go in and prayed that he could avoid it. Boar, who followed behind, saw Sean's actions, was frightened and followed suit and hurriedly hid in the gaps in the ruins of the building. Sean only showed half of his face, staring at the outside world in a daze, watching the refugees outside being pushed down one by one, and the struggle was too intense, and he was knocked out by Royalon soldiers. As his eyes turned, Sean suddenly saw Mag and other best friends. Mag and others were finally caught up. Several Royalon soldiers rushed up and smashed Mag and others with their butts, knocking them to the ground and quickly completing the subduing. Sean was afraid and anxious, trying to find a way to save people, but his brain was in chaos and had no clue. He looked at the fully armed soldier Royalon, and fear grabbed his heart. His legs trembled continuously. He never had the courage to take it out. Instead, his body shrank deep into the crack and did not dare to come out. In the end, he could only watch the blood-faced friends dragged into the car by Royalon soldiers like dogs, leaving several winding blood marks on the ground. Sean's lips turned white, and he kept trembling. Never at any moment, he hated his weak self so much that he could do nothing. Not long after, all the refugees who had no time to hide outside were caught by Royalon soldiers, and soon a group of soldiers were holding weapons and searching here. Sean didn't care about worrying about others, and subconsciously covered his mouth and dared not breathe heavily. At this moment, Boar, who was also hiding in the gap not far away, raised his hands and walked out on his own initiative, trembling all over, and kneeled on the ground with his expression mixed with fear, anxiety, and hope. I won't resist. The soldier of Royalon went up to control Boar without saying a word, and his movements were rude. Boar was in pain and subconsciously turned his head to look at the direction where Sean was hiding. Sean was stunned. Before he could react, the footsteps outside quickly approached. A big hand suddenly reached into the crack, grabbed his clothes, and pulled them hard. He could not resist the strength of Royalon soldiers, so he threw it out. His clothes were still grabbed by his solid arms. He was so scared that his feet were staring around like a thumping fish, struggling subconsciously. But at this moment, another Royalon soldier quickly stepped forward, and the butt quickly enlarged in Sean's eyes. Zong! Sean's eyes turned dark, and he lost consciousness in an instant. After a while, my brain that was crashed was gradually restarting. Sean felt a split headache, and his forehead was sore. Sean opened his eyes with difficulty, feeling that everything in his sight seemed to have a heavy shadow, like a screen. There was a bumpy rush around. He endured the dizziness and looked around and found that he was in the moving carriage, surrounded by some arrested refugees, full of sadness, with familiar faces from the same group and strange refugees from the Mag group. But Mag was waiting for his best friend to be in this car. Are you awake? Boar was also in the car and hurried over. Hearing the familiar voice, Sean turned to look at him, his eyes becoming quite complicated. You forget it. He originally wanted to ask why Boar was exposed on his own initiative and implicated himself. But before he could say anything, he had an answer in his heart, so he stopped asking and just sighed. But Boar lowered his head, stammered for a moment, and whispered, You understand our situation. It's impossible to escape and continue wandering outside. We will definitely starve to death. It's better to be taken away by Royalon. No need to say, My head hurts so much, how are you hurt? Sean was so upset that he didn't want to talk about this anymore, so he moved the topic away. It's swollen here, but it's fine, it's not a big injury. That's good. Sean sat up, took a deep breath, pulled to the car window with great effort, and looked out. The convoy had already driven out of the ruins of the city and came to the original suburbs. A continuous temporary camp appeared in the distance of sight, which was one of the refugee camps set up by Roland. However, in Sean's eyes, it was like the bloody mouth of a beast, waiting for the visit of prey. Can we survive, right? Sean said, uneasy. Perhaps because there is no other way out, Bohr seemed to have seized the only life-saving straw, leaving only blind trust in his own choices, and nodded vigorously. As long as you are obedient, you will definitely be able to do it.